Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The next day, Su Mu sat at the low table with a brush in hand, practicing calligraphy. He wasn't doing it for elegance or leisure. He was doing it to train something far more important, control. Ever since his strength had surged, every movement of his body carried force. If he couldn't rein it in, he would eventually hurt someone by accident. So today, he used ink and paper to refine the most basic thing a warrior needed: precision. Beside him, Kamado leaned against the cushion lazily, her cheeks warm, her eyes half-lidded. Her whole body looked soft, boneless, like she didn't even have the energy to sit properly. Su Mu glanced at her and smiled, already understanding everything without needing to ask. Then he lowered his gaze again and continued writing. The first few lines on the paper were messy and uneven, the strokes heavy and clumsy, like someone dragging a stick through mud. But as he kept going, the brushwork gradually became smoother, steadier, sharper. By the final line, every stroke was clean and controlled. Su Mu stared at the last characters for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. Good. At that moment, he lifted his head. Outside the door, the towering figure of the rock pillar Hajime Kyoyume stood quietly once again. Su Mu's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. From what he understood about Yubayashiki Kaguya, the man wasn't someone who moved rashly. He had wealth, influence, and authority, and he never acted like he was desperate. So why was Hajime here again so soon? Su Mu turned to the woman beside him, his voice gentle. Kiei, rest inside. After gaining control of his strength, the first thing Su Mu had done was find her, and with his current physical power, rest was something she didn't get much of. Kamado lifted her eyes slowly, her voice soft and lazy. Mu-kun, go, don't worry about me. Su Mu leaned down and kissed her forehead lightly, then stepped out of the room. The moment Hajime saw him, the rock pillar brought his palms together respectfully. Mr. Mu. His expression didn't change much, but Su Mu could still sense it. There was sadness in him. In the past, Su Mu might have missed it, but now his senses felt sharper, clearer. He still hadn't reached the transparent world realm, but he was starting to see the things hidden beneath people's breathing and posture. Su Mu nodded politely. Greetings, what brings you here today? Hajime didn't hesitate. My lord wishes to see you. Su Mu blinked, genuinely surprised. The lord wants to see me personally? Yes. Hajime's voice was heavy. It concerns what I mentioned last time, the investigation of the Eternal Bliss sect. My lord wishes to discuss it with you directly. Su Mu understood instantly, so it really was about that. He gave a slow nod, then asked carefully, shouldn't something like this normally be handled by other pillars? Hajime's hands remained pressed together, but the sorrow on his face deepened. My lord already dispatched 3 pillars. Su Mu's gaze sharpened, and the situation was not optimistic. Hajime's voice lowered. They found the demon of the Eternal Bliss sect. It was upper rank 2 of the 12 Kazuki Dauma. Su Mu's heart sank slightly. Dauma, then the next words landed like a cold blade. The 3 pillars were attacked. The wind pillar and Umino Mano were killed. For a moment, Su Mu didn't speak. A pillar dead. The pillars were the demon slayer core, greatest strength. Even if some were stronger than others, every single one of them stood at the peak of human swordsmanship. And yet, 2 of them were wiped out just like that. But when Su Mu pictured Dauma, the shock faded into grim understanding. He let out a quiet breath, sounding almost like a sigh. I didn't expect it would reach this level. He paused, then added softly, as if mourning. I remember speaking with that old man once. He seemed kind. The sadness on his face was calm and controlled, but inside Su Mu's heart remained still. He didn't truly know them. There was no real grief, only a clear realization. The enemy had moved, and the demon slayer core was bleeding. Su Mu straightened his posture. Take me to see the Lord. Hajime bowed again, palms together. Yes. At the Yubayashiki estate, a soft lantern glow flickered in the corridor. Two girls walked side by side, their faces almost identical, their steps light, their movements graceful. One of them glanced sideways and smiled teasingly. "Sister, why do you look so happy today? You haven't stopped smiling even once." The girl she spoke to froze slightly. Yubayashiki Rika raised a hand and touched her own cheek as if she hadn't noticed. "Me happy? Yes," the other girl said, narrowing her eyes playfully. "Did something good happen? Tell me so I can be happy too." Rika looked away quickly. "It's nothing, I just remembered something interesting from before." The answer was clearly a cover. Yubayashiki Kana stared at her sister for a few seconds as if trying to read her face like a book. Rika felt guilty under that gaze, but her heart was still racing with excitement. Today, she and her sister had been told to welcome the young swordsman personally. That alone made Rika feel like her chest couldn't stay calm. She had finished her meal quickly, grabbed her lantern, and almost dragged Kana out here to wait. Then Kana suddenly spoke, her voice quiet but sharp. "Sister, are you looking forward to meeting that young swordsman?" Rika nearly choked on air. And no, her denial came too fast and the blush on her face betrayed her instantly. Kana smiled knowingly and continued, "He's very strong, but recently he made father and mother extremely angry. Sister, you should be careful around him." Rika pouted, displeased. It was clearly those three pillars' fault. How can they blame Mukun? Kana's expression changed instantly and she lowered her voice. "Sister, don't speak like that." Even though they were the master's daughters, they still had to be careful. The pillars were protectors of humanity. They fought demons with their lives. Speaking poorly of them was simply wrong. Rika realized her mistake too and stuck her tongue out in embarrassment. "I know." Kana sighed, then muttered with obvious jealousy, "I understand now. My sister's heart has already been stolen by that Mukun. There's no room for anyone else." Rika's face turned bright red. "Sister, don't say nonsense. It'll be bad if he hears you." Kana tilted her head, smirking. "I think you want him to hear." Rika opened her mouth, but to her own surprise, she didn't argue back. Instead, she stood on her toes and looked toward the entrance, clutching her lantern tighter. In her mind, she rehearsed the words over and over. Should she greet him politely? Should she thank him for the gift he sent last time? Should she pretend to complain sweetly about how long he took to arrive? Or should she panic and push her sister forward so she didn't have to speak at all? Her thoughts spun until her heart felt noisy. Then a figure finally appeared in the distance, tall, calm, and walking with the kind of steady presence that made the air feel heavier. Rika's breath caught. She lowered her head slightly, lantern trembling just a little in her hands. Her voice came out soft, almost shy. "Mukun, are you tired after walking such a long way?" The instant Su-Mu appeared beside Himejima Kyoyume, Yubayashiki Rika's heart tightened with a strange, uncontrollable joy. She had so many things she wanted to say. She wanted to tell him that she had received every letter he sent last time and she had read them again and again, secretly smiling each time. She wanted to tell him she still hadn't chosen a gift to return, not because she didn't want to, but because nothing felt good enough. Every time she found something nice, she immediately felt it wasn't perfect, that there must be something better, something truly worthy of him. But when Su-Mu actually walked up to her, all those words got stuck in her throat. Her face warmed, her fingers tightened around the lantern, and in the end, she could only manage a single sentence. "Mukun, are you tired after walking such a long way?" Su-Mu smiled faintly. "Not really." He glanced at Himejima beside him and spoke calmly. "As a pillar, my body is in good condition. A distance like this isn't much." Hearing that, Yubayashiki Kana couldn't hold herself back and suddenly chimed in. "Sister is super excited to see you, Mukun." Rika's face instantly flushed red. "Kana, stop saying nonsense." Su-Mu's gaze drifted back to Rika as if amused by how easy she was to read. Then he sighed lightly, voice warm. "That's a shame." Rika froze. "Because honestly," Su-Mu continued, "I've been looking forward to seeing you too, Rika." Her heartbeat slammed against her chest. For a second, she almost forgot how to breathe. Su-Mu stepped closer and extended his hand naturally. "Do you mind if I hold the lantern for you?" Rika hesitated, her mind completely blank. Then, as if guided by instinct, she slowly handed it over. When Su-Mu took the lantern, his fingers brushed lightly against her hand. It wasn't an accident, it was gentle, deliberate, and dangerously intimate. Rika's body trembled, the sensation spreading from her fingertips straight into her heart. Sumyu acted as if nothing happened, casually shifting his gaze to the girl standing beside her. Two faces that looked almost identical. Even Sumyu paused for a second, trying to confirm who was who. "This is your sister?" The Yubayashiki daughters were famous for being difficult to distinguish. Last time someone had even explained the method to him: identify them by scent. Unfortunately, Sumyu wasn't that sensitive to fragrance. Kana immediately introduced herself, eager and polite. "My name is Yubayashiki Kana, I'm Rika's sister." Sumyu nodded. "So you're Miss Kana." Before the atmosphere could grow any softer, Haimjima's deep voice cut in like a warning bell. "Mr. Mew, we should go see the Lord." His tone was calm, but there was helplessness in it, like he could already predict how long this conversation would drag on if he didn't stop it. Sumyu glanced at him with mild annoyance. This monk really didn't understand life at all. Meeting the master? How could that compare to chatting with two pretty girls holding lanterns in the quiet evening air? Rika also lowered her voice and reminded him gently. "Mu-kun, you should meet the Lord first. If you delay, father will be upset." Sumyu blinked at her words and tilted his head slightly. "You call him Lord too?" He looked at her with curiosity. "If I remember correctly, he's your father." Rika nodded softly. "In private, we call him father. But when outsiders are present, my sisters and I address him as Lord." Sumyu frowned. "That strict?" He looked at the two girls, and for the first time there was something like sympathy in his eyes. "You've had it hard, haven't you, growing up like that?" Neither Rika nor Kana answered, but their silence was the answer. Sumyu let out a slow breath, then spoke bluntly. "If I were your father, I'd never let my own daughters call me Lord in front of others." He leaned slightly forward as if speaking like a mischievous older brother. "I'd make you call me Daddy." Rika's entire face turned red. Kana's mouth opened in shock, then she looked away, trying not to laugh. Even the air felt hotter. Haimjima, however, looked like he wanted to chant sutras to purify his ears. "Mu-kun, it's time to go." His voice became firmer this time. Sumyu clicked his tongue quietly in his heart, but he didn't push it further. He handed the lantern back to Rika and smiled faintly. "After I meet the Lord, I'll find you two again. We'll talk properly." Rika lowered her head, holding the lantern with both hands, trying to hide the smile she couldn't stop. Kana rolled her eyes like she had already seen everything. Then Sumyu followed Haimjima forward. Meeting the master a moment later, Sumyu stood before the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubayashiki Kagya. The air here felt completely different. Quiet, heavy, serious, and the master's face was clearly not in a good mood. "My lord," Haimjima immediately bowed deeply. Kagya raised a hand gently and helped him up, voice soft as ever. "No need for such formality." That voice carried warmth like calm water. It was gentle enough to make most people lower their guard without realizing it. Even after standing, Haimjima still kept his head slightly lowered, showing deep respect that came from his bones. Like most demon slayers, Sumyu, however, remained relaxed. "I've come," he said simply, no exaggerated respect, no devotion. Kagya's gaze landed on Sumyu. In that look, several emotions mixed together at once. Admiration, expectation, and something colder like dislike that he didn't bother hiding anymore. Sumyu didn't care. He asked directly, "Why did you call for me?" Kagya's eyes narrowed slightly. "It's about the Eternal Bliss sect." His voice stayed gentle, but the words were sharp. An evil ghost appeared there, one called Upper Rank 2. Sumyu's expression remained calm, only his eyes shifted faintly. Kagya continued slowly. "I'm afraid the only person who can handle him now is you." Sumyu listened in silence, but his gaze wandered around the room. Once, twice, he looked, searching, and yet he still didn't see the person he actually wanted to see. Yubayashiki Amane, that elegant woman with the calm, noble temperament, the one people called the Birch Tree Fairy. Sumyu felt a quiet disappointment in his chest. Because if he was being honest, the reason he agreed to come today wasn't only about Dauma. It was also because he wanted to see Amine again, and if fate allowed, he wanted far more than just a glimpse. "I hope Mujun can go to Tokyo to investigate the Eternal Bliss sect and deal with the evil ghost of Shanxian existing there." Yubayashiki Kagya bent down and spoke his request to Sumyu. Next to him, Haimjima Kyoyume also looked at him eagerly. Faced with the request of Yubayashiki Kaguya, Sumyu did not answer immediately but asked, "As far as I know, the last time the master sent 3 pillars over. But the result was a wind pillar, Yumino Mano died. And the other 2 pillars were seriously injured as a result. And even after paying such a heavy price, we were not able to kill Dauma, the winding evil spirit we were dealing with. This is enough to show how powerful Dauma is. Does the master think it will be dangerous for me to perform this task? There are really serious risks." Yubayashiki Kaguya nodded and did not deny, however. If the evil ghost exists for one day, one more human may die in the mouth of the evil ghost. In order to protect human beings and kill all the evil ghosts, please ask MRMU, and I believe that with Mu. Even though your strength is not as good as that of the 2 Dauma, there should be no problem in protecting yourself. Yubayashiki Kaguya bowed and made a respectful request. Sumyu just chuckled, "I need to think about it after all. This is too dangerous. I also hope that Mukun will think clearly earlier. If the evil ghost exists for one more day, one more human will be killed among the demon-slaying team. Mukun is the only one who can deal with the winding, evil ghost." Yubayashiki Kaguya talked a lot more, speaking softly, which made people feel very happy when they heard it. People couldn't help but want to agree to the other party's request. But it's a pity Sumyu did not agree. Of course there was no rejection, just saying it needs to be considered. After Sumyu and Haimjima Kyoyume left, a woman with a tall, mature figure wearing a kimono came out of the room. Her white hair hung down around her waist, and her eyebrows were somewhat graceful. The other party refused. Yubayashiki Amin couldn't help but ask. "I didn't refuse, but I didn't agree either." Yubayashiki Kaguya shook his head. "Then what does the other party think?" Yubayashiki Amin frowned slightly. Obviously not in a good mood. "I'm afraid I want to see Madam." Yubayashiki Kaguya's fists couldn't help but clench slightly. Even if he thought he was broad-minded, it would be difficult to bear the face of someone who coveted his wife. Yubayashiki Amin also vaguely felt the anger rising in her husband's heart. But at their current level, especially the responsibilities they shoulder, many things no longer allow them to act on their whims. If Sumyu is just an ordinary pillar, there is no need to care about the other party. But the other party is obviously not an ordinary pillar. A Zhu that can kill the Shanxian evil ghost, especially 2 Shanxian evil ghosts in succession, is something that even a Zhu can't do. It can even be expected that its strength will grow to the point where it can kill Kibutsuji Musen alone. There is only one swordsman named Enishi Tsukuni in the history of Demon Slayer Squad who has the ability to kill Kibutsuji Musen alone. Although the opponent is far from reaching the level of Enishi Jiguo, he is still young after all and has a lot of room for improvement. His strength may not be able to catch up with Enishi Jiguo. If the Demon Slayer Corps could station a swordsman with strength comparable to Kibutsuji Musen, then the Demon Slayer Corps would not have to hide like they do now. Although the Demon Slayer Corps has been hunting evil spirits all these years, the real situation is not like this. In fact, it is the Demon Slayer Corps that has been hiding. Yubayashiki Kaguya has always been worried about being found by Kibutsuji Musen, and then directly destroying the Demon Slayer squad. In order to prevent the situation, the Demon Slayer Corps even invented a specially communicated bird called the Sending Crow, in order to prevent the Demon Slayer Corps location from being found. The reason for this is not because the Demon Slayer squad lacks swordsmen who are strong enough. If there is a powerful swordsman, the Demon Slayer squad will not be afraid of those evil spirits. There is no need to be so cautious, for fear of being found by Kibutsuji Musen. I'm afraid Madam still needs some persuasion. Yubayashiki Kaguya turned back and looked at his wife with a hint of apology. After half a moment of silence, Yubayashiki Amin lowered his head slightly and sighed, "I understand." However, as if sensing her husband's worry, Yubayashiki Amin couldn't help but raise his head, with a smile on his lips, and said, "Husband, don't worry. With Amin's methods, You don't have to worry about being taken advantage of by a little lecherous swordsman. Hearing what his wife said, Yubayashiki Kaguya also relaxed a little. He was still very confident in his wife's abilities. After meeting the person she wanted to see, Yubayashiki's mind became uneasy and she always wanted to spend more time with the person. But as the daughter of the Yubayashiki family, many things are not decided by herself after returning. Yubayashiki Rika was called by her mother to deal with the thick backlog of intelligence information. This intelligence information is enough to fill the entire chopping board. And what Yubayashiki Rika has to do is to process all these information together with her mother. In the past, Yubayashiki Rika would have been able to bear her temper. But today, when she found out that Makaki didn't leave after seeing her father, the girl's mind was not very peaceful. Like a girl in class, her mind had already flown elsewhere. Went so much so that his calf, which was pressed by his buttocks, felt uncontrollably sore and numb, like being scratched by ants, which made him unable to sit still next to her. Yubayashiki Amin, who was kneeling and processing the pages of the book like Furika Yubuya, raised her head and glanced at her daughter. "Are you tired?" No, Yubayashiki lowered her head, not daring to look at her majestic mother. In Yubayashiki's heart, she was always somewhat afraid of her mother. This fear even exceeded that of her father, because her mother can always see her thoughts clearly. In front of her mother, she seems to be naked and has no secrets at all. You want to see the swordsman who came today, right? Yubayashiki Amin didn't care about his daughter's hesitation at this moment. He still maintained a dignified kneeling position. He picked up a page of information in his white hands, classified it, and said to himself, that young swordsman, he does have some abilities. Although he is much bigger than Rixiang, his strength is very good now that he has become a pillar. He is worthy of being a Rixiang. What is mother talking about? Yubayashiki Rixiang also didn't expect her mother to talk to her about this. So her eyes were a little dodgy, especially when she thought about the unfinished meaning in her mother's words. It seems that she and Mujun are arranged. As soon as she thought of this, a faint flush appeared on the girl's face unconsciously, and her little hands unconsciously clenched her sleeves. Yubayashiki Amin raised his head. His eyes fell on his daughter, who lowered her head and didn't even dare to look at her. She couldn't help but sigh slightly. Rixiang really couldn't hide her thoughts at all. No wonder if the other party just teases her. She will be distracted in a moment. Rixiang will go and persuade the young swordsman in your heart. If Rixiang can persuade him to accept the mission. As he said that, Yubayashiki Amin paused, glanced at his daughter Rixiang, then continued. It might be that we can't betroth Rixiang to him. Mom, what are you talking about? Yubayashiki's face was red and she didn't dare to look at her mother. She felt that all her little thoughts were seen through by her mother, which made her feel ashamed, embarrassing again. Yubayashiki Amin ignored her daughter and continued to kneel down in a dignified manner to deal with the things on the chopping board. At the same time, she said calmly, of course, if Rixiang doesn't like it, there is no need to persuade her. How to choose depends entirely on Rixiang herself. Yubayashiki Rika was walking on the road wearing a long white dress. With a bit of shyness on her face, the slight wind blew, causing the girl's long dress to sway in the wind. Mother's words made Yubayashiki Rika's mind wander. Yubayashiki Rika didn't know whether her mother's words were a joke or if they had some sincerity. But in his mind, a figure appeared involuntarily. This made the girl's mind sway slightly. Yubayashiki Amin stood by the window, looking at her daughter, who had dressed up and left. Her eyes slightly lowered. The young swordsman put too much pressure on her and her husband. Different from ordinary swordsmen, he is a swordsman who has no sense of belonging to the Demon Slayer Corps. Nor does he have the faith that the Demon Slayer swordsmen have. But he has a strength that the Demon Slayer swordsmen have never possessed. Even though Yubayashiki Kaguya has faced swordsmen with various personalities, facing such a person is still exhausting. However, if I have Rixiang, he will probably feel more at ease. Looking at the back of his daughter, who was gradually walking away, Yubayashiki Amin took out a hairpin from his sleeve and murmured slightly. This was given to Yubayashiki Rika by the young swordsman, but was confiscated by her. How could Yubayashiki Amin not know what the other party had planned? However, although he hates such a person in his heart, Yubayashiki Amin has to admit the other person's excellence. He has a tall figure and a handsome face. Of course, what's more important is his 977 strength. Without exception, it is more than enough to match your daughter. The warm spring breeze blows, waving the girl's spring heart soon. With expectations, uneasiness, and a little timidity. Under various complicated emotions, Yubayashiki Rixiang came to the place where Su Mu was arranged to live. This is a rather luxurious residence, and it is obvious that the parents are trying to win over Mujun. However, if you have to win over the other party, mother. Thinking of her mother's words, Yubayashiki Rika felt slightly complicated. It is true that she has a good impression of Mujun, and she even has expectations for the future with Mujun. But she is definitely not treated like her mother, who treats her as if she is a commodity, just like. She is not a person but a tool to connect others. This makes Yubayashiki Rika feel quite resentful. If the powerful swordsman today is not Su Mu, so would my mother also arrange it this way? Yubayashiki doesn't know. But that didn't stop her from guessing like this. He shook his head and threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. With a rough mood, he soon saw the figure of Ace standing by the window. The other party's eyes were looking down at her quietly, as if they wanted to see through her heart, which made her even more panicked. And she even timidly wanted to turn around and run away now. Rixiang is here. Mu raised his hand to Zhai Rixiang, who was standing at the door. The girl lowered her head slightly, holding the hem of her long skirt with her delicate white hands. Su Mu turned over, and the tall figure jumped down from the second-floor window lightly. The shocked Yubayashiki Rixiang could not help but hold her chest and let out a cry of surprise. When it was confirmed that Su Mu jumped down safely and did not fall, Yubayashiki Rixiang couldn't help but pat her well-developed chest and let out a big sigh of relief. With such a high window, I was really worried that Mujin would get hurt if he jumped down. However, when I think about it, it is impossible, after all. Mujin is so powerful. But a powerful swordsman who can kill the evil ghost of Shangxian just jumped off a 2-story building. How could he fall and get injured? I made Rixiang worry. But jumping from such a high height is just a small thing for me. Su Mu came to the girl and smiled. The tall figure stood in front of the girl, blocking the sun shining on the girl's face, leaving a large shadow. Rixiang is dressed very beautifully today. Are you wearing it to show me? Under the sun, Su Mu scratched her head slightly. Yubayashiki Rixiang blushed slightly. But she didn't expect Mujin to say such straightforward words, which made her extremely embarrassed, even though she came here to dress up specially. But how could the shy girl admit this? That's no way. The girl turned her head and looked away. Su Mu didn't seem to care about this, and just stared at the girl. The girl's face was red, and her shy cheeks seemed to be exuding amazing heat, especially her slightly bulging chest, which made Su Mu look at her a lot. I glanced at it, but I didn't notice it before. Now I discovered that Yubayashiki's development is really good, especially the white skirt she is wearing at the moment, under the warm sunlight, makes her look like a beautiful and dignified girl next door. The dress Rixiang is wearing today is really awesome. Su Mu couldn't help but admire it again. It's not as good as MRMU said. Yubayashiki Rixiang lowered his head and said softly. But he was happy in his heart. Su Mu chuckled, but suddenly approached Yubayashiki Rixiang and hugged her at once. Yubayashiki Rika was also stunned. Her mouth slightly opened. Obviously, she didn't expect Makun to suddenly hug her. She wasn't even not prepared at all. Before the girl could say anything, Su Mu lowered her head and found the girl's lips in preparation. Kissed her all at once. Yubayashiki's eyes suddenly widened, and her long and beautiful eyelashes trembled. The girl only resisted slightly, but then she stopped resisting. Her whole body seemed to soften after kissing for a while, and then feeling that the girl's face seemed to be dehydrated due to suffocation and lack of oxygen. Su Mu let go of Yubayashiki Rixiang. You. Yubayashiki Rixiang blushed with a bit of embarrassment and anger. You. How could you kiss me like this? Hearing this, Sumyu didn't feel uneasy but felt happy. Because the girl was not angry at the first moment, but questioned obviously. Yubayashiki Rixiang did not resist in her heart. He never thought that what was just a small hairpin gift could capture a woman's heart. However, when faced with the question from Yubayashiki Rika, Sumyu also pretended to blame herself and said, "It's true that Rika is so beautiful today and I like it so much. So I couldn't hold it back. Such a reason is simply a bummer. It's like seeing a beautiful woman on the street. Because she is too beautiful and thinking. But this is obviously not possible, but unfortunately, Yubayashiki accepted this reason in her heart. But on the outside, the girl was still dissatisfied and shouted, "Then you can't just kiss your relatives," as she spoke. The girl lowered her head slightly and said in a low voice, "After all, this is my first kiss. It turns out this is Rixiang's first kiss." Sumyu pretended to be naive and scratched her head, showing a happy smile. No wonder it's so sweet. Such words made Yubayashiki Rixiang so embarrassed that she couldn't bear it anymore and hit Sumyu with her fist. When it comes to treating girls, it would be better if boys take the initiative, maybe. Some girls are really difficult to chase. But for those girls who have a good impression of you, as long as the boys take the initiative, most of them will be very easy. Just like Yubayashiki at this moment. Feeling the force of the girl's fist hitting his chest, Sumyu held the girl in her arms with just a little force. The girl struggled slightly but failed to move. So she simply pressed her head against the man's chest. The girl's face was slightly flushed, and her heart was vaguely filled with joy. If a girl doesn't like Yaosh, will naturally resist. But if she does like you, Sumyu's attitude will only make Yubayashiki Rixiang happy inside. The hand caressed the little head of Yubayashiki Rika, and the girl's soft and smooth hair was between her fingers. In his breath, the alluring body fragrance of the girl lingered. "I came here this time because my mother asked me to persuade Mujin to accept the mission." The girl's little head was buried in the man's arms, muttering quietly, and as the words came out, the girl's little head unconsciously raised. Those beautiful and innocent eyes were a little worried. Worry that the person in front of you might be angry. Sure enough, when Sumyu heard that Yubayashiki Rika came here to persuade him to accept the task, Sumyu's eyes immediately showed a sad look. "I thought Rixiang came here specifically to find me." There was a look of loss on his face. It was this look of loss that made the girl's heart suddenly tighten. And she explained in a low voice, "Actually, Rixiang also wants to come and see Mujin. I also received Mujin's letter last time. Rixiang likes it very much." The girl said nonchalantly, "Then Rixiang wants me to accept the mission or not?" Sumyu released her hold on Yubayashiki Rika and turned away, pretending to be angry. Sure enough, with the emotion he showed, Yubayashiki Rika immediately became nervous and explained immediately, "Actually, I know that this mission is very dangerous. So I don't really like Mujin going there." The girl lowered her head and whispered, "Then I won't go." Sumyu also showed a smile, hearing Sumyu say this. Ashi Arishu's beautiful eyes couldn't help but feel a hint of sadness. "Why you're not happy?" Sumyu was keenly aware of the girl's emotions and couldn't help but ask. No. Yubayashiki Rixiang couldn't help but lowered his head. But it didn't look like he was in a good mood. "Is there something that Rixiang is hiding from me? I think you are not too happy because I refused the mission. Or in Rixiang's heart, you are actually more looking forward to me accepting it." A point. No. Yubayashiki Rika shook her head hurriedly. But seeing that Sumyu didn't quite believe it after all, Mujin must have seen her inner disappointment and misunderstood him. So Yubayashiki Rika explained, "Actually, my mother said before she came that if she could persuade Makoto to accept the mission, Rika could be betrothed to Makoto." After the girl Chi AI finished speaking, her pretty little face had already been replaced by a blush. Those beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at the man's face. "As long as you accept the mission, will Rixiang marry me?" Sumyu held her chin with her hand and looked at Yubayashiki Rika. As he looked over, Yubayashiki Rika hurriedly lowered her head. She looked timid. as if she was afraid that her thoughts would be revealed. The man in front of me saw through it. If I can get Miss Rixiang, even if there is some danger in this mission, I will still be willing to take it. But after saying this, Sumu paused slightly. The girl's heart suddenly became entangled. She was not willing to let Mujun take on such a dangerous task. But she also expected Mujun to take on this task because, as long as he accepts this task according to his mother, he can be betrothed to Mujun. Therefore, after Sumu's words paused, Yubayashiki Rixiang particularly wanted to know what Mujun was going to say next. It's just what? Yubayashiki Rixiang asked hurriedly. There was a trace of hesitation on Sumu's face, and it seemed that after several thoughts, she said, "Actually, your mother seems to hate me. If she is really willing to betroth Rixiang to me, I am afraid that she will tell me." Yubayashiki Rika obviously didn't expect that her mother would dislike Makun. "Mom, why do you hate Mukund?" Yubayashiki Rika doesn't understand. In Yubayashiki Rika's view, Makujun is so good and outstanding, so his mother shouldn't hate him. I don't know the specifics if Mrs. Amin really wants to betroth Miss Rixiang to me. She should tell me, not Rixiang. Mother, this is so inappropriate. Yubayashiki Rixiang couldn't help but pouted, turned around, and was about to go back to ask for an explanation from her mother. Sumu hurriedly took Yubayashiki Rixiang's little hand. "MRMU, I'm going to tell my mother." Yubayashiki Rixiang thought Sumu was worried about something and said hurriedly. Sumu shook her head and continued, "If I accept the mission, I can ask Mrs. Amin to betroth Rixiang to me. I am willing to accept the mission, but I am afraid that I will finish it by then. Mission Mrs. Amin may regret it and finally not betroth Rixiang to me." No, Yubayashiki Rika shook her head hurriedly. At the same time, Ish clenched her little fists slightly, raised her head blushed and said in a low but firm tone, If mother disagrees in the end, Rika, just run away with Mr. Mu." When she said elope, the girl's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. After hearing this, Sumu couldn't help but smile and shook her head. "There is no need to elope. In fact, I have a way to make Mrs. Amin betroth Miss Rixiang to me, but it requires." Miss Rixiang agreed. 0. "I will definitely agree." Before Sumu could finish speaking, Yubayashiki Rixiang said hurriedly, "I haven't said what it is yet. Don't you want to hear what it is?" "Don't listen, Rixiang will definitely agree." Yubayashiki Rixiang clenched her fists and said seriously. After hearing this, Sumu looked up and down at Yubayashiki. The girl was petite but well developed. She was wearing a white skirt that reached her legs and wrists, revealing her fair and beautiful ankles. The whole person is filled with youthful vitality. The girl's face is pretty and has a bit of childishness, which makes people like her very much. Sumu held him in her arms, lowered her head, and whispered in his ear, "Rixia, why don't you listen to what my method is?" "What?" Yubayashiki Rixiang's earlobes trembled as Sumu's words rang in her ears. A pair of beautiful eyes also raised, looking at the man with a bit of curiosity. In fact, Yubayashiki Rixiang was also curious in her heart. What is Mujun's method? That is, when Rixiang and I are ready, even if Mrs. Amin does not agree, there is no way. It is best to make Rixiang pregnant with my child. When the time comes, even if Mrs. Amin does not agree, there is no way. No matter how unwilling you are, you can only hold your nose and agree. Ah. After hearing this, the girl's face turned red and her body became weak. Obviously, she did not expect that Mujun's method would be like this. This method, but do you really agree with it? Sumu lowered her head slightly and looked at Yubayashiki Rixiang with a deep voice. But deep in her eyes there was a deep passion. Since Yubayashiki Amin dares to send his Hika over, he dares to eat Yubayashiki Hika to beg. The cool night wind blew, but inexplicably it has a somewhat fiery aura. The crickets outside made a sweet sound inside the room, but they were two people embracing each other passionately. This night inexplicably long. It seemed like a rain had washed away the filth in the night sky, leaving only the round bright moon this night. Sumu has matured a lot, Yubayashiki has grown a lot. It seems that a certain transformation in life has been completed. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning pierced the darkness, Sumyu also opened her eyes and looked at Yubayashiki Rixiang, who was lying on her side in his arms, hugging his waist tightly, and a smile couldn't help but appear on her lips. Yubayashiki Rixiang was also awake at this moment. She seemed to feel Sumyu's gaze. Her face turned red, but her eyes never opened long time, feeling that Mu-jun's eyes were directly on her body. Yubayashiki Rixiang opened her beautiful eyes slightly and glared at Sumyu with a bit of coquettishness. Now MRMU, I am satisfied. Sumyu hugged the body of Yubayashiki Rixiang tightly, sniffed the girl's gentle hair and said with a smile, "Now you can call Mrs. Amin your mother-in-law, even if Mrs. Skyblind doesn't agree. In this era, especially in this country, the constraints on women are very heavy, especially the chastity of women. Now Yubayashiki Rika is handed over to him, which means that it is useless even if Yubayashiki Amin wants to regret it. Unless he is willing to let his daughter Yubayashiki Rika die alone and remain a widow for the rest of her life." Bad guy. Feeling the pride on Mu-jun's face, Yubayashiki couldn't help but open her white teeth and bite him on the shoulder. The tough little teeth bit his shoulder, causing a bit of pain. But with his current physical condition, it wasn't too painful, but rather it felt a bit itchy. For the innocent girl Yubayashiki Rika, Sumyu doted on her. But let her bite her shoulder if he really wants to resist. He only needs to contract his muscles a little. And the opponent's small teeth bite on his arm. I'm afraid it's not biting on the flesh, but biting on a hard steel plate. I'm afraid it can directly bite the opponent's teeth. Break. Holding Yubayashiki Rika in her arms, Sumyu couldn't help but think of the beautiful appearance of Yubayashiki Amin. Compared with the immature Yubayashiki Rika, Yubayashiki Amin is a truly fairy-like woman, Mr. Mu. Doesn't it hurt? Yubayashiki Rika let go of her teeth biting Sumyu's shoulder, and looked at the clear teeth marks on her shoulder, feeling a little distressed. No matter how painful it is, it doesn't hurt as much as Rixiang. Sumyu leaned over and put her head towards the head of Rixiang, with two small heads, one big and one small. Listening to Sumyu's words, Yubayashiki's face couldn't help but turn red, and she couldn't help but turned her head away. She didn't dare to look at Mu-jun's eyes, and only felt that her face was burning. Besides, the pain is nothing compared to this. Sumyu sighed slightly. Fighting evil ghosts is the real danger. Even if you are not careful, you will die. The injuries you suffer are not comparable to this pain. As soon as she heard Mu-jun say this, Yubayashiki Rixiang couldn't help but feel tight. She couldn't help but grasp Sumyu's arm with her little hands, and looked at him with a pair of beautiful eyes. How about Mu-jun don't take that mission before? Yubayashiki Rika had some expectations in her heart, hoping that she could persuade Mu-jun to accept this task, so that her mother could betroth herself to Mu-jun. But after handing himself over to Mu-jun, his thoughts suddenly changed. He didn't really want Mu-jun to accept this task, for fear of the dangers involved in this task. After all, that is the Shanxian evil ghost, which is a very terrifying existence. Even though Mu-jun has killed two Shanxian evil ghosts, it is still very dangerous. After all, countless swordsmen die while hunting ghosts. If she doesn't accept the mission, how will Rixiang explain to Mrs. Amin? Sumyu rubbed the girl's head lovingly. Mr. Mu, it doesn't matter. Besides, if mother knows that I have become yours, maybe she won't embarrass me, no matter what. She is my mother and she will never let my daughter really die alone. The girl bit her lip and lowered her head slightly. Before she could speak, the girl was hit on the head. Yubayashiki Rika raised his head and looked at Mu-jun in confusion. He didn't know what he had done wrong, and Mu-jun wanted to hit him. No matter what, I have to give Weiwei an explanation. After saying that, Sumyu fondly rubbed the girl's head. It's just right to accept this task and cut off the head of a winding, evil ghost to use as a betrothal gift for marrying Miss Rixiang. Would this be dangerous? Yubayashiki Rika said worriedly. If there is really any danger, Yubayashiki Rika would not want Makun to accept this task. After handing herself over to Mukun, Yubayashiki Rixiang internally regarded herself as Mukun's person by default. She naturally considered herself for Mukun, but instead put her mother aside. My strength is still very strong. Even if I can't kill the Shanxian evil spirit, I still have no worries about protecting myself, Su Mu said with a smile at the same time. She reached out her hand and gently rubbed Yubayashiki's little face, and no matter what happens, I can't wrong my Miss Rika. Rixiang is not afraid of grievances. She only hopes that Mujin will be well. The girl lowered her head, slightly snorted meaninglessly, and unconsciously rested her head on his shoulder. Feeling that the girl was so dependent on him, Su Mu's heart was slightly hot, and she even wanted to do something. But feeling the fatigue between the girl's brows, she endured it anyway. There is ample time. Not in a hurry for momentary pleasure. Noon. Su Mu took Yubayashiki Rika to meet the leader, Yubayashiki Kaguya, again, and expressed her willingness to take on the task of investigating the appearance of the Yubayashiki evil ghost in the Eternal Paradise sect. Hearing that Su Mu was willing to take on this task, Yubayashiki Kaguya was also a little excited. Even very excited all night long. He had been thinking about how to get Su Mu to take over this task. He had not thought much about it, but he did not expect that the other party would agree so quickly. However, soon, Yubayashiki Kaguya discovered that something was not right. My own daughter Yubayashiki Rika stood next to Su Mu with a shy look on her face, and then recalled the way Yubayashiki Rika walked just now, and what Rika looks like now in 5.7. The look between his brows. The happy mood of Yubayashiki Kaguya was instantly poured down by a basin of cold water. His expression suddenly turned gloomy. Compared to Yubayashiki Kaguya's slightly gloomy complexion, Su Mu was actually refreshed, and smiled at the leader Yubayashiki Kaguya, and at the same time pulled Yubayashiki Rixiang to her side. Rixiang and I are already together, I'm afraid. From now on, I will have to call the master my father-in-law. Yubayashiki Rixiang next to her blushed, and although she didn't say anything, she silently stood by Su Mu's side this moment. Yubayashiki Kaguya's face could no longer be tense, and there was a faint hint of gloomy black. Facing this man whom Su Mu called father-in-law, Yubayashiki Kaguya's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. For a moment the room was eerily silent, feeling this state. Yubayashiki Rika nervously grabbed Su Mu's hand next to her. Su Mu just held Rixiang's little hand tightly, and at the same time gave the other party a look that said, I'm here, don't worry. Su Mu can naturally feel the inner worry of Yubayashiki Rika. After all, in this era, a woman's marriage has always been bound by the orders of her parents. Especially in a big family like Yubayashiki, it is often not appropriate for a woman in the family to marry. If her father Yubayashiki Kaguya really does not agree with her being with Su Mu, Yubayashiki Rika feels that she may have the only option to elope with Mujin. No matter what is a daughter, Yubayashiki still hopes that her marriage will be blessed by her father, mother and brothers and sisters. As the leader of the Demon Slayer squad, Yubayashiki Kaguya still has a very high reputation. Although he was angry at Su Mu's words at first, he quickly reacted and silently glanced at his daughter Yubayashiki Rika. Also close your eyes slightly, as the father of Rixiang. I hope that you will treat Rixiang well after 2008. Father-in-law, please rest assured that I will definitely take good care of Miss Rixiang in the future. Leave Rixiang in my hands. Father-in-law, there is no need to worry. Su Mu smiled and spoke. Yubayashiki Kaguya didn't say anything, but looked at him deeply for a few times, and then asked him to go down and prepare to go to Tokyo to carry out the mission of investigating the Eternal Paradise sect. He left the room with Yubayashiki Rixiang and came outside the courtyard. Maki-kun, are you going to Tokyo? The girl held his hand tightly with reluctance in her eyes. It's when a girl is in love, obviously. She doesn't want to leave the person she likes at all, and she feels tired of being by the person she likes all the time. Su Mu nodded. While I'm away, Rixiang has to take good care of herself and maintain her body well, he said softly while gently lifting the messy hair on the girl's forehead. Then, Mujin must pay attention to safety when performing tasks. Well, I'll pay attention, Su Mu nodded. Su Mu once again hugged Yubayashiki Rika, and her big hands fell behind the girl. Yubayashiki Rika's delicate body trembled, and her pretty face was as red as sunset. The girl couldn't help biting her lips and glared at him with a bit of irritation and a bit of coquettishness. Bad egg. Although she said this, she did not push away Su-Mu, who was hugging her tightly. Su-Mu kept a smile on her face, but she used a little strength in her hands. I am your husband. From now on I will have a baby with Rixiang if I am a bad guy. Then the baby I have left with Miss Shengxiang will not be a little bad guy. It is said that girls with big butts can give birth, I feel. Miss Rixiang must be able to. Yubayashiki Rixiang blushed, feeling ashamed and happy at the same time. Faced with such scoundrel words from Su-Mu, she really didn't know how to respond. After all, she was an innocent girl, no match for Su-Mu, a scumbag. The girl was so thin-skinned that she didn't dare to respond to Su-Mu's words. He could only lower his head and said angrily, "MRMU is a big scoundrel." Although she said this, the girl stood on tiptoes and held the back of Su-Mu's neck with both hands. Mujin, do you really like Rixiang? Certainly, Su-Mu said without hesitation. He was already very skilled in answering this question without hesitation at all. I also like Mujin very much, Yubayashiki Rika also said softly. However, soon Yubayashiki Rika raised his head and said in a faint tone, "But I know that Mukun is not the only one who likes me, right?" Su-Mu's face froze, but she didn't expect Yubayashiki to say this. Seeing Su-Mu's slightly stiff face, Yubayashiki's eyes became more and more resentful. Just said it worriedly. But looking at Mujin's expression, she was afraid that she was telling the truth. This made the girl feel a little angry. But no girl wants to share her husband with another woman, even if this is a polygamous world. And there must be more than one capable man. But it does not mean that a girl wants her husband to have a woman other than herself. It's just that she is the daughter of a big family. So she probably has seen this kind of situation many times. So she is still tolerant enough. Then Mukun, will you like me the most? Yubayashiki Rixiang was very sensible and did not dwell on Su-Mu's problems with other women. Instead, she asked about this topic. Of course I like Miss Rika the most, Su-Mu answered without hesitation, HMPH. With words like this, I'm afraid the big bad guy has made promises to many women, Yubayashiki Rika said proudly. Even though the girl said this, you can feel that the girl is in a happy mood. Even though I know it may be a lie, I still like to hear it. Just like some smokers. Even though they know that smoking is harmful to the body and even have a label on the cigarette pack, they still smoke when they should. I only say this to Miss Rika. Su-Mu smiled and rubbed the girl's head. Snort. Yubayashiki's little nose hummed, although she instinctively felt that she didn't believe it. In her heart, she instinctively chose to believe it, perhaps. If you are willing to believe Thaisvan if you know it is a lie, you will be willing to believe it from the people you like. She arranged Mujin's clothes with her little hands, and at the same time muttered, Mujin is such an outstanding person, and there is definitely no shortage of girls to pursue him. However, Mujin must also be restrained. Some women are bad women and they are not clean. Mujin is a big bad guy, so he probably doesn't know how to refuse. The girl said nonchalantly, like a young wife giving instructions to her husband who was about to go out. Su-Mu listened quietly and carefully felt the tenderness of this young girl. Actually, only then did I realize that although the girl in front of me was simple, she was not stupid. That's right. How could a daughter who was raised by an excellent woman like Yubayashiki Amin be a fool? It's just that sometimes, even smart people will always be stupid. Su-Mu gently held Yubayashiki Rixiang in his arms, leaned down and sniffed the fragrance of the girl's hair. After a while said in a low voice, Rixiang, I thought about it. I still feel like I have something to tell you. Yubayashiki Rika's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Women's natural sensitivity to emotions made her know that Makun's next words were definitely not good words. Her small white hands grasped his arm, and she lowered her head slightly. I'm listening, Jun. Actually, I already had a woman before Miss Rixiang. The girl's delicate body froze slightly, but soon she raised her head again, stretched out her little hand, and then pinched Mujin's nose. I know that the bad guy Mujin is a big bad guya big fool. And a big fool with a lot of love. How can you tell Rixiang about such a thing? You should hide it from me. Yeah, I won't expose you, mister. Mew, you are such a stupid idiot. He said that except for girls. If he were placed in the world he was in before. If he dares to say it, he will definitely make the girl explode and make her fall out with you. But in this world, in this era, it's different after all. Here, polygamy is normal as long as there are capable men. Most of them have more than one person. For example, Yuzui Tenjin, sound pillar of the Demon Slayer squad, has 3 wives. And these 3 wives are all quite powerful. Saying that she has other women besides Rika is indeed difficult for Yubayashiki Rika to accept. And her delicate little face even showed obvious sadness. But obviously Yubayashiki Rika has been prepared. Or in other words, Makan has another woman, which has been taken into consideration by Yubayashiki Rika. It's not that it's unacceptable. Mujin, you are so good. It is normal for other girls to like you. Yubayashiki Rixiang lowered his head and said softly. Instead, he started to comfort Su-Mew. Su-Mew was slightly startled. But she didn't expect that the other party would explain it to her, as she didn't understand the strange psychology of girls. But however, he quickly reacted and couldn't help stroking the girl's silky hair with his hand, and said softly, "Boxing is so nice." Hearing Su-Mew's praise, Yubayashiki felt slightly better inside. But when her beautiful eyes looked at Su-Mew, there was still a bit of resentment. However, despite this, Su-Mew still has to explain to Yubayashiki Rika, as you know, Rika is a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. He hunts evil spirits in order to protect humans. He often walks on the edge of life and death, which is very stressful. If the pressure keeps building up, people will go crazy. Su-Mew said softly, with a bit of frustration. It seems that everything he does is involuntary. Hearing what Su-Mew said, Yubayashiki instinctively stood beside Su-Mew and considered the problem. She agreed very much with what Su-Mew said. As a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, he always walks on the edge of life and death. If he fails in his mission, he will be devoured by evil spirits. Most swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps are under a lot of pressure. Some swordsmen will always look for the singer when they have no mission. Or many swordsmen are very good at drinking, after all. Women and fine wine are often the best ways to relieve physical stress. MRMU, I understand. The girl wrapped her hands around Mujin's waist and pressed her little face into the man's arms. The sourness in her heart was relieved a lot at this moment. On the contrary, I felt that it was not easy for Mujin. After all, to be able to reach this level of strength must have suffered a lot. It took a lot of life and death to have the strength to kill the winding evil ghost. This is a process that almost every pillar has gone through. No Demon Slayer swordsman would become a pillar so easily. For Mujin to become a pillar at such an age, and to be a pillar with the strength to kill the Shanxian evil ghost, he must have experienced a lot of pressure. Thinking that when Makajun was under so much pressure, he could not accompany him and did not relieve the pressure for Makajun, Yubayashiki Rika unconsciously felt a little guilty in his heart. However, Yubayashiki Rika didn't know that Su-Mew's strength was not acquired through painful training. And she had never experienced the test of life and death when killing evil spirits. In the previous actions of hunting evil ghosts, his strength was far superior to the evil ghost. So there was not much danger. It's not like the pressure that Yubayashiki thought. Su-Mew silently pretended that she couldn't help herself, while silently enjoying the comfort of Yubayashiki Day thinking. At the same time, I am also thinking about how to arrange how Yubayashiki will meet Kamado AI in the future. Regarding the fact that he has a woman outside, the woman Kamado Kuiji is very sensible and obedient. So there is no need to worry about Kamado Kuiji's emotions. Now it seems that if 2 people are arranged to get along, there won't be any problem. However, when 2 people are together, how to treat them becomes a problem after all. The other person will always have an opinion on who is nicer to you. The only thing I need to worry about is Nezuko. Originally, Nezuko had a problem with herself and Kamado AI, who often bullied her, but if she saw him, she would bring a woman to warm up, or take the woman back when Kamado AI is pregnant. I'm afraid it will explode directly. Thinking of this, Su-mu couldn't help but frown. While Su-mu was thinking, she suddenly felt that the atmosphere seemed a little too quiet. I couldn't help but lower my head, only to find that Yubayashiki was really looking at me quietly. Sorry, I was just thinking about this mission so. Su-mu casually found a reason to explain. Yubayashiki Rika really thinks that Su-mu is considering this mission. And naturally she will not blame the man she likes. She just stood on tiptoes and kissed him gently on the face. Rixiang doesn't have much ability. The only thing she can do is to silently support Mujun. I won't let Mujun worry about Mujun's woman. After Su-mu heard this, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After all, it was somewhat immoral to deceive a girl like this. But this feeling of self-blame only flashed away in my heart. From the moment you want to own it, it is already immoral. Except he didn't want to have such a beautiful girl. But obviously this is unlikely. He held the girl in his arms. Rixiang is really good. Yubayashiki Rixiang just pressed her face tightly into Su-mu's arms. To be honest, it was impossible not to feel a little sad in her heart. But this is the reality of this world. This is a world where polygamy is on the table. And it doesn't mean she doesn't want to share Mujun with other girls because she doesn't want to. If you can't stand this, the result will be that he and Mujun will be separated to a large extent. Leave Mujun. Such thoughts, after handing herself over to Makun, no longer existed in Yubayashiki's mind. So, in front of Yubayashiki Rika actually, there is and only one way. Speaking of it, I have already met my father-in-law Yubayashiki Kagya with Rixiang. But I haven't written about Boxiang meeting Is King Yu Ren yet. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Su-mu suddenly spoke. Wanna see mother? Yubayashiki Rixiang little hands couldn't help but tighten slightly. In fact, deep down, Rixiang is more afraid of her mother than her father. Of course we have to tell Mrs. Amin about our relationship, right? Su-mu explained with a smile, although he said this. At this moment, the woman known as the birch tree fairy couldn't help but come to mind. With her graceful and luxurious temperament and perfect figure, a few ripples occurred unconsciously. Speaking of which, Yubayashiki Rika and Ashiyashiki Amin have somewhat similar faces. But after all, she is his daughter, so it is normal for her to inherit her excellent genes. But compared to Yubayashiki Amin, Yubayashiki Rixiang is a bit inferior in taste. Not a luxurious room. A woman called the Birch Fairy lives here. The woman knelt and sat in front of the pedal, holding a piece of paper and reading silently. From time to time she would pick up a pen and write a few words on it. The woman has a noble and elegant temperament. And her face is also beautiful. Her delicate, slender and perfect look is like a statue of a god that a master craftsman has worked hard on. There is no flaw to be found from the inside out. That beautiful feeling is like giving people a dreamlike illusion, giving people an unreal sense of beauty in the past. Although dealing with these tedious intelligence tasks would be tiring, Yubayashiki Tenyu could endure it. But when she thought of her daughter, the woman's pretty brows couldn't help but frown. Rika seemed to have stayed away all night after arriving at the young swordsman's place, which gave Yubayashiki Amin an ominous premonition. There was even a hint of regret in my heart, as it seemed that I shouldn't have sent Rixiang there. But no matter what, it cannot be changed, and if Rixiang doesn't make it there, I'm afraid I'll have to go alone. Thinking of the way the young swordsman looked at him, Yubayashiki Amin's beautiful brows could not help but frown tightly. While Yubayashiki Amin was thinking, crisp footsteps came from outside the door. Is Rixiang back? Yubayashiki Amin's eyes flashed with joy, and he couldn't help but stand up soon. Yubayashiki Amin met his daughter Yubayashiki Rika. This makes Yubayashiki Amin feel a little happy. But when he saw the tall figure standing with his daughter, the joy on his face 213 also stiffened slightly. Mother. When Yubayashiki Rixiang saw her mother, she immediately ran over happily and wanted to hug her mother immediately. But the rules of the Yubayashiki family made Yubayashiki Fuka stop her steps. As a member of the Yubayashiki family, we are destined not to be like ordinary people and can do anything unscrupulously. Rixiang is back. Yubayashiki Amin looked at his daughter tenderly. But immediately, Yubayashiki Amin discovered something was wrong with her daughter. Or my daughter has changed. The change from girl to woman seems invisible on the outside. But the changed temperament is very conspicuous. As someone who has experienced this, Yubayashiki Amin naturally understands. This made Yubayashiki Amin's face stiffen. And a pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but look towards Su-mu. With a hint of coldness. This person is probably the only one who can change Rixiang. Facing the gaze of Yubayashiki Amin, Su-mu faced it calmly. But instead looked at Yubayashiki Amin. She is worthy of being called the birch tree fairy. She is truly nobly elegant and beautiful, meet Mrs. Amin. Su-mu nodded slightly. Yubayashiki Amin, beautiful eyes took a deep look at Su-mu. And those beautiful eyes revealed extremely complex emotions. But in the end he forced a smile and said, "It's Mr. Mu who came here. I don't know why he came to my place, but what's the matter? I have something to congratulate Mrs. Amin." Su-mu said with a smile. And then pulled Rixiang in front of her. Feeling Su-mu's movements, Yubayashiki Rixiang couldn't help but feel a hint of shyness on her face. "Congratulations to Mrs. Amin, you have a good son-in-law. From now on I may have to call Mrs. Tianyu my mother-in-law, hoo-hoo." After hearing Su-mu's words, Yubayashiki Amin's broad mind began to rise and fall unconsciously. It can be seen that the woman's emotions were fluctuating greatly at this moment. The woman stared at Su-mu with a bit of annoyance. Facing the gaze of Yubayashiki Amin, Su-mu seemed to have no feeling and said, "Mrs. Amin has said that if Miss Rika can convince me to participate in the mission, she will marry Miss Rika to me. This is what Mrs. Amin personally told Miss Rixiang. I hope Mrs. Yin will not go against her words." Su-mu grabbed the little hand of Yubayashiki Rixiang and said with a smile to Yubayashiki Amin. Hoo-hoo, the woman's breasts rose and fell more and more. In all these years, nothing has ever caused Yubayashiki Amin to have such great emotional ups and downs. But in the end I could only grit my teeth and swallowed. "I said so," Yubayashiki Amin said coldly. Looking at his daughter Yubayashiki Rika. Seeing that her daughter was full of shyness, she sighed slightly. He was afraid that his daughter was really attracted by the person in front of her. Snort. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but let out a cold hum. "I also hope that Mujin will go to Tokyo as soon as possible to investigate the Eternal Bliss sect. You must know that if the evil ghost of Shanxian exists for one more day, one more person will die every day. Please ask Mujin put the mission first." Su-mu nodded and said, "I will come back with the head of the winding evil ghost and present it to my mother-in-law as a betrothal gift for marrying Miss Rixiang." Yubayashiki Amin didn't say anything. But a pair of 80 eyes looked deeply at this bold young swordsman. "I'm sleepy. I need to rest." Su-mu glanced at the slim and tall figure of Yubayashiki Amin. And then smiled and said, "Then I will take Miss Rika down." Seeing Su-mu leaving with her daughter, the heart-stoppingly beautiful woman sighed, tightened her kimono clothes, and unconsciously rubbed her temples with her white hands. It feels like the whole person is not well. This young swordsman does not seem to be as easy to deal with as imagined. Thinking of the obscure look the other party had on him, Yubayashiki Amin's white little hands clenched unconsciously. How audacious! The woman's small white hand hammered the low table in front of her, shaking the letters on the table. The plump chest also trembled slightly. Leaving the room of Yubayashiki Amin and coming outside, Su-mu also said goodbye to Yubayashiki Rika and was about to leave for Tokyo. "Mu, please take it seriously." Yubayashiki Rixiang hugged Su-mu with a look of reluctance on her face. Su-mu leaned forward and found the girl's lips until the girl was completely out of breath and released her hold on Yubayashiki Rika. Going to leave. He patted Yubayashiki Rika's little head, looked at the other person's beautiful eyes that were slightly misty, and said with a free and easy smile, "But we will meet again. Right, Yubayashiki Rika also knew that she shouldn't cry at this time, and wanted to say goodbye to Makaki's departure. But when she thought of him leaving, she felt very sad. After all, this is the girl I just fell in love with. And this is the most clingy time. Su-mu leaned down slightly. Biting the earlobe of Yubayashiki, Rixiang exhaled and said softly, "Next time we meet, I will make Rixiang pregnant with some little fools." The girl's delicate body trembled slightly at this time. Sumiu also waved her hands slightly and walked away. Yubayashiki Rika stood there and watched for a long time. Even if her back disappeared, she still stayed in the same place, already left. From behind, my mother's gentle voice came. Yubayashiki Rika turned around, looked at her noble, elegant and beautiful mother, and lowered her head slightly. "Mom, do you hate Mukun very much?" Yubayashiki Amin made no secret of his disgust. Hearing this, Yubayashiki Rixiang's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. She still hoped that her mother could send her blessing to her marriage to Mujun. Looking at his depressed daughter, Yubayashiki Amin couldn't help but step forward. Hugged her and whispered, "That swordsman is not a good person. Don't let Rixiang be deceived by him." When talking about this, Yubayashiki Amin also felt a little guilty in her heart. She should not have asked her daughter to persuade her yesterday. She really didn't expect that the other party would be so bold as to eat her daughter directly. Faced with her mother saying that she likes someone like this, Yubayashiki Rika directly pushed her mother away and turned her head to the side. Rixiang knows whether Mujun is a good person or not. Perhaps in the eyes of her mother, Mujun is a very bad person. But in Rixiang's eyes, Mujun is a person worth relying on. "What a stupid boy, you are completely blinded by him." Yubayashiki Amin frowned. "Yeah." Yubayashiki Rixiang raised her head. "But mother, I don't care." Tokyo, a prosperous city with a population of more than 1 million. In such a prosperous city, many people die from normal deaths every day. Even if a few people disappear occasionally, it is very normal because of this. It is difficult to find the man-eating evil spirits hidden in this bustling city. Sumiu did not come alone. He was accompanied by a sea-level swordsman, Nakazato Rui, who was in charge of this place. She is a very rare female swordsman in the Demon Slayer squad. Her appearance is just above average, and the only highlight is probably her big breasts. In the Demon Slayer Corps, there are not many female swordsmen. This is also due to the inherent disadvantages of women. After all, women are naturally much weaker than men. "Senior, are you going to investigate the Eternal Bliss sect now?" Rui Nakazato looked at the tall swordsman in front of him respectfully, with a touch of admiration in his eyes. After all, the swordsman in front of him had killed 2 winding demons in a row, which had never happened before in the Demon Slayer Corps history over the past 100 years. Most swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps can become pillars. Most of them become pillars by slaying the last quarter moon in 12 Kazuki. Only the person in front of me can become a pillar by killing the 12 Kazuki demon. The strength can be described as powerful and admirable. "Go and have a look," Sumiu nodded. Rui Nakazato immediately led the way. The Eternal Bliss sect is only a very small sect among the sects that exist in Tokyo and is not conspicuous. However, because of the appearance of evil spirits, the Demon Slayer squad paid close attention to this sect. Certainly, this kind of attention only exists during the day. At night, whether they are monitoring the nearby swordsmen or the hermits who are active nearby to collect intelligence and ensure logistics, they will all evacuate. It's daytime now. And Nakazato Rui is not afraid of the terrifying Yuzatsu evil ghost. After a leave in the ancestor of ghosts, Kibutsuji Musen cannot bask in the sunshine. This is also the reason why evil spirits never dare to become too rampant. After all, no matter how powerful the evil spirits are in the night, when the day comes, they can only be like mice hiding in the darkness and shivering, praying that the warm sunshine will not shine through. Under the leadership of Rui Nakazato, Sumiu quickly arrived at the location of the Eternal Bliss sect. This is a sect with about 250 people. When Sumiu and Nakazato Rui came over, they also attracted the attention of the sect members here. Soon, a member of the Eternal Bliss sect came over. Try not to speak ill of the leader in front of them. These believers are very pious to their leader. Next to him, Nakazato Rui reminded him in a low voice. Sumiu nodded, her eyes also falling on these believers. It can be seen that these people are not evil ghosts, but real people. However, these people do not know that the leader they worship is a man-eating evil ghost. Without accurate information, it would be difficult to believe that there is actually a very cruel evil spirit within this seemingly peaceful sect. Moreover, this cruel evil ghost is still their leader. Accompanied by Rui Nakazato, Sumyu got familiar with the Eternal Bliss sect, but unfortunately no trace of Dalmath's second string was found. Obviously, even the ferocious Shanxian evil ghost can only hide in the dark shadows during the day and look at the warm sunshine outside in fear. But while passing by a room, Sumyu heard a beautiful singing voice. This made Sumyu stop slightly. The sound was gentle, like the clear sound of mountain spring water dripping into a pool, lingering in my ears. This is a new member of the Eternal Bliss sect who recently joined. Rui Nakazato explained in a low voice beside him, because he couldn't bear the domestic violence of his husband and the difficulties of his mother-in-law. He took his children to the Eternal Bliss sect late at night, and was personally summoned by the evil ghost Shanxian. Sumyu nodded, not paying much attention. However, the next day, someone found the bodies of her husband and mother-in-law in the nearby mountains and forests. Their necks were directly twisted. They seemed to have seen something terrifying before they died, with obvious expressions on their faces, the fear. Rui Nakazato continued to introduce the obviously. This sea-level female swordsman knew a lot about the situation of the Eternal Bliss sect. You are very good. Sumyu couldn't help but praise after hearing this. Hearing Sumyu's praise, Rui Nakazato had a happy expression on his face. But he still lowered his head slightly and said in a low voice, compared to my seniors, Rui Nakazato only did some trivial things. Sumyu couldn't help but glance at Rui Nakazato. She had a pretty face, but she was used to beauties like Kamado Ai and Kachukani. So the beauty of Rui Nakazato seemed average. The only advantage women have is probably their larger breasts. It can be seen that this female swordsman seems to admire him very much. He may be able to capture this female swordsman by showing some willingness. But obviously, he doesn't have much intention in this regard now. Soon Sumyu followed Rui Nakazato to a courtyard. Under the cherry blossom tree, a gentle woman dressed in simple clothes was sitting on her knees. In front of the woman, there was a cradle. The woman hummed and sang in style, looking at the child in the cradle from time to time with gentle eyes. The beautiful singing voice comes out with the woman's singing voice and spreads far. Sumyu also stopped. The singing is beautiful. Sumyu couldn't help but sigh, yes. The Nakazato Rui next to her also nodded and looked at the woman in front of her. Nakazato Rui's eyes were filled with a group of already. Even if the woman sitting on her knees is just a back view, she is still extremely attractive. The upper body is stretched straight, and the simple clothes outline extremely attractive curves. Seems to hear movement when looks back. An extremely beautiful face was revealed. The only pity was that the corners of this woman's eyes were still somewhat bruised. This is the woman who suffered domestic violence that I mentioned to Mujun. Zero, please give me flowers. Rui Nakazato said softly, it's such a pity, such a beauty. Such a pretty face, how could she be willing to hit her? Sumyu shook her head, senior is so gentle. Rui Nakazato whispered from the side. It seemed that their appearance attracted the woman's attention. The woman instinctively hugged the cradle, turned back, and looked at them warily. Sumyu nodded slightly, indicating that there was no malice. Seeing this, zipping Kinai also relaxed slightly, at the same time holding the child in the cradle. He bent down slightly and nodded, Kinai, I've met you too. Sumyu nodded, and at the same time looked at the child held in the other party's cradle. The child is very cute. His name is Hashibira Inasuk. Thank you, sir, for the compliment, Hashibira Inasuk. Sumyu murmured slightly, looking at the child and then at the young woman holding the child. I heard about Madam Zero, he spoke softly. Zui Pinkin's delicate body tightened slightly, and she unconsciously held the cradle tightly. But don't worry, ma'am, we don't have any ill intentions. He smiled and said, I just think it will be very hard for Madam to take care of the children alone. No. I am very happy to be able to watch Inasuk grow up happily. And I don't feel hard at all. Zipping Katanoha looked at the child in the cradle with tenderness. Her beautiful eyes were full of maternal tenderness. Sumyu smiled and shook her head but said, "Although Madam does not feel it is hard. Lack of men will always make you unstable. If there is any danger, Madam is so weak. I am afraid that she will not be able to protect the safety of the child. And she still lacks the protection of men." Zipping Katanoha lowered her head slightly. But she didn't agree with it in her heart. Her previous husband left a great psychological shadow on her. Now she is very stable in this eternal bliss sect. Sumyu smiled, took a deep look at the seductive curves of Zippira Katanoha, and then left with Nakazato Rui. After leaving the station of the eternal bliss sect, Rui Nakazato couldn't help but said, "Senior. Is he attracted to that woman? Although she is very beautiful. She is already a woman and is not worthy of Senior at all. An outstanding person like Senior should." Sumyu glanced at Nakazato Rui, and the young female swordsman immediately closed her mouth. Sumyu stretched out her hand and gently lifted the female swordsman's chin. A woman has the beauty of a woman. And a girl has the advantages of a girl. For example, Rui Nakazato is cute too, as he said that. He glanced at the bulging chest, chuckled. And the shy Rui Nakazato put his chin completely on the bulging chest. "Senior, aren't you going to continue your investigation at the Eternal Paradise Religion's headquarters?" Seeing that Sumyu was about to take him away from the headquarters of the Eternal Bliss sect, Rui Nakazato couldn't help but ask, "After all, if you can find traces of the winding evil ghost during the day, it will be very useful in dealing with the winding evil ghost. If the evil ghost can be bathed in the sun during the day, then a battle with the winding evil ghost can be avoided. Do you think that a winding evil ghost that can survive for hundreds of years will be so easy to find? Even if the evil ghost is found during the day, it must be difficult to see sunlight in the place where it lives." Sumyu said, "But what if?" Rui Nakazato still felt a bit unwilling. "If you can find a winding evil ghost during the day, it will be much easier to deal with the evil ghost. Perhaps there will be no very dangerous battles at all. As a ghost hunter, you really shouldn't consider working as an option," Sumyu said calmly, glancing slightly at Rui Nakazato and glancing at his bulging chest. "No matter what, relying on external objects is not as reliable as relying on one's own strength. Only seniors who are so powerful can say this," Rui Nakazato muttered, obviously not agreeing with Sumyu's statement. If the evil ghost can be exposed to the sun during the day, who would be willing to go through a dangerous battle at night to kill the evil ghost? Sumyu smiled, but he didn't think that the statement of Rui Nakazato was wrong. If he didn't have the strength to deal with the evil ghost of Shanxian, he would probably search for the traces of the seven-stringed evil ghost during the day. But now it doesn't have to be this way. He thinks that his strength is no problem against Dauma, the ice ghost, not afraid to fight it at night. While the two were talking, they soon arrived at a wine shop in the city. Apparently this is a drinking place. Sumyu asked the store owner for a separate private room and went in with Nakazato Rui. At night you may experience a very difficult battle. During the day you must eat and drink enough. Sumyu smiled and ordered a lot of food at the same time. With his net worth, he doesn't need to care too much about price. Soon the store brought the food to the table. The steaming heat lingered on it and it looked quite delicious. After the wine was served, Nakazato Rui immediately poured wine for Sumyu. But Sumyu refused. "I'll be fine by myself, you don't have to be too formal." He smiled, took the wine bottle, poured himself a glass first, and then poured a glass of wine for Nakazato Rui. Thank you, Senior." Rui Nakazato nervously held the wine glass with both hands, looking a little nervous. In this era the hierarchy is very strict. Although the situation in the Demon Slayer Corps is slightly better, it cannot change the situation of this era. Especially in this country, superiors have almost absolute control over subordinates. Some seniors do not regard their juniors as human beings at all, and the juniors can only swallow their anger and accept the situation. Like Sumyu, She doesn't listen to the advice of the master and is unruly, which is rare among the Demon Slayer squad. Most of them are like Rui Nakazato, who always maintain an extremely humble attitude towards their seniors. Seeing the somewhat nervous Rui Nakazato, Sumiyu did not force him to let go. Moreover, the other person was in such a humble state, which actually made him feel quite happy. While minding his own business, he was drinking wine and eating while talking to Rui Nakazato. Rui Nakazato is a sea-level swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. He has been responsible for handling intelligence on nearby evil spirits. He has always been very conscientious, being able to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Rui Nakazato obviously has an unknown past, and also has her own happiness that is destroyed by evil spirits along with the smell of blood. Under normal circumstances, Rui Nakazato will not tell others about her past. After all, it is the painful place in her heart. But under the stimulation of the wine and the concern of the senior Sumiyu, the girl also told her sad past. Once upon a time, Rui Nakazato was just the daughter of an ordinary family in a small town. She had an average family background, but her family was very happy. However, the arrival of the evil spirit destroyed everything. Both her parents were killed by the evil spirit, but she was the only one person survived naturally. Stimulated by hatred, Rui Nakazato joined the Demon Slayer squad. From the test of Tangzishan, he became a swordsman of the lowest level of the Demon Slayer Corps, and then stepped up step by step and became the current Class C swordsman. At first, the girl harbored hatred towards evil spirits and just wanted to kill them. However, as time went by and she continued to kill, she gradually began to get tired of her current life. Suddenly he wanted to live an ordinary life. Although he still hated evil ghosts, he obviously understood that no matter how many evil ghosts were killed, the happiness that had been destroyed would never come back. After the past events buried in her heart were revealed, the girl's nervousness relaxed a lot. The relationship between the two also seems to have become closer. It's just that Rui Nakazato doesn't seem to have a good drinking capacity. After a few glasses of wine, her cheeks became increasingly red, and her eyes fell into a state of intoxication. Although Rui Nakazato can only be regarded as having an average appearance, her bulging chest is far beyond that of ordinary women, which adds a bit of charm to her. Sumiyu drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, looked at Rui Nakazato, who was already in a state of intoxication, stood up and picked her up. I found a store to open a separate room, and with the store's warm and ambiguous eyes, I took Rui Nakazato in my arms. Rui Nakazato is very well developed, and her tight-fitting clothes make her look very stuffy. Dad, don't leave me. As if she was dreaming about the nightmare memory in her sleep, the girl suddenly hugged his waist tightly. The shop owner who was taking Sumiyu to the room couldn't help but staggered. He turned around and looked at Sumiyu, who was holding Nakazato Rui with a calm expression. He coughed dryly and showed an expression that every man would understand. A black line appeared in the corner of Sumiyu's eyes, but there was no explanation. This is the room you reserved. The shop owner handed over the key to the room, and Sumiyu took it. Under the ambiguous and envious eyes of the shop owner, she entered the room with Rui Nakazato in her arms and closed the door of the room. After Sumiyu put the Nakazato Rui on the bed, then he pounced on him. The hustle and bustle of the day passes quickly. Time also passed slowly before you know it. Night has arrived, and although there are still brightly lit places in the city, most of them are filled with closed doors. Sumiyu, who was immersed in the gentle land of 0.8, opened her eyes, pushed away the soft and fragrant jade on her body, and stood up. Get dressed and put on your feather fabric. Picked up the Nikaran blades. After finishing the glass of wine placed on the table, he glanced at the half-covered woman lying on the bed, and couldn't help but chuckle, while enjoying the perfect man and fine wine. It's time to kill the evil spirits. Even as he said this, Sumiyu leaned over and looked at Rui Nakazato, who had just opened her eyes in a daze. The two looked at each other, and the girl obviously couldn't stand his gaze and lowered her head. Sumiyu smiled and put the quilt on Zhongli Rui's shoulders. remember to wait for me to come back." As he said this, his big hand reached into the quilt and held it gently. The girl's face turned red and she couldn't help biting her lips. Sumyu laughed a few times, shook her big hand slightly, and then turned around gracefully. "Go hunting evil spirits." The Eternal Bliss sect was completely silent at night. Zipira Katanoha tidied herself up as usual. Being able to get the protection of the Eternal Bliss sect and allowing myself and her children to live here safely makes Zipping Kanai feel very grateful and respects the teachings of the Eternal Bliss sect. Perhaps only a sect like the Eternal Bliss sect would help poor suffering people like her. Involuntarily, Zipira Katanoha thought of the founder of the Eternal Paradise sect who saved her and her child. It was the other party who stopped her husband and mother-in-law who wanted to take her away violently, and also avoided what happened to her and her children when they returned home. Only these days she also has doubts in her heart because she heard that her husband and mother-in-law seemed to be dead. This made her feel incredible. Although he wasn't very smart, he still vaguely guessed something, probably. The patriarch killed her husband and mother-in-law. Although she guessed this possibility, Zuihei Katanoha did not have any hatred towards her god ancestor. After she married into that family, she would encounter domestic violence every day. And your cruel mother-in-law also made things difficult for her. In addition, her husband and mother-in-law even wanted to hurt their own children, which finally made Katanoha Kuibira unbearable, and she escaped with her children in her arms. Because of these, Katira Katanoha did not have any feelings for her husband and mother-in-law. So she did not feel any sadness after hearing the death of her husband and mother-in-law. On the contrary, after hearing the news of the death of her husband and mother-in-law, Ten Katanoi felt a little relieved in her heart. Even some thanks to the ancestors, in addition. The ancestor allowed him to live a stable life in the Eternal Bliss sect, which made Zipping Kanai feel grateful. Just like the previous few nights, Zui Peng Chenyi came to the teacher's room. The ancestor liked to hear her singing very much. So every night, she would come over and sing some songs to the ancestor. It's just that I came earlier today than a few nights ago. Only, when entering the house, I saw the leader in his position. When he saw the ancestor holding a human hand and chewing something, the whole person of Zai Ping Chenyi was stunned. Her pretty face was also pale. Zui Ping Chenyi obviously did not expect that the gentle-voiced patriarch who saved himself and his child would be eating human flesh and blood at this night. In particular, the head of the dead woman was still hanging on the ground, and the wide eyes of the dead woman seemed to have a chill all over her body. Dalmaho was eating human beings. Couldn't help but raise his head and look at the Zai Ping Katanoha, who was looking at him with a pale face. He wiped the blood all over his mouth and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. Katanoha, I'm here, send these people to the world of bliss. And they will be immortal like me forever. I just integrate their bodies into my body." Dauma explained with a smile. Dauma was still reluctant to eat the woman who sang beautifully in front of him. After all, hearing her singing made him feel very peaceful. But in the eyes of Zipping Katanoha, the patriarch in front of her is no longer the previous patriarch, but a wolf in sheep's clothing. What worries her even more is whether this kind of man-eating evil ghost will appear in the future. One day he ate his own children, when he thought that one day his child might be eaten by the demon in front of him. The Katira Katanoha, who was originally frightened and almost collapsed to the ground, somehow felt a surge of strength in his body. Almost immediately he struggled and ran away. Seeing the fleeing Katanoha, Dauma's colorful eyes narrowed slightly. With a gentle smile still on his face, "I was reluctant to eat you," Dauma murmured quietly. He originally planned to keep this woman until she died. But the other party obviously couldn't understand his kind behavior. Just like those stupid humans, unable to understand themselves. Don't you know that if I eat up all the human beings from blood to flesh, I can integrate the other person into my body and let the other person live forever with me? Don't you know that by doing this, I can lead these people to the salvation they deserve? I originally thought you would understand me. But now it seems that you are no different from those stupid humans. In this case, I can only let you merge into my body and live with me forever. Dauma said calmly, and continued to eat the human corpse in his hands slowly. For Dauma, it is very shameful to waste food. If a little bit is omitted, these humans will not be able to live forever with him. As for the escaped Katanoha, Dauma didn't think he could escape. Katanoha Kuzuhira quickly ran back to the room, picked up Hashibira Inasuke, who was catching the basket, and ran outside the man's bliss sect as he ran. Zipping Katanoha stroked the child's face, with obvious self-blame on his face. I'm sorry, Inasuke, it's all my fault. It was my mother's stupidity that harmed you. My mother failed to fulfill her responsibilities as a mother and failed to protect you, putting you in such a dangerous place. It's all Mom's fault. Zui Ping Chinyi ran, hoping to escape far away from here. However, before he ran far out of the temple, there was a slight sound of wind behind him. Zui Ping Chinyi couldn't help but turn around. But he saw a smiling figure behind him come back. Dauma smiled and looked at Zipping Katanoha. How could Zui Ping Chinyi believe a man-eating evil spirit? He immediately turned around and ran as fast as he could. The wind is blowing, the woman ran as fast as she could. She understands that once the other party catches up, she will die and her children will be eaten. She can bear it if she is eaten, but her child will be eaten, which is something that Katira Katanoha cannot bear no matter what. She must protect her child. Why is this happening? Why can't you trust me? Looking at the Katira Katanoha running desperately, Dauma couldn't help but insert his fingers into his head and stirred his brain with his fingertips. I eat them, but I am giving them salvation. Why should I be afraid? Why should I choose to leave and me, run? Keep running. When you are in the most despair, I will appear. Redeem you, integrate you into my body and let you like me. Live forever in the world. It's a wonderful state of affairs, isn't it? Zipira Katanoha ran desperately. But how could she escape an evil spirit? Even if you exhaust all your strength and try your best, you can't get rid of the evil ghost. When we came to the mountain stream and looked at the rolling stream under the mountain stream, Zui Ping Chinyi couldn't help but look back at some point. Dauma's figure appeared behind him, looking at Zipira Katanoha with a gentle face. However, seeing the other party's gentle smile, the terrifying scene of the other party devouring human flesh and blood immediately appeared in the mind of Zipira Katanoha, and she couldn't help but tremble in her heart. If the child falls into the hands of the other party, it will definitely be eaten. Lowering his head and looking at the stream under the mountain stream, Zipping Kinai hugged the cradle tightly. Inasuke, please stay alive. Zipping Kinai put her face on the child's face, and then threw the cradle into the stream under the mountain stream. She just hoped that the mountain stream would not sink her child and take her child to a safe place. If according to the original history, the child who was thrown into the cradle was eventually raised by a female wild boar as her own child, and survived. As for the Zipping Katanoha, it will be completely eaten by Dauma. When Zui Ping Chinyi threw the child into the mountain stream, he stared at the cradle, fearing that the child would fall into the stream and sink. Only, just as what Katira Katanoha was worried about didn't happen, a figure appeared at some point and caught the dropped cradle. The figure flashed and the child holding her appeared in front of him. As the figure of the man holding the cradle fell, the feather cloth draped on the man also floated in the wind. The moonlight fell on the man's shoulder, as if a layer of sugar had been sprinkled on it at this moment. The man was tall, with a blade hanging from his waist. At this moment, he was holding her child and stood there quietly. It's the one I saw during the day. Katira Katanoha recognized the other person almost at first sight. Sumiu held the child and walked to Zipping Kinai, stretched out her hand and picked the woman's fair chin. Under the moonlight, the woman is so beautiful that it makes people forget to look at her. Madame, she's very beautiful. But if a woman takes care of her children, if something unexpected happens, she can't do it without a man. He smiled and at the same time handed the cradle he was holding into the hands of Zipira Katanoha. Zipira Katanoha held the child tightly in her arms. Sumiu glanced slightly at the graceful figure of Zipping Kinai. then turned her head and looked at Daoma, who was standing quietly not far away. Daoma, 12 Kazuki's second string ice ghost. Among the Shanxian evil spirits, their strength is also at the forefront. He has white oak hair, colorful eyes, and his head looks like blood has been splashed on it. Just like how he always behaves at this moment. He is showing a carefree smile. If you don't know his true face, I'm afraid you will really think that he is a very gentle person. But unfortunately, this is a man-eating evil ghost. Are you the one who killed Gyako? Tetsu and Tentaro the PR ***** sent **** Ute. Daoma looked at the tall young swordsman in front of him. Slightly shook his hand. And a golden folding fan appeared in his hand. The whole body of the folding fan seems to be made of gold and iron. And the edges of the fan are extremely sharp. The slight moonlight falls on the edge of the fan, bringing with it a cold chill. Soon you will be the next evil ghost that I will kill. Sumi spoke calmly. Daoma listened. And a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Over the years, there are still many pillars who have said this to me. But most of them are dead. Sumi smiled and did not answer. Instead, she turned around and looked at Zipping Kinai, who was still stagnant and holding the child. Still not leaving. Zipping Kotonoha seemed to have come back to her senses. Thank you so much. Thank you. You must take care of yourself, sir. I will take care of myself. After all, I saved my wife. But I haven't received her thanks yet. As he spoke, his eyes wandered up and down the woman's plump figure. If it were in the past, Zai Ping Kotonoha would definitely feel disgusted when faced with such a look. No one would want to be looked at like this. But at the most dangerous time, at the most desperate time, a man appeared, brought her hope, saved her child, and saved her. So that she did not hate Sumiu's eyes. In fact, this kind of gaze gave Kotonoha a different kind of sense of security in his heart. Sir, take care. Ziping Kinai bent down, thanked him gratefully, and then ran quickly towards the distance with the child in his arms. Daoma wanted to give chase, but when he saw Sumiu standing in front of him, he couldn't help grinding his teeth. You guys are really annoying. I don't know, am I trying to redeem her? Redemption. Sumiu looked at Daoma with a sneer. Does the so-called redemption mean eating people? You stupid humans don't understand at all. I eat her just to let her integrate into my body and become the same as me and achieve eternal life. Sumiu sneered, a man-eating monster like you deserves to live forever. As he spoke, he had already drawn out the Nichiren blades from his waist. Although Sumiu was confident that he could deal with Daoma, he would not relax but would treat it with vigilance. It's up to you to test my current strength, he smiled. At the same moment, Daoma also moved. With a slight wave of his fan, ice crystals began to fill the entire battlefield. This is Dauma's unique fighting method. He can turn his frozen blood into mist-like ice crystals and then spread them out with a fan. Once human skin comes into contact with these ice crystals, it will freeze. If the ice crystals are inhaled into the opponent's lungs, it can make it difficult to breathe, causing alveolar necrosis. Even Zhu would have a headache facing such a combat environment. The last time the three pillars joined forces, it was also because of this fighting environment that they soon fell into an unfavorable situation. The ice crystals that were waved out by Daoma with a fan and filled the entire venue quickly came into contact with Sumiu's skin. If an ordinary swordsman faced such cold ice crystals, his skin would have been frozen at this moment, and even Zhu would feel stiff all over. But when these ice crystals fell into Sumiu's skin, nothing seemed to happen, and they did not cause any discomfort to Sumiu at all. Seeing this scene, Dauma's colorful eyes couldn't help but shrink. You must know that although ordinary pillars can resist such ice crystals, they will always fall into discomfort. But Sumiu seemed not to notice it at all. Just like the breeze blowing on her face, without any discomfort. The physical quality has reached nearly 10 times the level of normal humans, which is already inhuman. At the same moment, Sumiu also moved. As the blade was unsheathed, Sumiu's figure also disappeared in a flash. In the cold moonlight, a fiery red blade flashed across the whooshing wind, shining like a shooting star. All of a sudden, it was drawn between Dauma's neck. This sword was almost at its peak. It seemed that at this moment, there was only this light left in the whole world. Dauma's colorful eyes also shrank sharply. And without hesitation, he immediately clasped his hands together and shouted sternly, "Vampire technique. Fog Ice Water Lily Bodhisattva." Almost the moment Dauma's voice fell, a huge ice man appeared in front of Dauma. This ice man looks like a bodhisattva with his hands clasped together. The ice man had appeared, and he immediately opened his mouth and spat out. A large number of ice crystals were spat out by the ice man, overwhelmingly towards Su Mu, who was slashing towards him with a sword. However, as soon as the overwhelming ice crystals encountered the meteor-like sword light, they dissipated in just an instant as if the ice and snow were melting. The sword light flashed away, and then there was a clear click sound, and the ice man just summoned was cut off by the sword. At the same moment, the blade continued to cut and grind with more power. However, with the ice man blocking him, Dauma also reacted and turned his body to the side. Although Dauma tried his best to dodge, the knife was too fast and he could not completely dodge it. Click! Accompanied by the sound of the knife cutting into the bones. Blood spattered, and an arm that lost its owner was cut off directly. Dauma's figure fell not far away, looking at the young swordsman holding the sword. His colorful pupils shrank sharply. This person's strength was so powerful that he felt a faint sense of fear. This is a feeling I have never felt in countless years. Almost without hesitation, Dauma turned and ran. At this moment Dauma probably understood why Jiak, Daki and Jyutaro died before, and finally understood what kind of powerful enemy they faced. "Can you run away?" Su Mu looked at the figure flying into the distance and sneered. The next second feathers flew up, and Su Mu's figure had disappeared from the place. The sound of buzzing swords was heard in the air, and Dauma just turned around, his eyes filled with a fiery red sword light. No time to resist yet. A flash of knife light has already scratched my neck. Blood splatters, the head Hao Wangnu was thrown away. With a bit of shock in his ice end finally fell to the ground. The headless corpse still kept running forward for several steps. Finally it seemed that it suddenly reached a stalemate. Stop it and finally fell to the ground. Su Mu sheathed her sword and the flying Yujai also fell down. She calmly looked at the evil ghost whose head was beheaded by her. With a calm expression of sadness or joy, ding. Congratulations to the host. You killed an evil ghost and gained 5 attribute points. A familiar voice sounded in my ears before he knew it. Even Dauma from 12 Kazuki, the second ice demon, was no longer his opponent. Unknowingly it was powerful enough. There are not many people in this world who can threaten him. Perhaps Kibutsuji Muzen, ancestor of ghosts, is still possible, but with his cautious character, he may not appear in front of him again after killing Dauma. The air began to be filled with an unpleasant stench. But there was not much sadness, generally speaking, when an evil spirit has his head cut off by Nichiren blades and the moment of death. He will recall his past as a human being, and only then will he regret what he did when he became an evil spirit. But for Daume, he has been unable to understand human emotions since he was a child. And he does not have the joy and sorrow and joy of normal people. Therefore, when he recalls the memories of being a human, he will naturally not have too many emotions, let alone any regrets. At the moment when his neck was cut off by Nichiren blades, Dauma just had an idea in his mind. Even if his head was cut off by Nichiren blades, he would not das like the ancestor of ghosts. Kibutsuji Muzen broke through the limits of ghosts. Even if he was cut off by Nichiren blades, cut off the head and will not die. But in the end Dauma couldn't do it. Even if its head was severed by Nichiren blades, Dauma found that it still had no fear of death and was unable to possess that strong desire to live. Naturally, there is not enough motivation to break through the limits of being a ghost. I will be waiting for you in hell. Dauma's vague voice echoed in the air. Hell. Su Mu raised her head and stared at Dauma's dissipated body. The so-called hell is the place where you return, and he. But not afraid after killing Dauma. Su Mu also summoned the Send Crow to pass on the news of killing 12 Kazuki. The ghost of the second ice, Dauma. I don't know what the expression of Yubayashiki Kaguya will be like after receiving the message. However, I believe that Kaguya the leader of the Demon Slayer squad, will be very happy when the news of killing the usage demon has spread. Kibutsuji Musen has long been used to the long nights. She stood on the windowsill, looking at the full moon in the sky, with a trace of desire in her scarlet eyes, longing for that full moon to turn into the sun, and she, Kibutsuji Musen, can bask in the sun. But all this was a dream after all. Since she turned into an evil ghost, she could no longer bathe in the warm sunshine. Why? Kibutsuji Musen let out a long sigh. I don't know when I will be able to find the blue bibai flower. Kibutsuji Musen's long and charming eyes narrowed into two gaps. And between those gaps was a deep desire suddenly. Seems to feel something. Kibutsuji Musen's charming long eyes suddenly opened. And his eyes also turned scarlet. Bayu's hand pressed against the windowsill was also slightly firm. The tiny hands fell on the windowsill looking light and weak. But the entire window seemed to have encountered some terrifying force and directly shattered. Dauma dead, Kibutsuji Musen gritted his teeth. Damn it, it's that damn swordsman again. Although she doesn't like the evil ghost Dauma, and even hates him a little, there is no doubt that he is still very powerful if he can become the two strings. Even the second stringer was beheaded. How powerful was that young swordsman? Another one. Jiguo Anishi, Kibutsuji Musen clenched his fist slightly. His long and charming eyes flashed with a trace of unwillingness. But he still issued the order to summon 12 Kazuki. After killing Dauma, Sumiu also left the place and found the escaping Katanoha. After feeling the movement coming from behind, Zuiping Katanoha's face turned extremely pale. And he couldn't help but recall the tall figure who stopped the demon for him in his mind. Could it be that it's dead? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt in my heart. After all, the other party died because of Mebut soon. These guilts were replaced by greater fear. If that adult can't stop that terrifying demon, then what will happen to him this moment? Zipping Katanoha's body was trembling at this time. She didn't care about her own death. But she was worried about her child. Stupid woman. Why are you running away with your child in your arms? Behind him, a man's rude and dissatisfied voice came. Zai Ping Qinyi turned around suddenly and saw the tall figure slowly walking out under the moonlight. And he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. My lord, I'm not dead. 11. Zuiping Katanoha couldn't help but say, feeling a lot more relieved. However, after saying the words, Zaiping Katanoha felt a little regretful. Such words seemed like she wished the man in front of her would die. What, you want me to die? Sumiu walked over. And a pair of dark eyes fell on Zipping Kinai. No, I. That's not what I meant. Zipping Katanoha explained hurriedly. Seeing the hurried explanation of the beautiful young woman in front of her, Sumiu also put her hand on her chin and looked at the woman. Besides, I haven't received the reward yet. How could I die so easily? Feeling that the adult's eyes were staring at her, Zipira Katanoha couldn't help but lower her head slightly. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Zui Ping Katanoha couldn't help but asked in a low voice, that. Where is the devil? Sumiu pointed behind the woman. Of course behind you. After hearing this, Zipping Kinai's face suddenly turned pale, and he turned his head in a hurry. But behind him there was no sign of the evil ghost. Sir, there is no demon behind me. The woman turned around and replied with a pale face. Of course I lied to you. Seeing the trembling look on the woman's face, Sumiu laughed. Sir, it scared me to death. Zipping Katanoha couldn't help but pat her plump chest with her hands. Just now, I was really scared to death by Sumiu's words. Madam, you look very timid. Sumiu walked up to Zipping Kinai, and the tall figure looked down at the woman in front of her. Zipping Kinai raised his head, only to feel the oppressive breath coming towards his face. Speaking of which, Madam hasn't given me a reward for rescuing you. You know, it took me a lot of effort to kill that evil spirit. But I don't have much money. And I don't have anything valuable on me. Zui Ping Katanoha lowered her head with an apologetic expression. No, Madam still has something very valuable. Precious thing. Zui Ping Qinyi was slightly startled at first, then seemed to think of something, and hugged the child tightly. My child, no matter what. I can't give it to you. No, not the child. Sumiu shook her head. the precious thing I am talking about is not a child. When he heard that he didn't want his own child, Zui Ping Katanoha was a little more relaxed. But at the same time he was also a little confused. What else is valuable about Katanoha? Su Mu stretched out her hand, gently pinched the woman's chin, and looked at the woman with a pair of eyes, for example. Madame is very precious. The delicate body of the mouth-flat Katanoha also suddenly tensed up. The delicate body of zipping Katanoha was tense. Obviously she did not expect that the person who saved her would actually. This made a slight hint of despair appear in the woman's heart. With her strength, if the man in front of her forced her, she would have no chance of resisting. Su Mu's body moved closer to the young woman's side. And as he approached, Zui Ping Chinyi couldn't help but retreat. It wasn't until he retreated to a big tree that the cold trees pressed against his warm back. At this moment, Zuihu Kinai realized that he had no way to retreat. Sir. Don't do this. Zipping Katanoha held the child tightly in her hands, feeling panic and despair in her heart at the same time. She also felt desolate in her heart. So she escaped from the hands of the evil ghost, but fell into the hands of others. Just like her humble life, it was always full of suffering. Su Mu put her left and right hands on the tree, blocking the escape routes left and right of Ziping Kinai. It is almost a perfect tree dong, cutting off any escape route for women. Su Mu approached slowly, staring at the woman in front of her, and moved her head closer. Zipping Kinai seemed to be stunned, and could only watch Su Mu's face slowly approaching. When the hot air from the man's breath hit his face, Zai Ping Chinyi seemed to realize the situation in front of him. She hurriedly stretched out her hand to push Su Mu away. It's just that the woman's strength is too weak. Not to mention that she is holding a child. And she is worried that if she uses force, she will annoy the man in front of her. She was not afraid. But she was afraid that the man in front of her would hurt her child. This moment Zui Ping Katanoha was a little desperate. If the man in front of her really wanted to do something to him, she wouldn't be able to resist at all. Madam, you seem to be afraid of me. Facing the woman's increasingly desperate eyes, Su Mu revealed a smile and said suddenly. The low voice was like the whisper of a devil, which made Katanoha the mouth Ping feel a sense of fear in his heart. Because she didn't know whether Su Mu was angry at this moment or just asking. I'm not afraid of adults. Zai Ping Chinyi lowered his head and said softly, feeling the heat in the man's eyes again, as well as a certain greedy gaze. Zipira Katanoha couldn't help but hug the child tightly. No matter what she said, she didn't dare to anger the man in front of her. After all, this is a man who can fight against evil spirits. There was also some fear in her heart, thinking of children. Zui Ping Katanoha finally closed her eyes. If the person in front of her really wanted to humiliate herself, then we can only let the other party be humiliated. However, my heart became more and more miserable. Although the man in front of her gave people a great sense of security, was also very strong and handsome, but after all, she did not want to be treated as someone else's plaything and be wantonly bullied. However, she was too weak to resist. Hu. As Su Mu leaned forward and brought their faces closer, the heat of each other's breath almost hit each other's face. Zipping Kinai closed her eyes tightly, her red lips twitching uneasily, and her long eyelashes trembling slightly. It was obvious that the woman in front of him was very nervous. But a choice was made, even didn't make any move to resist. Only obviously this woman was not tempted. She just succumbed to the reality before her, and was willing to make sacrifices from the bottom of her heart just to protect her children. Looking at the woman with her eyes tightly closed in front of him, Yin Mu's eyes flashed slightly at this moment. As long as he wants, can naturally do whatever he wants. But after all, he is not the kind of person who forces women. He prefers women to do it willingly. So, in the end, nothing was done. Getting it now is just a forced possession. And there is no sense of accomplishment at all. What's more, the meat is in the bowl, so there's no need to be in such a hurry. Moreover, what he wants is for the woman in front of him to beg him willingly, rather than being forced. So Su Mu did not take the next step. He looked at the woman with a smile, as if she was ready to be humiliated, and said with a bit of ridicule, It seems that my husband doesn't regard me as a good person. Zai Pingqinyi's closed eyes couldn't help but open, and he raised his head in confusion, with a bit of confusion in his eyes. She didn't know what the man meant when he said these words at this time. Could it be because she was not cooperating? But how could I possibly cooperate, however? It seemed that the man didn't intend to humiliate him, which made Katanoha Kuzuhira feel slightly relieved. At the same time, I felt worried. Madam, you seem to be a little afraid of me. Sumyu smiled and shrugged, released the hands that were resting on the trees on the shoulders of Zipping Kinai, and walked aside to mind her own business. It's so late. Madam Ellen with a child, but it's not easy. Follow me and I will take you to find a place to stay. After saying that, he walked forward on his own. Zipping Katanoha still stood there holding her child, with a slight hesitation in her eyes. Zero. Please give me flowers. A gust of cold wind blew, bringing with it a slight whimpering sound, which made the delicate body of Zipping Pinkeneye tremble. Then without any hesitation, she quickly followed with the child in her arms. Along the way, Zipping Kinai was always worried. Some are afraid of the man in front of me. But on the rest of the way, Sumyu kept walking in front without looking back or saying anything to the woman. The road is very quiet. There was only the sound of two people's footsteps. Zihei Katanoha felt a lot more at peace in her heart. Her eyes fell on the back of the man walking in front again, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of security in her heart. If so, the man in front of me is my husband. This thought could not help but appear in the woman's mind. But soon she shook her head in a hurry. Having experienced domestic violence and an unfortunate marriage, Katanoha has a natural fear of marriage. Zero now. For Zipira Katanoha, she just hopes to be able to accompany her and watch her child grow up slowly. Only as a weak woman, how could she live well with a child without any skills? Perhaps as the man in front of me said, it is really difficult to be alone with a child, however. No matter how difficult it is for the sake of her children. Zai Pingqinyi feels that she must go on. We have been walking for a long time. Madam is still holding the child, she must be tired. There is a stone in front of us, let's take a rest. After a while, Li Zhengnian spoke. Zipira Katanoha, who was holding on to the child and barely holding on, was also slightly relieved. After all, in order to escape from the devil's hands, she ran away desperately holding the child. In addition, she had been following Sumyu, and her legs it had long been as heavy as lead. But the man was silent, no matter how tired she was. She didn't dare to say anything. She just gritted her teeth and persisted. Sitting on the blue stone, Zipping Kinai gently put the child down, gently hammered her slender legs with her hands, but looked slightly towards the man. The man still hugged his chest and stood there, like a guarding door god. Even in such a dark and desolate forest, he felt a sense of security in his heart for no reason. If there is such a man to take care of me, it should be. Very good. This thought couldn't help but appear in the woman's mind. The night is slightly cool, and the low hum of insects can be heard in the forest. Sumyu took the wine flask and took a sip. The wine entered her stomach, giving her a somewhat stimulating feeling. Occasionally, Sumyu would look back and look at the woman sitting on the blue stone resting. The cool moonlight fell on the woman's face, bringing with it a somewhat stunning beauty. The last time I heard you singing, it was very nice. Sing a song and listen. Sumyu took another sip of wine and spoke with a smile. If you like it, I'll sing Katoi to you. I hope you won't dislike it. Zui Pingqinyi was also happy inside. After all, what she is most proud of is probably her singing voice. Soon, a woman singing came out in the cool night, faintly blending in with the sounds of insects around her. At some point, bright fireflies flew over and landed all around, making them dotted and pretty. The woman's singing voice is a bit delicate, and a bit charming at the same time. It is like yellow flowers coming out of the valley, crisp, loud and gentle, good to hear. After singing the song, Sumyu couldn't help but praise slightly. As long as adults like it. There was also a smile on the face of Zipping Katanoha. From the bottom of her heart, she was grateful to the man in front of her. If he hadn't taken action, she and her child would have died in the hands of that evil ghost. Okay, let's continue on our way. Seeing that the woman had almost rested, Sumyu continued to speak. Zipping Katanoha was almost rested. So naturally she had no objection and continued to follow Sumyu. The entire journey was silent. I originally thought that this person who had coveted me before would do something. But he didn't. This made Katira Katanoha feel slightly relieved and a little disappointed at the same time. After bringing Zipping Kinai to the city and arranging an inn for her, Sumyu chose to leave, standing at the door of the room. Looking at the back of the man who was walking away, Katanoha felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. Before she was quite wary of the other party. But it seemed that the other party was not as behaved as before. I must have misunderstood the other party. Thinking of these, Zui Pingeling felt some self-blame in his heart. After arranging Zipping Kinai and the Sumyu returned to the place where she lived before. As soon as I opened the door, I felt the warm fragrance of soft jade. Senior, it's great that you're okay. The woman's head was buried in her arms. Sumyu lowered her head and looked at the woman in front of her. It was Nakazato Rui. It's just a winding, evil ghost, what can happen to it? Sumyu smiled carelessly, hearing Sumyu's words. Nakazato Rui also showed an expression of admiration. That is the using evil ghost. But it is a very terrifying existence. And only seniors can be so brave. Senior, you are really amazing. Rui Nakazato clasped her hands on her chest with a look of admiration. Sumyu's eyes also fell on Nakazato Rui. This sea-level swordsman was much worse in appearance than Kachu Kani or Kachu Shinobu. But he also had advantages that were extremely hard to conceal. That is a development far beyond that of ordinary people. At this moment, heaven, if she wears very loose clothes, she can't hide her well-developed chest. Rui is also very powerful. Sumyu stared at Rui Nakazato and said with a smile before. I had coveted the Zipping Katanoha. But in the end I had concerns and didn't really take action. Therefore it is inevitable that there is a backlog of anger. At this moment, facing the girl in front of him, he no longer had any worries. What's so great about me? Rui Nakazato didn't understand why her seniors said she was powerful. Rui Nakazato felt that she was far behind her seniors. As a sea-level swordsman of the Demon Slayer squad, she was afraid that she could even kill evil spirits. None of them are opponents, but the senior can easily kill the evil ghost of Shanxian, which is difficult for other pillars to do. Of course it's great, Sumyu said seriously then. She bent her head, put it against the earlobe of Zhongli Rui, and said softly, for example, Rui will definitely be a good mother. If you have children in the future, you will never have to worry about the children being hungry. Rui Nakazato was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned red with embarrassment. Apparently, he didn't expect that his senior would make such a joke on him. Nakazato Rui shyly put her chin on her chest. Her face was slightly red as if she was drunk. Sumyu laughed loudly, put her arms around the waist of Nakazato Rui, picked up Nakazato Rui and then closed the door. It's so refreshing to hunt evil ghosts and then be free with beautiful women. He said with a laugh. Time passes slowly. When the warm sunshine shined through the window on Sumyu's face the next day, Sumyu also opened her eyes, lowering his head and looking at the woman holding her arms, who looked a little tired in her brows. Sumyu gently kissed her forehead. Get some more sleep. The woman made an unconscious whisper. Sumyu broke away from the woman's arm, stood up, put on her clothes and suddenly felt refreshed. Good morning, sir, you had a good rest yesterday. The boss who opened a room for him yesterday greeted him with a hint of envy in his words. Sumyu glanced at the shop owner indifferently. Her sharp eyes scared the boss and made him feel nervous. He also realized that he had asked too many questions. That actually the main reason is that someone is waiting for you. The shop owner lowered his head and said softly. Someone is looking for me. Sumyu was slightly surprised. He came here but had no acquaintances. It's a woman holding a child, the boss explained again. Hearing this, Sumyu was also stunned. Yesterday, after arranging Zipping Kinai to an inch left. However, she still told the other party where she lived. She didn't expect that the other party would find her so quickly. In the living room, a woman holding a child was sitting quietly on a chair. A slight breeze blew on the woman's face and on her black hair. "Hello, sir," seeing Sumyu coming over. Zipping Kinai, who was sitting on the chair, quickly stood up and greeted her respectfully. Sumyu nodded, looking up and down at this beautiful woman. The simple clothes can't hide her excellent figure. And her face is pretty and a bit soft at this moment. She is standing there with her long and straight legs together. "Come here so early?" Sumyu asked for a separate private room with Zipping Kinai and ordered some breakfast. "Your Excellency saved me yesterday. But I haven't expressed my gratitude to you yet," Zipping Konoha said softly. When seeing a beautiful woman like Madam, no one wants her to be harmed, so she helps her out. Sumyu ate a rice ball, took another sip of wine, and stared at the woman's chest. He doesn't hide his inner greed at all. Being looked at by the man, Konoha felt shy inside. But she had already seen an adult yesterday. "I know, even though she looks very lustful. But nothing will happen." He is a very principled and reassuring man, however. Such a look still made Zuiping Kinai feel shy. But she still raised her head and whispered, "Last night, I thought about it all night. And finally thought of a song that I wanted to sing to the adults." Zahira Konoha wanted to thank the man who saved her and her child. But unfortunately, she couldn't come up with anything to thank him. After all, she had nothing. The only thing that might be liked by others was probably my own singing voice. It took me a whole night of thinking before I came up with a song. "Oh, then why not sing it and listen to it?" Sumyu nodded, but he was a little disappointed in his heart. Rather than singing, he wanted the other party to thank him with his body. "Of course, this is not urgent, take it easy. There is ample time, eating delicious food, drinking fine wine, and the beautiful singing voice of a beautiful woman lingering in the room. This breakfast was quite enjoyable. My lady has a wonderful singing voice," Sumyu smiled. And at the same time said with a slight smile, "I just don't know how to play the flute." "Not blown yet." Zipping Konoha shook her head apologetically. "If you have time you can practice," Sumyu smiled. Zipping Kinai nodded. Although he has never been exposed to the instrument, Zio, he can still practice it. "Madam, you must be hungry after singing for so long. So you should have some breakfast." Sumyu pointed to the food left on the table. Konoha had already eaten it when she arrived. Zipping Konoha said in a low voice, but just in time. There was a slight sound from the woman's stomach, which made the woman's face blush for a moment. Sumyu looked at Zipping Kinai with a smile until the woman lowered her head deeply. "Madam, you still have to eat well, not only for yourself, but also for the sake of your children. And take good care of your body." Sumyu said something and then pointed to the dining table. Eat Ping Chinyi hesitated for a moment, but finally picked up the chopstick, sat upright, and started eating in small bites. Ping Chinyi eats in a ladylike manner. She opens her mouth slightly, takes a small bite, and takes a small bite. It gives people the feeling of chewing slowly, but the speed is very fast. Obviously the other party is thorough hungry. While eating at Ping Chinyi, Sumyu also came to Ping Chinyi and looked at the cradle placed next to Ping Chinyi. "The child's name is Hashibira Inasuk, right?" Sumyu asked with a smile. But there was something strange in her words, "in memory." Hashibira Inasuk should be about the same size as Tanjuro. But it seems that the other person is still an infant. Perhaps because he was raised by wild boars. He matured more precociously in order to survive. In the anime, Hashibira Inasuk behaves like an immature child, which is far behind Tanjuro. Perhaps this can only be explained. "Yes, my lord, his name is Hashibira Inasuk." Hearing Sumyu's questions, Ping Chinyahu was eating. Also responded hurriedly. When he looked at the child in the cradle, his eyes were full of tenderness, revealing the brilliance of motherhood. "By the way, haven't you asked for Madam's name yet?" Sumyu asked again. Although she already knew the other party's name, there was no formal inquiry. Ping Chinyi, adults can just call her Chinyi. Zipping Konoha said softly. Sumyu nodded, her eyes falling on the child again. The child has the same surname as the madam. In this era, children generally follow their father's surname and their mother's surname. There are few, but certainly not none, for example, Some men who marry into the woman's family may have children who follow their mother's surname. But men who marry into children are also looked down upon by others. Men with a little dignity will basically not choose to marry into children. Seeing Su Mu's thoughtful look, Zui Ping Chinyi thought that the adults had misunderstood her, and hurriedly explained, the child's father is not worthy of letting the child have his surname. In Japan, Zui Ping Chinyi explained to Su Mu his miserable life, his often violent husband, and his difficult mother-in-law. Of course, if he was alone, Zui Ping Chinyi could bear it. But when her husband wanted to beat the child, or even beat the child to death, Katanoha couldn't bear it anymore and chose to run away with the child. And that's what happened next. Su Mu silently listened to Zai Ping Chinyi recounting her tragic past. Unknowingly, Zui Ping Katanoha talked a lot. But the woman soon realized that she seemed to have talked a little too much, and said a little embarrassedly, "Let the adults hear the joke." "I don't think it's a joke, I just feel a little pity." Su Mu looked at Zai Ping Chinyi and said softly. Although Zui Ping Katanoha has begun to get used to some of the words of the man in front of her, her heart always trembles slightly every time she hears these ambiguous words. Su Mu seemed unaware, staring at the slim figure of Zai Ping Chinyi. If I had such a beautiful lady as my wife, it would be too late to pity her, so why would I hit her? Zipping Kinai lowered his head slightly and did not dare to answer the adult's words. While the two were chatting, sometimes Su Mu would ask questions about some children, and Zipping Kinai would answer them gently. At the end, Su Mu spoke again. "Madam, it will probably be very difficult for me to take care of a child alone in the future. I understand. But as long as the child can be taken good care of, Katanoha can endure it no matter how difficult it is. But in that case, the wife will also suffer a lot. And the child's life will also be very difficult." Su Mu said softly. Zai Ping Chinyi couldn't help but lower her head slightly. It is always difficult for a weak woman to take care of a child. Well, how about I hire my wife to be my housekeeper? In this way, my wife's life will be settled in the future, and I won't have to worry about things at home in the future. But I have no experience as a housekeeper. Zipping Katanoha said with some shame. "That's okay. Madam has the experience of being a mother and taking care of children." Su Mu shook her head. Experience in taking care of children. Zui Ping Chinyi is a little confused and doesn't know what being a housekeeper has to do with this. To be honest, me wife is pregnant recently, and as you know, as a man I am not easy to take care of. If I have my wife's help, it will save me a lot of worry. Su Mu couldn't help but say. He also thought of Kamado Ai, who was pregnant with his child. "It turns out that Your Excellency already has a wife." Zui Ping Chinyi couldn't help but raise her head. For some reason, she felt a sense of loss in her heart before Su Mu's performance. Zui Ping Chinyi thought that the Lord was an unmarried man. Yes, Su Mu nodded, and was also keenly aware of the flash of loss in the eyes of Zipping Kinai. And a smile couldn't help but show at the corner of her mouth. "I wonder what Madam thinks about it." Zipira Katanoha hesitated slightly, glanced at the child who was sleeping in the cradle, and finally nodded. She is a weak woman who actually does not have many choices. Su Mu also showed a smile, and gently scratched the little nose of the child in the cradle. "The child is very cute. I like it very much. We Natai will be the child's godfather." Zui Ping Katanoha did not expect that the Lord would make this request. He was slightly stunned at first, and then showed a look of joy. "After all, she knows what you're capable of. If Inasuk can have you as a godfather in the future, it will be great for Inasuk's future. Want to?" Su Mu raised her head, showing a little doubt. "No. I just didn't expect that Inasuk would be so honored to have Sir as his godfather." Su Mu smiled, looked up and down, and said with a bit of ridicule, "Inasuk is more honored to have such a beautiful mother." Zipping Katanoha lowered his head slightly, with a slight blush on his face. However, he was not as frightened as when he was teased by the man in front of him at the beginning. "I also understand that the other person seems to like teasing others and always says things that make women blush. At first, She was really worried that the man in front of her would force her or even humiliate her. But as we got along gradually, I realized that the other person was not the person I imagined. Actually, the other person is a good person. After Su Mu and Zipping Kenai finished their meal, they left the private room one after another. What greeted the two of them was the slightly teasing look from the shop owner. Obviously, the store owner had some misunderstandings. Faced with such gazes, Katira Kato had just lowered her head slightly, after all. This kind of relationship between a man and a woman can always make people think of the ambiguous relationship between the two. But it's not easy to explain at this time. Rui Nakazato had just gotten up and was wearing slightly loose clothes, which could not hide the fullness of her chest. Seeing the senior come back with a woman, Rui Nakazato's pretty face visibly froze slightly. "Senior, this is." Rui Nakazato looked at Katanoha Kuzuhira. The woman who had just become a young woman had eyes full of scrutiny, especially when seeing the child in the arms of Katira Katanoha. It made Nakazato Rui think of something bad. "This is Mrs. Zuhira Katanoha. She was rescued from the evil demon when she killed the evil demon yesterday." Hearing Su Mu's explanation, Nakazato Rui was slightly relieved. After all, the woman in front of her was so beautiful that she felt insecure. Although she looked pretty good, she was not as good as the one in front of her. This woman is obviously much different. If we say her only advantage is that she has bigger breasts than the other woman, but not too big therefore. When the Kitubira Katanoha appeared, he felt very insecure, especially since the other party also had a child with him. Nakazato Rui even thought for a time that it was the child of the senior and this lady. This made Rui Nakazato feel frightened for a while. Until now, Nakazato Rui has discovered that when she handed herself over to her senior, she actually didn't know much about him. She only knew that he was a very powerful swordsman who could kill other pillars but could not kill them. The Shang Xian evil ghost he killed didn't know anything about other aspects of his senior. He didn't even know whether his senior had another woman. It turns out to be Mrs. Katanoha. "My name is Rui Nakazato. Madam, just call me Rui." Rui Nakazato stepped forward and hugged Katanoha Kuzuhira's arm. When she saw the child held by Katanoha Kuzuhira, she also liked it in her eyes. "Wow, what a cute child. What's his name?" "The child's name is Hashibira Inasuke." Seeing that his child is liked makes Yeoping happy in his heart. After introducing the two of them to each other, Su Mu also proposed to Rui Nakazato that he wanted to go back. After all, Daomath winding evil ghost had been killed. The mission had been completed, and he no longer needed to stay here. "Rui, do you want to go back with me?" Su Mu couldn't help but ask. A look of hesitation appeared on the face of Rui Nakazato, but she was actually looking forward to going with her senior. However, as a demon slayer swordsman, the area she is responsible for is here, and she cannot leave at will. You may also need to make a statement to the headquarters and hand over your responsibilities before you can leave, Rui Nakazato said softly. Hearing what Rui Nakazato said, Su Mu also expressed her understanding. After all, not all swordsmen can ignore the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps. Of course, he was slightly relieved in his heart. If he took Nakazato Rui back directly like this, it would not be easy to face Men Kuiji, although, with Kamado Ai's level of understanding, he wouldn't say anything. It is still important to comfort him in advance, at least. If you give him some comfort after returning home, Kamado Kuiji's acceptance will be much higher, and she won't feel so uncomfortable inside. "Rui, I want to explain in advance that I have a wife at home." Su Mu took the initiative to explain. When Rui Nakazato heard Su Mu say this, his face turned pale and his head bowed slightly. "Senior, are you going to abandon me?" Rui Nakazato's beautiful eyelashes were slightly misty, and when she said these words, she felt a little more aggrieved and unwilling, and even a little angry. "After all, I have already handed myself over." Su Mu stepped forward, hugged Zhongli Rui and whispered, "No, it's just, I don't want to hide it from you. If Rui can't accept it, I don't know what to do." Rui Nakazato raised his head and looked at the senior, who had his head in his hands and a look of pain on his face. He was still a little angry in his heart but at this moment. He felt a little heartbroken. Senior, there is no need to be embarrassed. I just hope that I can have a place for Rui in my heart. Although when she said these words, Rui Nakazato felt a lot of unwillingness in her heart. After all, no woman is willing to share her man with others. But after all, she couldn't monopolize her senior. After all, in the eyes of Nakazato Rui, the senior is so outstanding. There is nothing he can monopolize as a sea-level sword. In this era, outstanding men like the elders always have 3 wives and 4 concubines. But those who only have 1 woman are rare. Women are always very tolerant. Rui is so good. Su-Mu leaned over and found Rui Nakazato's lips. She didn't let go until the other person was out of breath. There are still people here, senior. When they were separated, Rui Nakazato immediately hid his head in Su-Mu's arms and said with a blushing face. Next to her, the pretty face of Zipping Katanoha was also full of blush. Obviously, she didn't expect that the adults would not regard her as an outsider at all, and have such close contact with Rui Nakazato, which made her feel on pins and needles. Su-Mu smiled slightly, stretched out her hand, and gently patted Zhongli Rui on her warm back. I will let the master hand over your things to others. When the handover of things here is completed, come and find me. Rui Nakazato nodded softly. She had just been kissed by her senior in front of outsiders, and she was extremely shy in her heart. The sourness in her heart because her senior had another woman has been relieved a lot. Su-Mu smiled and hugged Rui Nakazato directly. No. Zhao Liha before going back. I still have to comfort Rui first. Saying this, he hugged the blushing and hot Rui Nakazato and entered the room, closing the door at the same time, leaving Katanoha Kuibira in the living room in embarrassment. As a person who has experienced it, Katira Katanoha naturally knows what the Lord wants to do with Miss Nakazato Rui. And she is also a person of expression. Before, she originally thought that he was a good person. But now looking at the word seems like a real womanizer, so. The Lord left himself as steward of his family, I'm afraid. I also have thoughts about myself thinking of this. Zipping Kinai couldn't help but bite her lips, and various emotions grew in her heart finally. Zipping Katanoha still chose to stay and follow the adults back. I hope your wife is easy to get along with and won't embarrass my children. Zui Ping Chinyi hugged the child in her arms tightly and prayed silently. Zenkro Falls. Send a piece of information back to the Demon Slayer headquarters. Yubayashiki Kaguya opened the letter and saw the content inside. His eyes slightly complicated. The content of the information is very simple. 12 Kazuki, the second wind ice ghost Dauma, is dead. This is extremely gratifying news and exciting news. But when he thought that it was the annoying swordsman who killed this evil spirit, Furayashiki Kaguya's joyful mood dropped by half. It is impossible for any man to have a good impression of someone who covets his wife. If he hadn't been the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, his years of experience and having seen swordsmen of all kinds and with various personalities had made him sensible and broad-minded. He would have been at odds with his opponent long ago. But even so, it is impossible for Yubayashiki Kaguya to have any affection for the young swordsman. What kind of news makes my husband look like this? A noble, elegant, and charming figure walked in, looking at Yubayashiki Kaguya, who was reading a letter complicatedly. She couldn't help but said softly, my husband's health is very bad, so you should have a good rest. Yubayashiki Kaguya handed over the letter in his hand. Seeing the content of the letter, the gentle smile on Yubayashiki Amin's face froze slightly. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. It was an evil ghost that 3 pillars couldn't kill even if they worked together. And even the Shanxian evil ghost that couldn't be seriously injured even at the cost of 1 death and 2 injuries. Yes. This is probably the most powerful swordsman I have ever seen in my life. Yubayashiki Kaguya also has mixed emotions. It was satisfying enough for the Demon Slayer squad to have such a powerful swordsman. But he couldn't be happy. Why would I meet such a swordsman? Yubayashiki Kaguya clenched his fists and hammered the chopping board on the table. Husband, please don't be angry. Your health is still important. Yubayashiki Amin couldn't help but step forward to comfort him. Yubayashiki Kagya gave a bitter smile, looked at his wife, and said with a bit of a sigh, "It would be nice if my wife wasn't so beautiful." "I don't want that either." Yubayashiki Amin lowered his head slightly. Yubayashiki is busy with her sister as usual only. These days Yubayashiki is clearly not at work. "Sister, are you thinking about that swordsman again?" Next to her, Yubayashiki Kana couldn't help pinching her sister's little hand and said jokingly. After being pinched by her sister, Yubayashiki Rixiang came back to her senses. Her face turned slightly red, as shy as the sunset. "Sister, what are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense. My sister has not been at work recently. My previous sister was not like this," Yubayashiki Hangnai murmured in a low voice. "And at the same time, with a bit of sadness, my sister now has someone she likes. And she also wants to marry the person she likes. But Hangnai doesn't know that she who will I like. I will marry someone again in the future. And I don't know whether that person is tall or short, fat or thin." Speaking of this, Yubayashiki Kana looked at her sister with envy. In the Yubayashiki family like theirs, women often have involuntary marriages. She is really lucky to be able to marry the person she likes like her sister. My mother loves her sister so much, and she will definitely find a suitable husband for Hang Suo. Yubayashiki Rika comforted her sister in a low voice. My sister's words do not make Yubayashiki Hana agree. The marriages of women from the Yubayashiki family have never been involuntary. "Sister, what does it feel like to like someone?" Yubayashiki Kana asked with expectation while holding her sister's soft waist. "I don't know either," Yubayashiki Rika shook her head. "Then sister, don't you like that swordsman?" "I like it a little bit." "Afi, what does it feel like to like it a little bit?" Yubayashiki Hana asked. "I can't even describe what it feels like." Yubayashiki shook her head. "I just feel that when I meet the other person, my heartbeat will be as nervous as a deer. And then I want to stay with the other person all the time, without the other person doing anything. Just chatting together. Or watching, just keep touching the other person. Is this what it feels like?" Yubayashiki Kana looked at her sister with obvious suspicion. She always felt that what her sister said was somewhat different from her description of her yearning for like. Thinking about it in Yubayashiki Hangnai, love should be the kind of vigorous and life-or-death love. That's called liking it a little too boring. Yubayashiki Hana muttered, hearing what his sister said. Yubayashiki Rika looked at her sister helplessly. She probably read too many novels and stories recently. In fact, this feeling is already good within a few days of delivery. I don't know what Mujin is doing now. Whether he has warm clothes, whether he has eaten well, whether he slept well last night. And the most important thing is that he is not by his side. Do you think, Rixiang? The heart of the young woman who had just become a young woman was now completely focused on her man. "Sister, I just saw a sending crow falling down. It seems to be the sending crow that belongs to Mujin." "Really?" Excitement also appeared on Yubayashiki Rika's face, and she stood up directly. "I'm going to help my sister to ask." Looking at his excited sister, Yubayashiki Hangna said with a smile at the same time. He walked towards his mother's place, looking at the back of his sister leaving. Yubayashiki Yeorixiang couldn't help but clench her little hands slightly, praying in her heart that Mujin would be safe on this mission. Although she was very confident in Mujin's strength, she was still worried inside. Soon Yubayashiki Hangnai ran back with excitement, looking at her sister who looked at her expectantly. Yubayashiki Hangnai said excitedly, "The mission is completed. A new sign evil has been killed, Ghost." When he said this, Yubayashiki Hangnai couldn't help but clenched his fists. Full of excitement, "That's the winding evil spirit. My sister's future husband is really powerful. It would be great if my future husband was as powerful as my sister's husband." Hearing her sister's words, Yubayashiki Rika's delicate body tensed up at first, and then relaxed slightly. She stood up with her legs straight together and her hands clasped in front of her chest. "It's my powerful Mako-kun." At this moment, a strong sense of pride emerged in the woman's heart unconsciously. Such a powerful swordsman who can kill the evil ghost of Shang Xian is her husband. It's her Mujin in the quiet room. The smell of various medicinal herbs hits your face. Kachukani walked in with a bowl of boiled porridge. Looking at his sister who was standing at the workbench, studying pharmacology and making potions, she couldn't help but feel distressed in her heart. Kachu Shinobu devoted himself to studying pharmacology and did not notice the arrival of his sister. For Kachu Shinobu, the most important thing is to develop a toxin that can kill evil spirits. If a toxin that can kill evil ghosts can be developed, it will definitely be able to kill more evil ghosts. Kachu Shinobu felt his blood tremble at the thought of killing more evil spirits. Nin, let's have something to eat. Kachukani stood quietly beside him. And while Kachu Shinobu had just put down a test tube, he suddenly said, putting down the test tube. Still frowning and thinking, Kachu Shinobu heard his sister's voice and turned around hurriedly. Seeing his sister, a smile appeared on Kachu Shinobu's pretty face. Especially when I saw my sister holding steaming porridge in her hand. I suddenly felt hungry. He immediately placed the test tubes in his hands, cleaned his hands, then walked down from the workbench, came to his sister's side, and took the small bowl handed to him by her sister. Porridge is the taste that Shinobu likes. Kachu Shinobu likes to drink it very much while eating. The girl raised her head and looked at her sister. Her purple eyes were full of attachment. I have a sister. Very nice. Kachukani rubbed his sister's head lovingly. Sister, you don't have to work so hard, Kachu Shinobu nodded, seeing his sister like this. Kachukani couldn't help but sigh slightly, knowing that his sister didn't listen at all. The hatred for evil spirits has long been integrated into my sister's bones and blood. For my sister, the most important thing is to kill the evil ghost and avenge her dead parents. Although she also hates the parents who took away her parents. She hates them extremely. But it is impossible for the lost parents to come back. What Kachukani hopes most now is that her sister can live a normal life. But obviously it's not possible. My sister still can't get over the grief of losing her parents. Nor can she let go of her inner hatred for ghosts, however. As a sister, Kachukani still hopes that her sister can find her own happiness. Speaking of which, sister, my husband hasn't been back for a long time. Kachu Shinobu sipped his porridge and muttered quietly. It's been about 33 days, I heard from Mrs. Kuiji that she was on a mission and it might take some time. 33 days, Kachu Shinobu repeated. Then raised his head and looked at Kachukani. Sister, I remember it so clearly. Hearing her sister's unintelligible words, Kachukani's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. Especially the look in her sister's eyes, which made Kachukani feel a little panicked. Sister, don't think too much. Kachukani said hurriedly and explained at the same time. Sir is a man with a wife, snort. Kachu Shinobu's pretty mouth showed a hint of disdain. Men are all lustful and Sir is no exception. I think he looks at my sister differently. I'm afraid he has no good intentions towards my sister. Let alone AI, Mrs. Zhai. Kachu Shinobu didn't say anything else after that. He didn't want to say anything bad about Mrs. Koyeda. Speaking of this, Kachu Shinobu seemed to have thought of something. A pair of purple eyes fell on his sister's well-developed figure, speaking of which. If Dad and Mom are still here, my sister has already reached the age to get married. Actually, although your husband is a bit lustful, except for this shortcoming, everything else is actually quite good. Look at Mrs. Kuijai, how nourishing her life is every day. Your husband loves his woman very much. Don't make random arrangements, sir. Be careful that Sir comes back and breaks Shinobu's legs. Kachukani glared at her sister. Kachu Shinobu heard this but didn't care. He hummed and said, I'm afraid it's Mr. who won't let go. With Mr.'s cowardice, I'm afraid that not only will he set his sights on my sister, but as a sister I'm afraid that I won't let it go either. How could he be willing to break his sister's legs? The two of them are inherently smart. Maybe they will be deceived by Su Mu's disguise at first. But gradually, they will be able to understand a little bit more. Especially since my husband had said some unclear words to the sisters before. And I still didn't understand what his intention was. Speaking of which, it would be good if my sister married my husband. Kachu Shinobu spoke quietly, stop talking about this. Kachu Kani knocked on her sister's head. These words were only said between the sisters. Actually, sir, he didn't do anything to apologize to us, 0. Kachu Kani rubbed his sister's head. My sister is always defending my husband. She has already spoken for him before my husband has even taken advantage of me. Kachu Shinobu's little nose couldn't help but hum slightly. Although I understand that my husband is interested in their sisters, I don't hate him, instead I felt a feeling of joy inside. After all, being disliked by someone who doesn't like you, or even someone you like in your heart, is not something that makes people angry, but something that makes people feel happy, and even makes them feel a little proud. After all, sir is so good. If it really doesn't have any shortcomings, it will give people an unreal feeling. 0. Not far ahead is my home. A carriage was speeding on the road, the curtains were opened. And Su Mu pointed to the distance and said. The beautiful woman holding the child looked in the direction of the man's finger. It was a very tall building that looked like a very luxurious area. This made the woman couldn't help but tighten the child in her arms. After all, she had been living in a lower-class area. And the best contact she had had was the place where the Eternal Bliss sect lived. Compared to these luxurious residences, she felt very ashamed of herself, a feeling of, what does Mrs. Kotonoha seem to be worried about? Su Mu turned around and looked at the beautiful woman holding the child. I'm just afraid that I can't take good care of your wife. And I'm also afraid that I'll make your wife angry if I'm clumsy. Zai-Ping Chinyi lowered his head and said softly. Hearing this, Su Mu couldn't help but shook her head. Kui Zhai is still very talkative. But his daughter is not very talkative. But she is just a little girl, so you just have to give in to her. Daughter Zui-Ping Chinyi was slightly startled. Didn't he say that the lady he was taking care of was pregnant? Isn't the lady's daughter the Lord's daughter? Why did the Lord call her his daughter? She is the daughter of my brother Tanjuro named Nezuko. A very cute little girl. Su Mu smiled and said, actually, Nezuko is very kind and gentle. But he is too protective of his mother. As long as he bullies Kui Zhai a little bit, Nezuko will always stand up. Zipping Kinai raised his head slightly and looked at the man with a somewhat strange look. Mr. Mu, you're back. As soon as Su Mu returned home, Kamado's sunflower branches rushed into her arms like a baby swallow returning to its nest. Hands caressed Kamado Ai's black and smooth hair like a waterfall. Feeling the warmth in the woman's arms. After not seeing each other for a month, Kamado Ai's figure seems to be getting more plump. Because of the pregnancy, belly is also swollen, which is quite obvious. He leaned his head against Kamado Ai's belly, patted his belly gently with his hand, and muttered, why didn't you hear the sound? Where can I hear the sound at this time? Kamado Ai couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, feeling that Mujin was like a child. But seeing that Mujin seemed to like the child in his belly very much, there was a slight feeling of happiness lingering in his heart. Hey, Su Mu scratched her head, and then grabbed Kamado Kuiji's warm little hand. We haven't seen each other for a month, and Kuiji's belly is getting bigger and bigger. The man's words were full of pride. Kamado Ai's beautiful 420 eyes rolled over, and she felt a little shy in her heart. She probably knew why Mujin was so proud at this moment. By the way, Kuizhai, this is Zai-Ping Chinyi. I saved it by killing the evil ghost this time. I plan to hire him to be our housekeeper. Su Mu briefly introduced the Zapira Kotonoha to Kamado Ai and expressed her thoughts. Regarding Su Mu's opinion, Kamado Kuiji, who has already regarded her as the head of the family, will naturally not object. However, when he saw the woman's beauty, Kamado's beautiful brows subconsciously frowned slightly. Because the other party is so beautiful, this child is. Kamado Ai looked puzzled as Katira Kotonoha hugged the child tightly, with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Although I think it is unlikely, I am still a little worried. It's my child named Hashibira Inasuk. Zipping Kotonoha said hurriedly. His eyes were gentle when looking at the child. My child is so cute, Kamado couldn't help but praise her. And while speaking, her hand unconsciously caressed her swollen belly. I don't know if my future child will be so cute. Although she has given birth to several children, she has unprecedented expectations for her current child. That was the result of mutual love between himself and Mujin. Madam is so beautiful. The child she will give birth to will definitely be very cute. Kitira Katanoha also said with a smile. These words were indeed sincere, almost at the first sight. Kubira Katanoha was amazed by Kamado Ai's beautiful appearance. It's no wonder that the adults know that the other party has a child. Even though she was married, she even asked the other party to be her wife. Really beautiful, since Mukun asked Mrs. Katanoha to come to our Sioux family to be the housekeeper. We will be troublesome for Mrs. Katoha from now on. Kamado held out his hand. Kitira Katanoha also hurriedly stretched out her hand to hold it with Kamado Ai. Feeling the slightly calloused layers in the hands of Kitira Katanoha, Kamado knew in her heart that this woman was not the kind of lazy lady. Or some ordinary lady. The firefly in the opponent's hand is just like his previous self. He works hard for several children every day. And his little hands are rough. But now her hands are well maintained. After all, Mujin likes soft little hands and also likes feeling the tenderness of Kamado Ai's small hands. The eyes of Kijitai Katanoha also understood in her heart that the woman in front of her was probably well taken care of by adults. Moreover, looking at the happy smile on Mrs. Kuijai's face, Kuiping Katanoha also knew that adults should treat Mrs. Kuijai very well. Otherwise, a woman would not have this expression. Because he had an unfortunate marriage, he was already very afraid of his own marriage. But that didn't stop Kitira Katanoha from yearning for a beautiful marriage and family. He also knew how valuable a man who could love his woman could be. It's not easy probably because I have been hurt. I am even more eager. Sumiu introduced Zipping Kenai to others. Kitira Katoha soon got to know Tanjiro Rikarukana. Nezuko, sure enough, just as the adults said. When introducing Nezuko, Nezuko's eyes kept looking at her with obvious scrutiny. However, Nezuko just took a quick look and then looked away without saying anything, which made Kitira Katanoha relax a little. I'm still worried that this delicate doll-like, pretty and cute girl will embarrass myself. Sumiu introduced Zuipeng Chinyi to everyone, talked to a few children for a while, and then went to rest in the library. This bumpy journey made me a little tired, but I wanted to take a rest. Kamado Ai is responsible for arranging the accommodation for Zipira Katanoha. As the hostess of the family, Sumiu doesn't care much about family affairs most of the time. Kamado always takes care of things at home and is a very virtuous character. When a man marries a wife, he must marry a virtuous wife. He would rather have an ugly wife than a virtuous character. This is the reason, if the wife has a bad character, no matter how good the family is, it will be messed up. However, Kamado Kuiji is not only virtuous but also more beautiful. Although Kamado Ai was a little suspicious of the intentions of the woman brought home by Makaki, he still placed the Kitira Katanoha well. However, there is some resentment in the woman's heart. She just went out this time and brought a woman back. If she goes out a few more times, she doesn't know how much she will bring home. After placing the zipping Katanoha, Kamado couldn't wait to find Mukun. Gently opened Mujin's room. Only then did he realize that Mujin had taken off his clothes and was resting on the bed. It seems that Mujin is very tired after this trip. Kamado Kuiji thought silently in his heart, and then buried his whole body in Mujin's arms. Sumiu opened her eyes and felt the Kamado branch buried in her arms. She closed her eyes slightly and raised her hand gently to stroke the woman's soft hair. MRMU, I smell the scent of another woman on you. A woman's muffled voice soon came from her arms. Are all women with dog noses? Sumiu opened her eyes and muttered, I can smell it. Then she felt her arm being pinched. Sumiu could only smile and honestly explained what happened this time. Knowing that there was an extra girl named Rui Nakazato, Kamado Ai was obviously unhappy, and she glared at him hard with her beautiful eyes. Clearly complaining, Sumiu could only smile. You don't know how to hide it from me. Even if you hide your love in a golden house outside, You are not afraid that I will find out and make me angry. It's just because I like Mrs. Kyuji so much that I dare not hide it from you. You are like this just because you rely on me to do anything for you. Kamado punched the man's chest angrily with his small fist. Sumyu held Kamado Kyuji tightly in her arms, sniffing the fragrance of the woman's hair, feeling the faint grievance in the woman's heart, and then gently said to her earlobe, "My favorite. Forever they are all Mrs. Kyuji 2.5. She will say some coaxing words. Who knows, Mu-jun has said such words to several women. Only to Mrs. Kyuji. Sumyu looked directly into Kamado Kyuji's eyes. Although he told lies, his expression remained unchanged. Sure enough, after hearing what Makan said, the woman, who was still a little sour, immediately felt a lot better. She buried her head in the man's arms and asked softly, "When will the sister named Nakazato Rui be born? Come over, why are you asking these questions?" Kamado's little hand caressed her growing belly. Now that Kyuji is in such a state, he can't serve Mr. Mu well, so he won't call the wild fox outside to serve you, the woman said with a bit of sarcasm and a bit of doting towards her man. Infinite City. A castle in a different space is the ancestor of ghosts. The real habitat of Kibutsuji Musen is most often managed by Nakam. Except for Kibutsuji Musen, others can only enter Mugen City with the ability of Nakam. This is a twisted city, the entire city, with Nakam as its axis seems to be twisted, and it is impossible to distinguish between up-down, left and right in terms of structure. "Sir, would you like to let others in?" Nakam asked respectfully, looking at the beautiful woman sitting on the seat. Nakam doesn't care about the state of Kibutsuji Musen at this moment. Maybe last time we met the other party was an old woman, and the next time we meet maybe she will be a child. The other party will always appear in various states. Kibutsuji Musen looked at Nakam with his scarlet eyes. Nakam has very fair skin and long black hair. There are bangs on both sides of her face, and her hair just covers her eyes. Although her hair covered most of her face, it still couldn't hide the beauty of this woman. Behind the woman's back is a large pipa vaguely. Kibutsuji Musen seems to have returned to the moment when he first met Nakam. At that time, Nakam was still a human being and a musician who relied on playing the pipa to make a living. And every time when playing the pipa, Nakam always has to kill someone before playing the pipa. And every time after killing someone, the sound of the pipa played by him will always be very beautiful, and is sought after by many people. And she was also curious and approached this woman. But she didn't expect that this woman really regarded her as the target of killing people before playing. At that time, facing the attack of a weak human woman, Kibutsuji Musen was stunned for a time. She was even slightly offended by the weak humans, and once tortured Nakam as a result. This woman's temperament was surprisingly tenacious. No matter what kind of pain she suffered, she would clench her teeth and her face would always be calm. Probably because of this, he had some appreciation for this woman, and even gave her his own blood, turning her into an evil ghost. Also because of the other party's unique vampire technique. She will live in the Infinite City in Nakam's vampire technique for a long time. Summon other 12 Kazuki into Infinite City. The past memories just flashed through his mind, and Kibutsuji Musen spoke calmly. It no longer remembers how many humans it turned into evil spirits. But almost without exception, almost every human being turned into a demon by it is not accepted by this world. Always there is a tragic pastor, sad memories or something. "Yes sir," Nakam said immediately. The next second Nakam closed his eyes slightly. With Nakam as the center, the entire Infinite City seemed to be distorting, except for the area where Nakam and Kibutsuji Musen stayed without any change. As Nakam activated the vampire technique, 12 Kazuki all over the world suddenly raised their heads. The next second, Tian-Er's figures all disappeared, summoning 12 Kazuki again. Is it because of the swordsman? A man wearing a kimono with purple snake patterns and black spots, and a black horse Hakama murmured. The man has dark red long stacked hair in a high ponytail, and has red markings on the left side of his forehead and the right side of his neck. It has 6 eyes with red sclera and golden irises. In the middle, the iris of the left eye and right eye are engraved with Chinese letter Xian and Chinese letter respectively. His face gives people an extremely majestic feeling. It's 12 Kazuki, the one on the string. The ghost of the sword Black Death, as he murmured. His fingers couldn't help but rest on the sword at his waist. The hilt of this sword is not made of any metal, but is entirely made of its own blood and bones. Even if the sword is broken, it can be regenerated instantly. The sword's blade hilt, and even the sword's tandem are all covered with eyeballs. And the scabbard's appearance is sarcoma-like. For Kokishibu, he has spent his whole life pursuing the power to surpass Jikuni Anishi. Even if he became a ghost, it was because he wanted to surpass his god brother now. A new young swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps has aroused his strong interest. Dauma appeared first, followed by another one with short red hair, golden eyes, pale skin, numerous dark blue tattoos representing sinners engraved on his body, blood-red fingernails, wearing a purple short shirt, and hanging on his ankles, the man with the rosary appears. As soon as he appeared, he nodded slightly when he saw High City. It is Akaza from 12 Kazuki, the third of the wind and the demon of fighting. He admires the strong and hates the weak. He is constantly looking for powerful opponents in order to become stronger. Over the years, I have been training immersively. When I was summoned to return to Infinite City, my eyes were full of doubts. I don't quite understand what happened to make the adults summon 12 Kazuki again. It should be that the Demon Slayer Corps has a new, very powerful swordsman. Daki, Juyutaro, and Dauma all had their heads chopped off, seemingly sensing Akaza's confusion. Kokishibu spoke calmly, "Dauma is dead." Akaza was slightly startled. He hated this evil spirit who liked to eat women's flesh and blood. But he had to admit that the other party was very powerful. Even he was slightly inferior. But he never expected that a swordsman could kill Dauma. "Did you expose Dauma to sunlight?" Akaza couldn't help but ask. In his view, human beings have innate flaws. And no matter how hard they train, their strength will eventually have its upper limit. In Akaza's heart, he somewhat looks down upon human beings. Only by becoming an evil ghost and having an infinite lifespan can he go further on the road to becoming stronger. "No, it should be killed from the front." Kokishibu spoke calmly. If Dauma was found by the demon slayers during the day and killed by exposure to sunlight, it is estimated that Kibutsuji Musen would not be in a hurry to summon 12 Kazuki. It was probably because the swordsman really gave Kibutsuji Musen such a great threat that Musen had to summon December. "I just don't know if you want to summon 12 Kazuki and combine the power of all ghosts to kill that human. Can a human swordsman possess such great strength?" Hearing Kokishibu's words, Akaza's eyes were full of surprise. For 357 Akaza, his favorite thing is to fight with strong people. He has seen many strong people among humans and fought with many people, including the pillars of the Demon Slayer squad. However, the result disappointed him. The human body is too weak. Even if some people have mastered extremely superb combat skills, the strength they can exert is limited. I'm actually looking forward to meeting this young swordsman. It would be great if I could fight with him. Akaza clenched his fists slightly, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. At this time, other figures also appeared one by one. 12 Kazuki Hantingu. The next chapter. The Ghost of Sleep Enmu. The second string, the Ghost of Incense and the Bird. The third string, Rokuro Wakuraba. The team of the lower string, the Ghost of Shadow Pei Lang. The land of the lower string, Mukeigo. In addition to 12 Kazuki, there is also Spider Ghost, which is not 12 Kazuki yet. The Spider Ghost Higher was also summoned to Infinite City because he was liked by Kibutsuji Musen the most. So he got this special treatment. It has been a long time since 12 Kazuki gathered in Infinite City. In the past, only 12 Kazuki's transposition bloody battle would summon the ghosts. But now, it's still a long time before we can change positions. Just when the ghosts were confused, Nakam, who was carrying a lute on his back and most of his face covered by bangs, walked over. He looked at everyone and said calmly, "My lord, we are waiting for you." facing Kibutsuji Musen. Even 12 Kazuki lowered his head at this moment. Kibutsuji Musen is cruel. This is the consensus of all evil spirits. Evil ghosts who dare to disobey Kibutsuji Musen will basically have their heads broken by Kibutsuji Musen and be completely killed. The evil ghost cannot be killed by ordinary methods. Even if the evil ghost's head is broken, the evil ghost will not die. But these have no effect on Kibutsuji Musen. As long as Kibutsuji Musen wants to kill an evil ghost, it is not difficult heaven for 12 Kazuki. As the ancestor of ghosts and the absolute ruler of ghosts, even if the one on the string is dead, he will still be controlled by the ghost dance plan Musen. It's just that compared to the lower string evil ghost, the upper string evil ghost has more autonomy. This time I am calling everyone together just to ask everyone to keep a low profile recently and not to cause trouble. Kibutsuji Musen spoke plainly. Hearing Kibutsuji Musen say this, several 12 Kazuki felt slightly dissatisfied. After all, evil spirits need to eat humans, and their desire for human flesh and blood is very intense. And human addiction will always cause trouble. Sir, I don't know what happened, let me. 12 Kazuki Xiaxianwu Shadow Ghost. Pei Lang asked in a low voice. But before he finished speaking, he felt a sinister gaze falling on him. And that aura made his heart seem to have stopped beating at this moment. He even made him kneel on the ground on the spot. I don't want to say what I said a second time. A faint voice came from the mouth of the superior Kibutsuji. Yes, Shadow Ghost Pei Lang lowered his head deeply, already regretting the question he just asked. When it comes to Kibutsuji Musen, he shouldn't ask. The purpose of Kibutsuji Musen summoning 12 Kazuki is very simple. Just to make the ghosts lurk, so that the Demon Slayer squad will not be able to find traces at will. After all, these ghosts who can become 12 Kazuki are all very good subordinates. The lower string ghosts are okay. But every time she loses one of the upper string evil ghosts, she feels heartbroken. Moreover, too many ghosts died, which was also very disadvantageous for her. After all, creating evil ghosts still required her blood. In the face of Kibutsuji Musen's order, no one dared to object. Even if 12 Kazuki, one of the strings, was dead, there was no objection. But almost all the evil ghosts had an idea in their minds. That is, the adults seemed to be a little scared. Is that swordsman really that big? Akaza lowered his head, playing with the rosary in his hand, thinking silently. But when he saw the writing engraved on the rosary, he always felt an inexplicable familiarity. I always feel that I really like the handwriting on it. Maybe I have forgotten something. Something that is particularly important to me. Akaza couldn't help but have such thoughts in his mind. As an evil ghost, Akaza naturally knows that after becoming an evil ghost, the feelings he once had as a human will always be forgotten. Of course, there are some evil ghosts who remember their memories of being human beings. But most evil ghosts are just like it and do not remember their past as humans. In the past, Doghouse Zodiac Sign would not think about these things. He would always be obsessed with training and pursue the path of constantly getting stronger. He would not think about these things only at this time. When nothing happened, would he think about these things? Every time such a thought comes to his mind, Akaza will always be upset. And then he will use more intense training to make training the only option he can think of. Only when you don't know how to train will you have such troublesome thoughts in your mind. Bedroom. Zipping Katanoha placed the child in her arms on the soft quilt and looked at the decorations in the room with a slight ripple in her eyes. In the past 2 days, I have slowly begun to become familiar with the surroundings. Except for Nezuko, who seems to have a cold attitude towards her. Everyone else is very gentle towards her. He doesn't treat her like a servant. Instead, treat her like family. This feeling is different from the home I stayed in before. In the original life, there was always endless work. If the husband was slightly dissatisfied, he would be beaten severely. It seems that the days of being beaten far outnumber the days of not being beat. The hardships of life made her originally resigned. But the birth of her child gave her the courage to resist and chose to go to the Eternal Bliss sect to seek help. However, she ended up entering a clear church, fortunately. Adults arrived, rescued her and the child, and gave her and the child a stable home. Here, you don't need to do much work every day. The most is 3 meals a day, but these, in the eyes of Zipping Katanoha, are nothing at all. They are what they should do, as for cleaning, laundry, etc. In the eyes of Zubira Katanoha, they are not considered much work at all. I really hope that I can live like this forever. Zipping Kanai stretched out her fingers and gently scratched the bridge of the child's nose. Life has become better and more stable, and my mood seems to have increased. For some reason, the scene of an adult treating Mrs. Huijai tenderly flooded into my mind. Mrs. Huiji, you are so lucky to have a man who treats her so well. Zipping Katanoha murmured at the corner of his mouth. In Zipping Katanoha's opinion, men like Sumiu are really good, perhaps, because she had a tragic past. Katanoha is always sensitive in her heart, and she can sensitively detect the difference between adults and other men. In this era, women Zhao are always looked down upon. That kind of contempt is like treating women as goods and cannot be treated equally. But adults are different. She is always gentle. Even if she is a powerful swordsman, she will rarely use force to intimidate others. She will always treat women like her equally. Sometimes I respect her ideas even more. Thinking of the adults, the scene of being rescued by the adults that night couldn't be forgotten. In the most desperate time, a man falls from the sky, which will always leave a deep impression on people's hearts. Grown-ups. Zipping Katanoha buried her head in the soft quilt and whispered like she was dreaming. Dark basement. The woman who was tied to the pillar lowered her head weakly. Her scarlet eyes filled with deep exhaustion. Messy long hair is hanging loose. For the first time in so long, it felt fear. The fear of being tortured. I feel like I'm going to be tortured. Crazy, crack. A crisp sound sounded. And then there was a burst of footsteps. The woman who was tied to the pillar seemed to have encountered something terrible in an instant. She began to struggle violently, and the chains tied to her body made a clatter sound. The woman struggled fiercely, but these chains were made of forged Nicaran blades, iron ore, and had special restraints on evil spirits. Coupled with their hard characteristics, the woman could not open them no matter how hard she struggled. As the footsteps got closer and closer, the fear in the woman's eyes became deeper and deeper. When a ray of candlelight shone in the dark basement, the figures of a man and 2 women also appeared. There are 2 women. One is slightly taller and the other is slightly shorter, with very different temperaments but the same appearance. Behind him is a tall man. It is sisters Sumiu and Kachu. Entering the room, Sumiu glanced at the woman tied to the pillar. Her expression was dull. This woman was captured by him for Kachu Shinobu to study. Certainly this woman is not a human being, but a man-eating evil spirit. It's just that the evil ghost who was supposed to treat people as food was now full of fear of the 3 of them. As he looked over, the woman's body visibly trembled. The scarlet 860 eyes raised and fell on them, with infinite pleading. When Kachukani next to him saw this, he couldn't bear it and couldn't help but said, "Series it." But before Kachukani could finish speaking, her younger sister Kachu Shinobu interrupted directly. "Sister, you are always so gentle." Although she said this, there was dissatisfaction in her sister's words. Being interrupted by his sister, Kachukani also closed his mouth, but looked at the woman tied to the pillar with a trace of pity in his eyes. Sumiu patted Kachukani on the shoulder. "I know Kani can't bear it, but Kani must remember that these are evil ghosts after all. Man-eating evil ghosts, even though they are so pitiful now. They are lovers. That was not the case back then." Kachukani closed his eyes slightly, thinking of his parents being devoured by evil spirits in front of him. And he couldn't say anything anymore. "I just sighed a little. They were once human beings. But not anymore." The sister next to her spoke coldly, her eyes falling on the woman tied to the pillar, her purple eyes full of hatred. As Kachu Shinobu looked over, the woman's body on the pillar was obviously trembling, and her scarlet eyes were full of fear for this little girl. In the eyes of women, this woman is a vicious person who is worse than a devil. "Let's start." Under a chair in the room, Kachukani stood behind him. As for Kachu Shinobu, He opened the medical box he was carrying these days. Through studying the flesh and blood of these evil ghosts, I found that the flesh and blood of these evil ghosts seem to be afraid of some ingredients contained in the wisteria flowers. Kachu Shinobu murmured while skillfully taking out a syringe. Moses, don't be afraid, I've given you an injection. Kachu Shinobu picked up the needle and looked at the woman tied to the pillar, imitating her sister's gentle look and smiling at the woman. But obviously, Kachu Shinobu is not unable to learn the gentleness of his sister Kachukani. Her smile is very fake, and when it falls in the eyes of the woman tied to the pillar, she feels even more fearful. He has a very cute face, but he has a heart more vicious than a devil. Please kill me, just kill me. The woman looked pleadingly at Kachu Shinobu, who kept walking in. At the same time, her body continued to struggle, and the chains tied to her body shook violently as she struggled. How could I be willing to kill you? Kachu Shinobu smiled, picked up the syringe and gently hit the woman's arm. As the recently developed toxin contained in the syringe was injected into the woman's body, it could be clearly seen that the woman's body began to tremble violently. The effect seems to be a little bad. Is there something worse? Kachu Shinobu looked at the woman's reaction and frowned tightly, with a hint of thinking in his beautiful eyes. At this moment, the woman began to wail in pain as the toxin from the syringe was injected into her body. As Kachu Shinobu injected several more tubes of toxin, the woman seemed to be completely unable to hold on, and the flesh and blood of her body seemed to begin to disintegrate. It seems you can't bear it anymore. Su-Mu, who was sitting on the chair, said doubtfully. It's still a little worse. Kachu Shinobu shook his head. He could not completely kill the vitality in the flesh and blood of these ghosts, but only suppressed some of their immortal characteristics. Kill her, Kachu Taohui said with a slight wave while standing behind him. Looking at the tortured woman, Kachu Shinobu turned around and looked at his sister with some dissatisfaction. Take her life. Su-Mu glanced at Kachukani, who was looking at him with pleading, turned back and said to Kachu Shinobu, My husband always favors my sister. Kachu Shinobu grunted in dissatisfaction, pulled out his Nichiren blades from his waist, and chopped it on the woman's head. As the Nichiren blades cut off the demon's head, the tortured demon closed its eyes as if relieved. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman turned into a devil. Looking at the woman's pretty face, Su-Mu sighed slightly. Kachu Shinobu turned around and looked at Mr. with a bit of dissatisfaction. Sir, this is an evil ghost. Su-Mu smiled and said nothing. Sir, if you are looking for beauties, my sister is much more beautiful than this woman. Kachu Shinobu muttered, Sister, don't talk nonsense. Before Kachu Shinobu could finish speaking, Kachukani beside him stamped his feet on the ground in shame and hurriedly interrupted. Kachu Shinobu stuck out his cute little tongue. Su-Mu turned around and glanced at Kachukani. The girl's face was slightly glowing with the sunset glow, and she was particularly beautiful. Kachukani is wearing simple and loose clothes today, but it can't hide her extremely well-developed figure. Her black hair hangs down behind her and is tied with a blue kachu clip. She has a gentle temperament and a hint of virtuous character. She is a gentle woman, a very suitable woman to be a wife. Kani, she is indeed beautiful, he said, looking at the girl's body. As he looked at her, the girl lowered her head and did not dare to raise her head at all. Looking at the shy Kachukani, Su-Mu felt a little joy in her heart, but turned to look at Kachu Shinobu. The potion should be fine, right? No problem as long as the dose is increased. The toxin extracted from the wisteria flowers can completely kill the evil ghost. Kachu Shinobu spoke with excitement in his eyes. Her biggest shortcoming has always been that she is too weak. In the battle with evil spirits, it is difficult to use Nichiren blades to cut off the evil spirits' hard necks. But the development of this wisteria flower toxin that can poison evil spirits has solved the problem of her weak strength. She only needs to inject these toxins into the demon's body during the battle. In this way, she can still kill the demon without having to use Nichiren blades to cut off the demon's head. It will be good once the research is done. Hearing what Kachu Shinobu said, Su-Mu also smiled and said, However, Since Nin has developed a toxin that can kill evil spirits, can we develop a way to turn ghosts into humans? Sumyu asked gently. Next to him, Kachukani, who was originally shy, also raised his head suddenly, and his eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Turning ghosts into humans. Kachu Shinobu was slightly startled after hearing what he said. If you can turn people into ghosts, then why can't you turn ghosts into people? Sumyu said softly. Kachu Shinobu lowered his head, then raised his head. The evil ghost who was loving people became a human again. But it cannot change the fact that it was once loving people. When he said these words, Kachu Shinobu's eyes were full of hatred. In Kachu Shinobu's view of her hatred for the evil spirits who took away her happiness, even if those evil spirits turned back into humans, they would not be able to change the facts that had been caused. The instinct of evil spirits is almost uncontrollable. As long as you are an evil ghost, it is almost impossible to change your habit of loving people. This is determined by the evil ghost's instinct. There are almost no evil spirits who are not addicted to humans. It can only exist in theory. These human-loving evil ghosts should have their heads cut off directly instead of saving these evil ghosts and saving them from beings like ghosts. Unlike his elder sister Kachukani, his younger sister Kachu Shinobu only hates ghosts and just wants to kill them completely. The older sister Kachukani is very gentle. Ghosts are essentially humans. If we can turn ghosts back into humans, we can also save them from their tragic cause and effect. Kachukani said softly. What about the sins they caused when they were ghosts? What about the people whose happiness was destroyed by them? What about the people who were eaten by them? Who will speak for those who died? Kachu Shinobu refuted his sister's point of view with a sneer. Kachu Shinobu has always respected her sister very much and is willing to listen to her sister in everything she says. However, she is very disgusted with her sister's tolerant character when it comes to her attitude towards evil spirits. Kachukani lowered her head as a sister. She could naturally feel the anger and hatred that was like a burning flame in her sister's heart. She also hated the evil spirits who took away her happiness. But after all, the lost happiness can no longer be regained. From the moment I became an evil ghost, some things were beyond my control. Kachukani lowered his head. She is not an evil ghost. Nor has she ever become an evil ghost, naturally. She doesn't know why evil ghosts must be loving people. But I can feel this instinctive terror. Because no ghost can defeat this kind of human-loving instinct. Even if he hates or doesn't want to. Under the ghost's instinct, he will still choose human-loving. It seems that there are no evil spirits in this world who are not human-loving. There are almost no demons who can overcome the demon's instinct for human flesh and blood. Even Kibutsuji Musen still can't get rid of this instinct. Even the later Nezuko was able to defeat the demon's instinct of not being human-loving. Perhaps addiction is not something they can control at all. Kachukani explains involuntarily. Kachu Shinobu and Kachukani looked at Sumyu. Hope to hear his opinion. It is an established fact that ghosts are addicted to humans. Since the sin committed, it is unforgivable. Sumyu thought for a moment and said, no matter how nice it sounds, the happiness that has been destroyed can never be restored. And the people who have lost it can never come back. Those who have lost their happiness will be immersed in the pain of losing their happiness every day. No one can forgive the evil spirits who caused the killings for these people. Hearing what her husband said, Kachu Shinobu's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. And her heart was filled with joy. She was very happy that her husband could be on her side. Kachukani lowered her head slightly. She agreed with her husband's point of view, but after all, she felt pity for these evil spirits. They were originally humans like themselves and could bathe in the sun. But after turning into evil spirits, they chose to devour their former kind and were afraid of the beautiful rising sun. In Kachukani's opinion, this is very sad if possible. She hopes to turn those human-loving, evil spirits into humans again. The killings caused and the crimes committed are unforgivable and unforgivable. However, some people do not want to become evil ghosts. They do not want to become evil ghosts. And they are not willing to cause evil, such killings. There are many such facts. For example, the Tioni who is attacking the mountain now has caused a lot of killings, and the sins he committed cannot be forgiven. But he was once a human being, and he had an older brother who loved him, and even chose to protect his younger brother who turned into an evil spirit in order to protect him. But in the end, Tioni ate the brother who was protecting him. This is not something Tioni is willing to do. But these are not something Tioni can control. The moment he becomes an evil ghost, the ghost's instinctive desire for human flesh and blood is no longer something he can control. I am afraid that only Tioni himself can understand the painful feeling of eating the person closest to him and the person he loves most. That's an infinite sadness. Some evil ghosts are not willing to become evil ghosts. These evil ghosts should be given the opportunity to become human beings. After all, they were once human beings. 11. Su-mu said that it was not interceding for these evil spirits, but that some humans did not want to become human-loving evil spirits. 0. Please give me flowers. Kachu Shinobu was also slightly silent when he heard his teacher say this. Of course, whether you want to study these or not depends entirely on Kachu Shinobu's own wish. No matter what, the killings caused by those evil spirits cannot be changed and cannot be forgiven. But after all, there are some evil ghosts who are not willing to become evil ghosts. Involuntarily, Su-mu thought of Tamyo and Nezuko, who later became an evil spirit in the anime. They become evil spirits, but this is not their original intention. Kachu Shinobu raised his beautiful eyes and glanced at the gentleman, clenched his hands slightly, and did not answer the gentleman's words. Obviously, the girl is stubborn and has an extremely deep hatred for evil spirits. It is difficult for her to be willing to study ways to turn these hateful evil spirits into humans. In the girl's heart, she believes that all evil spirits deserve to be decapitated by Nichiren blades. This kind of hatred is almost impossible to conceal. Su-mu stood up from her seat and came to Kachu Shinobu. She raised her hand and touched the girl's head. The past is past. Don't always be immersed in the sadness of the past. You should also be happy if you endure it. Get up. Because Ren still has a good future. At least Ren and her sister don't. Your sister also doesn't want her sister to be immersed in the pain of the past and infinite hatred. She hopes that Zin can live a happier life and be happy every day. Kachu Shinobu raised his head and looked at his husband. So, sir, do you also want to be tolerant like this? Certainly, Su-mu answered without hesitation. If Sir really wants to make Ren feel happy, then. So what? Su-mu asked with some confusion. Kachu Shinobu first glanced at his sister, then looked at Su-mu. His purple eyes full of seriousness. Sir, please marry my sister and give birth to several babies. In this way, I can help my sister take care of the child every day. And I won't have time to think about it every day. No one could have imagined that Kachu Shinobu would suddenly say such words. And no one knew whether he was joking or serious then. Dark room. It suddenly became quiet. Sir, please marry my sister and give birth to a few babies. In this way, I can help my sister take care of the children every day. And I won't have time to think about it every day. Kachu Shinobu suddenly spoke, as if it was unintentional and his true intention. Younger sister. Kachu Kani also hurriedly interrupted his sister Kachu Shinobu's words. At the same time he looked at Su-mu apologetically. Sir, my sister Shinobu always talks like this, don't worry. But when the girl was talking, her face was slightly flushed, as if it was stained by the sunset. Su-mu glanced at Kachu Kani's pretty face, causing the girl to lower her head. I'm afraid only Kachu Kani knows what the girl's inner thoughts are. But what is certain is that at least the other party is not disgusted. Su-mu's eyes were looking at Kachu Kani. Chi-si-san took a long time to look away. Get ready these days. The Tang Zishan assessment trial is about to begin. My sister and I are ready for this. Kachu Kani lowered his head and answered. But there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. After all, the husband seemed to regard his sister's words as the words of a child. When Su-mu left, Kachu Shinobu looked at his sister who was standing there, feeling lost. and couldn't help but muttered, "My sister is so shy." "But it's not good, you have to be bolder." "What are you talking about?" Kachukani couldn't help but hit her sister on the head. "If my sister takes the initiative, I'm afraid my husband will like it very much." Kachu Shinobu chuckled, which made Kachukani's face blush even more. He stretched out his slender white fingers and tapped his sister's forehead heavily. Quiet room, the residence of Zipping Katanoha. The room was very spacious and large. Just after taking care of the child, watching the child fall into a deep sleep, Zipping Kinai was also lying slightly on the soft bed quilt. Here there isn't much to do every day, therefore. The free time is long, and there is enough time to rest and take care of the children. In the place where I stayed before, I was basically busy every day. Even so, I would encounter domestic violence from my husband and difficulties from my mother-in-law. He even beat his own children, involuntarily. Zipping Katanoha looked at the child lying in swaddling clothes. Everyone here likes their children very much. Even though Nezuko is a little disgusted with herself, she also loves her children from the bottom of her heart. This caused a smile to appear on the corner of Zipping Katanoha's mouth. Caressing the child's face with his hand, Mao Pinkin looked at the sleeping child with a happy smile on his lips. For Zipping Katanoha, all she wants is to see her children grow up happily and healthily. But in my heart there are still some worries after all. Now that I am still young, I am not sensible or understand anything. When I grow up, if I ask about my father, how should I explain it? Children can never live without their father. She lowered her head slightly and looked at the child again. A hint of apology appeared in her eyes. She brought the child into this world, but could not give it a complete home. A touch of guilt. Involuntarily, the face of the adult appeared in the mind of Zipira Katanoha. By some strange coincidence, Zai Ping Chinyi walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the house. The self in the mirror is wearing white pajamas. Tall and about 20 years old. The woman in the mirror is plump and plump. The figure is also tall and proud, and every move reveals a mature charm like a peach. After these days of recuperation, it seems that I have regained my former beauty. I think adults like this look. Looking at himself in the mirror, Zipping Katanoha couldn't help but murmur, and couldn't help but touch his chin with his hand, thinking of the feeling when the other person saved him and lifted his chin with his fingers. The other party's tall figure, oppressive aura, and eager eyes. I was quite scared at the time, but now, suddenly I feel like it. Thinking of this, I turned back, looked at the peacefully sleeping child, and thought of the present again. Warm room, soft bedding, delicious food every day. And all of this is brought by adults. Thinking of this, she felt a little scared in her heart. The adults could bring her these things, and they could also take them away. After experiencing the stable days now, how can I be willing to go back to the original days again? Just when Zui Ping Chinyi was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door of the room. Zui Ping Chinyi raised her head in confusion. Normally few people came to her. After hesitating for a moment, Zui Ping Chinyi quickly walked to the door and opened the door. What caught his eye was a tall and oppressive figure, with those black eyes staring at him as if he wanted to eat him. "Grown-ups." Zai Ping Chinyi lowered his head and said quietly and respectfully. Sumu nodded, walked into the house and closed the door. And the moment Sumu closed the door, she could clearly feel her lips quivering slightly. Sumu walked into the room minding her own business, sniffed slightly, and couldn't help but sigh, "The room smells so good." Zipping Kinai whispered, "There is no perfume in the room." "That might be the smell of Madame's body fragrance." Sumu turned around and looked at the woman in front of her with a half-smile, full tempting like a ripe peach, being stared at by Sumu. Zui Ping Chinyi's heart suddenly fell, and she could only lower her head deeply, and said with a stammer, "Suryu came here so late. Is there something wrong?" After saying that, Zui Ping Katanoha felt a little regretful in her heart, feeling that she shouldn't have asked this, especially at night. "I just came here to see Madame and see how she is doing." "Are you still getting used to being here?" Sumu smiled and spoke at 3-3, "It's very good here." Zai Ping Chinyi lowered his head and said softly, "That's good." Sumu nodded slightly, came to the bed, looked at the sleeping child, and couldn't help but stretched out her hand and scratched the child's nose. Child. He is very cute. After hearing this, Zui Ping Chinyi was also happy in his heart, however. After praising the child, Su Mu turned around and set her sights on Zipping Kinai, however. Madam is even more beautiful. Zipping Kotonoha hurriedly lowered his head. Su Mu smiled and looked at the young woman with her head lowered, and gently stretched out her hand to grab the woman's hand. It's just that I wonder if my relationship with Weiren can go further. Su Mu's big hand grabbed the small hand of Zui Ping Chinyi. The beautiful woman struggled slightly, but it felt like Su Mu's hand was like an iron pliers that trapped her little hand, making Zui Ping Chinyi unable to do anything. Can't break free. Zui Ping Chinyi lowered her head slightly. Her heart pounding. Sir, I don't quite understand what you mean. The woman whispered with a bit of pleading in her voice. Su Mu looked at the woman with her head lowered in front of her, leaned forward slightly, and slowly approached. If Madam still doesn't understand what I mean, I can tell you clearly now. When he said this, his voice paused slightly and his eyes stared at Zuhira Kotonoha. As his words fell, one could clearly feel the delicate body of the Pingzui Kinai trembling slightly, and the long eyelashes on the pair of tightly closed eyes also trembled slightly, silently staring at the woman in front of him. After making sure that the other party didn't have much resistance, Su Mu raised the corners of her mouth slightly, stretched out her hand gently, and lifted the woman's fair chin. As he lifted the woman's chin with his fingers, the woman's charming face was fully revealed in front of him. Open one's eyes. He looked at the woman who had her eyes closed tightly and spoke in a tone that left no room for doubt. The beautiful and slender eyelashes of Zipping Kinai were slightly trembling, but she still slowly opened her pair of slightly delicate beautiful eyes. When Zipping Kinai opened her eyes, Su Mu stared at him with burning eyes. The woman who looked straight at him turned red, and then she said every word, Mrs. Kotonoha, I want to get you completely. The straightforward words made the brain of Zui Ping Kotonoha seem to have fallen into a stagnant state for a moment, and Zuihu Kotonoha didn't know how to respond. Looking at the Zai Ping Chinyi, who seemed to have stopped breathing, the corners of Su Mu's mouth were also slightly raised. It can be seen that Zai Ping Kotonoha doesn't resist him very much. Obviously, the other party should be thinking a lot these days. No matter what is a woman with a child, she always needs to rely on her heart. After all, it is difficult for a woman to take care of a child. The child is very cute. Su Mu turned around, looked at the infant child on the bed, and exclaimed with admiration and at the same time, with a bit of pity, it's just that the child lacks a father. As he said that, he turned back and looked at Zipping Kotonoha, with a bit of evil in his mouth. For example, how about letting me be the father of your child? The naked and straightforward words made Zui Ping Kotonoha look flustered, and her intuitive heart beat violently. Looking at and hugging the woman with slender straight legs, Su Mu stretched out her hand again and grabbed the hand of Zipping Kinai. He gently patted the back of Zipping Kotonoha's hand, feeling the touch of the skin on the woman's palm. Madam, what are your thoughts? Su Mu looked at the mouth-level piano leaf, as if looking at a lamb to be slaughtered, ready to taste the deliciousness of this lamb at any time. Zipping Kotonoha was in a very confused mood at the moment. She didn't know how to respond. She bit her red lips tightly and felt extremely nervous. She didn't know what she was feeling at this moment. Zipping Kinai raised his head and looked at Su Mu with a pair of eyes. Sir, what do you like about me? In the opinion of Zipira Kotonoha, with Su Mu's strength an Abolitina woman can be found. But even though she thinks she is okay, but she is a woman after all, and she also has a child. The lady is very beautiful and the child is very cute. Isn't it? Su Mu stared at Zai Ping Chinyi with burning eyes. Just because it's pretty, Zai Ping Chinyi murmured. Isn't it enough? Su Mu said, I always like beautiful things, and my wife gives me a very special feeling. What does it feel like the feeling? He looked at Zipping Kinai and said softly. Zipping Kinai couldn't help but tremble in her heart, feeling like a deer bumping into each other for no reason. At this moment, feeling his face burning up and feeling flustered for no reason. Jihei Katanoha tried to calm himself down. What a loser. The woman was scolding herself like this in her heart. Just because of the other person's words. She was completely panicked. I just feel so embarrassed. But for Katira Katanoha, who has never experienced this feeling, she likes it for no reason. This was something she had never experienced before. Her previous experiences were always boring. And she had never received such blushing words. At this moment, the warm sunlight outside the window fell on the woman's face, making her pretty face feel slightly hot. Su-Mu stood up and the big figure approached Ping Kanai, feeling the pressing feeling coming towards her face. Zipira Katanoha couldn't help but retreat until she retreated to the cold wall. And there was no room to retreat anymore. Su-Mu approached the Zai Ping Chen Yi, looked at the woman in front of her, and leaned down slightly. Madam, will you let me be the father of your child? Kihira Katoha wanted to say something, but her mouth seemed to be blocked and she couldn't say anything. Especially looking at the adult's eyes that were so close. I felt that my mind was completely blank at this moment. Sir. Zipping Katanoha spoke in a low voice, Your Excellency is so excellent. How can I be worthy of you? That way Madam has no objection. A smile appeared at the corner of Su-Mu's mouth. She stretched out her hand and hugged Zipping Kinai from her waist. Lowering his head, looked at Su-Mu, who had his head completely buried in his arms, and smiled. Madam, she is so beautiful, the night wind blows 10. Confused people's heartstrings. Kamado Ai, who stayed in the room, gently stroked his swollen belly and looked at his bright self in the mirror. His beautiful eyelashes drooped slightly. With a bit of sadness, today I didn't stay in her room. She knew where Mujin had gone without even guessing. After following Mujin for so long, I gradually got to know Su-Mu's character. How could I just let her be the housekeeper of the house when I brought back such a beautiful woman? I'm afraid he might have coveted that beautiful woman. I didn't come back so late today. I'm afraid I was in the other party's room. There was a knock on the door. And Kamado's eyes couldn't help but a touch of surprise. And he hurriedly opened the door. However, when he saw the person knocking on the door, the joy in his eyes slightly disappeared. It turns out that it was Nezuko who knocked on the door, not Su-Mu. Nezuko glanced into the room but did not see Su-Mu's figure. There was a bit of dissatisfaction in his beautiful eyes. Why isn't Uncle in the room? Didn't Nezuko not like Uncle staying in my room before? Kamado held Nezuko's little hand. Humph, it was the past, but it's different now. Nezuko snorted with dissatisfaction, glanced at Kamado Ai's bulging belly, and muttered dissatisfied, what a hateful uncle room. Su-Mu lay on the soft bed and breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling refreshed, lower your head. Looking at the woman with her eyes closed tightly in his arms. A smile appeared at the corner of Su-Mu's mouth. Madam, she is really beautiful. Su-Mu gently stroked the woman's soft hair with her hand, and whispered in her ear. The woman's eyes were closed tightly. Her face was flushed with shame and she said nothing. Why doesn't Madam say anything? Su-Mu lowered her head and whispered softly. Following his words, you can clearly feel the woman's delicate body trembling slightly. Night hazy Puswen Zui Ping Chinyi was feeling shy. Su-Mu picked up the woman Aginand at the same time. Gently whispered in Zai Ping Chinyi's ear, Madam, I will take good care of you. And Madam, you must also serve me well. The long night passed quickly, when the warm sunshine pierced the darkness and brought warmth and light to the earth. Su-Mu also opened the door, turning back. He looked at Zipping Katanoha lying lazily on the bed. With a slight smile on his lips, Ma'am, have a good rest. The slender eyelashes of Zipping Katanoha, who closed her eyes tightly, trembled slightly. Su-Mu smiled slightly, then opened the door and left the room. Arriving at the living room, Kamado Ai got up early, wearing loose clothes that could not hide her plump figure. Due to pregnancy, Kamado Ai's figure became a little bloated. Su-Mu hugged Kamado Kyuiji from behind, sniffing the fragrance of Kamado Kyuiji's hair, and whispered, why do you get up so early and don't take a good rest? Kamado lowered his head slightly, feeling the breath of the man behind him, and whispered, Me, you get up so early too. My wife and I are different. Su-Mu shook her head and stroked Kamado Kyuiji's belly. Madam is pregnant with my child. Not only does she need to rest, but the child also needs to rest. Kamado Ai's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Maki-kun, were you in Mrs. Kotanoha's room yesterday? Kamado changed the subject. Sumyu nodded and did not refute but asked. Madam, are you jealous? Kamado Kyuiji did not answer and was somewhat silent. Obviously Yinzin still has some opinions, seeing this. Sumyu immediately whispered in Kamado Kyuiji's ear, no matter what. Mrs. Kyuiji always comes first in my eyes. HMPH, who knows if you have said such words to other women. I promise I only said this to Mrs. Kyuiji. Sumyu didn't even blink. Although he knew that Mujin might be deceiving him, Kamado Kyuiji still chose to believe it. Sumyu picked up Kamado Kyuiji and put it on her lap. She stared at the pretty woman with a slight blush on her face and sniffed her body slightly. I feel that Madam smells so good today. What perfume did she use yet, feeling Mujin's movements? Kamado Kyuiji's pretty face flushed like a cloud. And she said softly, Mujin should know that Kyuiji never uses perfume. Oh, that's it. Sumyu moved her head closer and could clearly see Kamado Ai's fair skin that was red from shyness. It smells so good, it really smells like my lady. Kamado's delicate body trembled slightly. And her heart was extremely shy, even so I like it very much. A pair of eyes unconsciously raised looking at his man. And his small white hands unconsciously caressed Mujin's face. Mujin. You haven't been to my room for many nights. Sumyu glanced at the woman and then landed on her belly. The meaning was self-evident, after all. When you are pregnant, you always have to consider the child in your belly. Kamado Kyuji's face turned red. He gently approached Sumyu's ear and whispered a few words. After hearing this, Sumyu's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. And her eyes unconsciously fell on Kamado Kyuji's pretty face. She could clearly see that the woman's face was as red as Luo Tai's. I didn't expect Madam to have such tricks. He looked at Kamado Ai with a bit of teasing. After saying that, he shook his head again. It's a pity that my brother Tanjuro has never experienced it. But it's troublesome for Madam. As she said that, Sumyu also had a smile on her face. Tengxi Mountain. The final selection place for the Demon Slayer Corps. From the mountainside to the foot of the mountain, there are wisteria trees as the breeze blows. The petals fallen, the fragrance of wisteria fills the air. Every year, the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps capture some weak evil spirits and throw them into this mountain range. These weak evil spirits will be placed on the top of the mountain. Because the entire mountain is surrounded by wisteria trees. And evil spirits hate the smell of wisteria flowers. So, most ghosts can only hide in some caves on the top of the mountain. Every once in a while, the Demon Slayer Corps will hold trials here to select the Demon Slayer swordsmen. The Demon Slayer Corps will send these swordsmen who want to become the Demon Slayer Corps to the top of the mountain. They only need to stay on the top of the mountain for 7 days and 7 nights before they can officially become the disciples of the Demon Slayer Corps. Of course, for Sumyu, who has become the 953rd pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, there is no need to go through the assessment of a disciple of the Demon Slayer Corps. Moreover, is the pillar. He also strived to preside over the final trial of this mountain attack. MRMU, when Sumyu arrived at Tengxi Mountain, the Yubayashiki Rixiang, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came to him with her calves eagerly. Although it had not been many days since the two last met. But Yubayashiki Rika felt as if she hadn't seen Mujin for a long time, and her heart was full of longing. Seeing Yubayashiki Rixiang running quickly, Sumyu also opened her arms soon. Yubayashiki Rixiang fell into his arms like a baby swallow returning to its nest. Holding Yubayashiki Rika, feeling the softness in her arms, Sumyu also had a smile on her face. I haven't seen you for many days. Sumyu whispered slightly, Yubayashiki raised her head and looked at Sumyu, since Mujin accepted the mission. Yubayashiki has been worried these days. I heard that Mujin completed the mission a few days ago. And I was really happy, very happy. The girl's eyes are slightly curved into a crescent shape. Very cute. Sumyu couldn't help but stretched out her hand and pinched her fair face. Yubayashiki Rika's face was slightly red. But she still raised her little face and let Mujin knead her as much as she wanted. She didn't even have the slightest intention of resisting Mujin's movements. The last mission must have been dangerous, right? Yubayashiki Rika whispered softly, "Fine." Su-Mu shook her head, although Dauma. The ghost of the second ice on the stringy's pretty good. He is not his opponent after also, he is not in much danger. Only MRMU can say that. Yubayashiki Rixiang whispered softly. Raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Su-Mu. My Mujin is really powerful. Hai Su-Mu couldn't help but laugh. Stretched out her hand and pinched the little mouth of Yubayashiki Rixiang. Your little mouth is so sweet. Rixiang, this is the truth. Yubayashiki Rika muttered quietly. Su-Mu smiled and said. Look behind Yuguang Yubayashiki Yuka. Feeling Mujin's gaze, Yubayashiki Rika suddenly remembered that she was not alone. Her sister was also there. Thinking that her sister had seen the intimate scene between herself and Makun just now. A slight blush appeared on Yubayashiki's pretty face. This is sister Yubayashiki Hana. Yubayashiki Rika introduced Su-Mu. Probably knowing that Mu-jun was unable to distinguish between the sisters. It turns out to be Hana. Su-Mu also greeted him. Mujin only had eyes for his sister just now. Yubayashiki Hana held a lantern in her hand and bent slightly. Sister. I miss Mujin very much these days. Sister, don't talk nonsense. Yubayashiki Rixiang blushed and said hurriedly. But his eyes secretly looked at Su-Mu's face. When I saw the joy on Mujin's face, my heart felt as sweet as eating honey. Hana has met the senior. Yubayashiki Hangnai bent down slightly and bowed to Su-Mu to say hello. Su-Mu nodded and smiled. Hello, Hana. After saying hello to each other, Su-Mu also looked at the Tengxi mountain in front of her Tilda. Wisteria flowers are in full bloom all over the mountains and plains, exuding a rich fragrance, which gives people a very comfortable feeling. Is this the place where swordsmen are tested? Su-Mu murmured, as far as the eye can see. There are wisteria trees in full bloom from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside. Currently, Kachu Shinobu has been studying wisteria flowers and has figured out some reasons. The reason why evil spirits hate and even fear these wisteria flowers is because the wisteria flowers contain toxins that can kill evil spirits. Therefore, this place became a place where evil spirits were imprisoned. When the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps encounter evil spirits, they basically kill them, but occasionally some evil spirits will be left alive, of course. It is not to forgive these man-eating evil spirits, but to imprison them here and become a testing ground for the new swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, thus providing a steady stream of blood for the Demon Slayer Corps. Yes, senior. Yubayashiki Kana said softly. Many swordsmen can survive on the top of the mountain for 7 days. As long as they successfully walk out within 7 days, these swordsmen will become part of the Demon Slayer Corps. What if I can't get out? Su-Mu asked calmly. Most people who can't survive 7 days will quit early and leave the mountain top, thus losing the qualification to become swordsmen. However, after all, there are some swordsmen who misjudge their abilities and choose to persevere even if they know they can't survive. These many swordsmen will die in the belly of ghosts. That's such a shame, Su-Mu smiled. From the time they set out on the road to hunt ghosts, the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer team have already anticipated this day. The evil ghosts currently existing on the top of Tenshi Mountain are the weakest evil ghosts. If even such a weak one, even evil ghosts cannot last 7 days. In the future Ruhin facing more powerful evil ghosts, there is no need to talk about hunting. I am afraid that not only will I not be able to hunt the evil ghosts, but the people I want to protect will also die because of this. Yubayashiki Kana spoke softly. Although the words were plain, they could not hide the cruelty in them. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps is an organization that hunts evil spirits and is very dangerous. Su-Mu nodded, but still said, but what if there is an evil spirit on the top of Tengxi Mountain that is far beyond what ordinary swordsmen can deal with? This is impossible. Yubayashiki Hangnai shook his head and explained at the same time, every year, There will be swordsmen from the Demon Slayer Corps to clean up the evil spirits existing on the top of the mountain. Any evil ghost whose strength far exceeds what ordinary disciples can deal with will be dealt with in a new way. Strip. There's always going to be some things that slip through the cracks. Sumiu shook her head. But in her mind she thought of Tioni who existed in the Tengzai mountain. This was an evil ghost that was far beyond what ordinary swordsmen could deal with. If I remember correctly, many of the disciples accompanied by Water Pillar Urokodaki Sakanji died in this Tioni. Zero, please give me flowers. And being able to be sent to Tenshi Mountain by Urokodaki Sakanji to participate in the trial is naturally not weak. And being able to kill all these people. It is obvious that the strength of Tioni is far beyond what ordinary swordsmen can deal with. While Sumiu was chatting with Yubayashiki Hangnai and Yubayashiki Rika, people wearing various clothes were already coming up the mountain one after another. These people dress up in different ways and hold all kinds of strange weapons. These are the disciples who participated in the trial. Next to him Yubayashiki Rika whispered. And at the same time whispered, Maki-kun. It's enough for me and my sister to be here. We have hosted such activities several times. And we are fully capable, just go and rest Maki-kun. Although it is Sumiu who is hosting this time, Yubayashiki Rika still cares about her man. Before we get married, she already cares about her man. Rixiang will definitely be a good wife in the future. Sumiu stretched out her hand and gently held Yubayashiki Rixiang in her arms, gently holding the woman's slender waist. Yubayashiki's waist is very slender, making him easy to control, feeling Sumiu's movement. Yubayashiki Rixiang's little hand holding the lantern trembled slightly. But she did not refuse such an intimate gesture from Mujun. I just feel a little shy inside. But what lingers more in my heart is a sense of belonging. Two girls both wearing exquisite kimonos, each holding a lantern. Women with exactly the same attire and identical appearance were all surrounding a man, which made the eyes of the disciples who came to participate in the trial fall, especially when they saw a man holding one girl's waist and talking to another girl. The eyes of these disciples who participated in the trial were inexplicably weird. Of course it's more jealousy, after all. The girl is very beautiful not to mention. She is a pair of twin girls, however. Most of the disciples who participated in the trial lowered their heads. After all, most of the disciples who participated in the 903+ trial were trained by specialized trainers. Under the guidance of the trainers, they also knew that this pair of the status of the twin girls is that of the biological father's daughter. And don't dare to look down upon it at the same time. One can also understand that the twin girls who can be treated like this must have a high status. Of course, there are also some that are obviously mixed with jealousy. And even some are filled with jealousy. Sumiu naturally felt the gazes of these swordsmen who participated in the trial, but did not pay too much attention to them. With his current strength and status, he no longer needed to care about the thoughts of these ordinary swordsmen. However, his eyes will also fall on some female swordsmen participating in the trial. Unfortunately with his eyes now, he has already been trained to be cunning. There are not many who can take a fancy to them. Yubayashiki Rixiang felt a little shy at the moment, but still leaned her head on Sumiu's arms. Such an intimate gesture undoubtedly showed everyone her relationship with Mujun. And at the same time, it was also a change of direction in declaring sovereignty. MRMU, do you have time tonight? Yubayashiki Rixiang whispered softly into Sumiu's ear. The girl's words were somewhat inexplicably shy. Sumiu raised her head and glanced at Yubayashiki Rixiang. The girl's face turned slightly red. He naturally understood the implication of Yubayashiki Rixiang's words, and there was a slight ripple in his heart. But he still hesitated and whispered softly in the ear of Yubayashiki Rika, "Your sister is here. I'm afraid it's not convenient." With Yubayashiki Kana around, he and Yubayashiki Rika would naturally feel a lot uncomfortable in the space alone. Besides, he still has something to do tonight. The reason why he wanted to preside over this trial of Tang Zishan was to investigate the situation of Tang Zishan Tioni. After as far as he knew, the three disciples of Water Pillar Yurikodaki Sakanji, Makomo Kingtu and Tomioka Jiu, would all participate in this trial originally. In the established history, Uzagi and Tomioka Jiu would be one class, and Makomo would be a separate class. But because of his existence, so many things have been changed. He didn't really want Makomo or Kingtu to die in Tioni's hands. In addition to these, Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu will also participate in this trial. Although nothing will happen to Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu due to their strength, he still has to protect them to avoid accidents, you know. He regards Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu as his own property, and he is just waiting to put his own label on Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu. So still want to make sure. Of course, this does not inform Yubayashiki Rika. And after hearing his words, Yubayashiki Rixiang's face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but look to the side, followed by her almost identical sister, with a slight complaint in her heart at this moment. I even couldn't help but think that if my sister didn't disturb me and Mu-jun, I would have a lot of space to be alone with Mu-jun. I will find a way to get my sister away. Yubayashiki Rixiang bit her red lips and whispered softly into Su-Mu's ear. With a somewhat seductive aura, Su-Mu slightly cast her eyes on Yubayashiki Rixiang. This girl had just become a young woman, and her youthful body was already mixed with a bit of maturity. Seeing this, Su-Mu also leaned over, put her mouth against the ear of Yubayashiki, and blew lightly at the same time. She said with a bit of evil intention, "It seems that we haven't seen each other these days. Rixiang misses me very much." Yubayashiki Rixiang's face turned red in an instant. She naturally knew that her words would cause some 8 bad thoughts in Makun's eyes. But Yubayashiki Rika didn't care so much these days. She has not been idle, and she also knows that Su-Mu has another woman. This made Yubayashiki Rika feel sad and angry for a time. But what's more is a sense of urgency, afraid that Mu-jun will be snatched away by others. So try to rub it into the palm of your hand. Although she has only become a woman not long ago, the inner instinct of Yubayashiki is telling her. In the past 2 days, a large number of people have gathered in Tengxi Mountain. Basically, all of them came to participate in the Tengxi Mountain assessment trial in the hope of becoming a ghost hunter. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, 3 figures stopped. Tang Zishan has arrived. The figure walking in the front raised his head and looked at the sea of wisteria flowers all over the mountain, with a touch of shock in his eyes. She had certainly seen wisteria trees before, but this was the first time she had seen them blooming from the foot of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain like Tengxi Mountain. Makomo was inexplicably shocked, and at the same time, he also had some expectations, thinking of the master's eyes before leaving on the 27th. Makomo clenched his fists unconsciously. This time we will definitely be able to get out of Tenghu. It's definitely possible. Not only do we have to come out of Tengxi Mountain, but we also have to kill all the evil spirits there. Behind him, a young man pressed his hand slightly on the handle of the knife at his waist, his words filled with infinite killing intent. Although I don't know who the evil ghost is that killed their senior brother and sister, it doesn't matter. Kill all the evil ghosts in Tengxi Mountain. And naturally, there is no need to distinguish. You still have to be careful. Makomo turned around and looked at Kingtu with some caution. After saying that, Makomo couldn't help but look at Tomioka Jiu, who was still hanging his head at the end. Cheer up. Yes. Tomioka Jiu raised his head and clenched his fists slightly. Since her sister was killed by an evil spirit, Tomioka Jiu has been in a bad state and has been immersed in self-blame. Tomioka Jiu blames herself all the time for being so cowardly and incompetent that she could only watch her sister being eaten by evil spirits. I have always considered myself the most useless. The 3 of them moved forward and soon reached the mountainside. Many people had gathered here, all of whom had come to participate in the Tengxi Mountain assessment trial just like the 3 of them. But everyone was waiting quietly before There were one or two young people who shouted loudly because of their good strength. But after being slapped away by a tall figure, no other young people dared to yell anymore. Among these people, the most attractive ones are a pair of sisters. One is slightly taller and has a gentle temperament, and the other is slightly shorter, although they look cute. They don't look easy to mess with. And they look like strangers, don't come in. All have purple eyes. It seems like Kachukani and Kachushinabu Makomo, who was wearing a flower-patterned fox mask, looked at the sisters and thought of the master's introduction before leaving. So he couldn't help but say to Kingtu beside him, "It should be." Kingtu also nodded, vaguely sensing a very dangerous aura from the sisters. Obviously, being able to be trained by the senior who killed the Shanxian evil ghost. This pair of sisters is probably not weak in strength. When Makomo and Kingtu noticed the Kachu sisters, Kachukani and Kachushinabu also seemed to be aware of it. They looked at Makomo and Kingtu. When they saw the masks on their heads, they couldn't help but reveal a smile. Smiling and then walked quickly towards the two of them. Is it Makomo and Jingtu? Stopping in front of the three people, Kachukani looked at Makomo and Sabito who were wearing masks curiously. Yes. Makomo nodded and asked with confusion, how do you know? Senior Lintaki's disciples have always been very unique. Kachukani smiled and pointed at the masks on their faces. As for why I know you, as he spoke, Kachukani's voice paused slightly. Of course it's because Mr. Mew mentioned you, Mukun. There was a hint of doubt in Makomo's beautiful eyes. But he soon realized that the Mako-kun that Kachukani was talking about was probably the senior who could kill the evil ghost of using the string. That's something even a master can't do. I didn't expect that senior would mention us. Makomo couldn't help but said happily, after all. That was a powerful swordsman who could kill the evil demon of using the wind. Being able to remember such a powerful swordsman made Makomo feel very honored in his heart. After the trial time of Tengzishin started, Yubayashiki Rika and Yubayashiki Hanai, each holding a lantern in their hanselso, came out. And then the two sisters walked out, a very tall figure. In this country where people are generally very short, Su Mu's height undoubtedly occupies a great advantage. What's more, most of the people who come to participate in the assessment trial are still teenagers. Among a group of people, Su Mu's height it definitely gives people a feeling of standing out from the crowd. Su Mu glanced at the entire audience, and her eyes first fell on Kachukani and Kachushinabu. One was taller and the other was shorter. They had exactly the same face and the same purple eyes. They were undoubtedly very eye-catching. He also nodded slightly to the Kachu sisters. The Kachu sisters also immediately bowed and bowed slightly. After looking away from the Kachu sisters, Sumu also fell on Makomo Kingtu and Tomioka Jiu. After all, the characteristics of the three of them were too obvious. They all wore masks. Even among people wearing different clothes, it is still very conspicuous. Sumu's eyes fell on the girl wearing a flower-patterned fox mask, and she knew that this person was probably Makomo, although the mask covers the other person's face, making it impossible to see what he looks like. Through the small and exquisite figure, you can still roughly feel that the face under the mask must be very delicate. Seeing Sumu nodding to herself, Makomo was also slightly startled. She and Sumu had obviously never met before, and she was a little dazed for a moment. Although he didn't think so, Makomo felt that this person was not a simple person through his tall figure and vaguely powerful aura. Another annual Tengsi Mountain Assessment Trial has begun. I hope that more people will appear here again in 7 days. Sumu looked at everyone and spoke calmly, and then glanced at Yubayashiki Rixiang next to her. The two sisters seemed to have a tacit understanding and spoke at the same time. The Tengsi Mountain Assessment Trial has begun. As the Yubayashiki sisters finished speaking, a group of teenagers who had been waiting for the trial to begin immediately rushed to the top of the mountain. They will stay at the top of Tengsi Mountain for 7 days and 7 nights. They only need these 7 days and 7 nights to survive, no matter what means they use. As long as they can come out alive after 7 days, they will be considered successful. He was selected for the first time and became an official disciple of the Demon Slayer Corps. Soon the crowd dispersed, leaving only the Kachu sisters. Makomo wearing different masks, King and Tomioka Jiu. Imarimu we have passed. Kachu Kani took her sister Kachu Shinobu's hand and walked to Sumiu. Bending down slightly, Sumiu glanced at the girl's tall and slender figure. Nodded and said, "Go careful, we'll be careful." Kachu Kani and his sister also headed to the top of Tengsi Mountain. Makomo please rabbit Tomioka Jiu stayed at the end. And after hearing the conversation between the Kachu sisters and Sumiu, they suddenly understood that this swordsman was the one who taught the Kachu sisters to kill the winding, evil ghost. Column H. Makomo also came to Sumiu and bowed slightly. Sumiu didn't expect Makomo to come over, and her eyes fell on him. "I heard from Sister Kani that Senior has mentioned us before." When speaking, the girl's voice was a little rough, and she seemed to be a little excited. Sumiu nodded. "I heard Mr. Linlong tell you a few of them, and you are probably Mr. Linlong's most proud disciples. If everything goes as expected, you are Makomo, right?" Sumiu looked at the girl in front of her. In the original historical process, this lovely girl failed to pass the test of Tioni Mountain. Her fate was to be torn apart and eaten by Tioni, who hated Urokodaki Sakanji. "Some are miserable, yes, Senior," Makomo nodded. "Lee does." And then introduced to the two people next to him, "This is Jingtu. And this is Tomioka Jiu. They are both disciples of the master." Jiu and Tomioka Jiu also hurriedly bowed and bowed. They respected the Hashira from the bottom of their hearts. He was a master-like figure. And it seemed that the other person was much younger than the master, Urokodaki Sakanji. Moreover, it is said that he is even more powerful than his master. Evil gloomy night. The top of Tengsi Mountain was immersed in some kind of excitement. This excitement mainly comes from evil spirits. These evil spirits were captured here by the powerful swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. Because the mountains were covered with wisteria trees from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, these evil spirits could not escape from this place at all. Naturally, the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps would not take care of the evil spirits imprisoned here, let alone provide any food for them. The evil spirits here have not eaten for at least a year. The evil ghost has an extremely urgent desire for human flesh and blood. Not to mention that it has not eaten in a year. When night came and the trial disciples walked to the top of Tengsi Mountain, they were immediately attacked by evil spirits. Disciples who can come to participate in the trial are naturally not considered weak. Many were taught how to deal with evil spirits. But it was the first time for many swordsmen in the trial to actually fight against the terrifying evil spirits. Almost as soon as they entered the top of Tengsi Mountain, many trial disciples of 857 were attacked by evil spirits, and their flesh and blood were devoured by evil spirits. When these evil spirits see humans, they almost attack like crazy, and many disciples cannot adapt to it at all. Water-breathing one type water slash. The girl wearing the flower pattern mask shouted softly, and the Nichiren blades in her hand swiped across it. And an evil ghost that came to attack was easily beheaded by it. As the evil spirit's head fell to the ground, an unpleasant stench filled the air, and a sad atmosphere began to fill the air. Makomo gently stroked the Nichiren blades in his hand and glanced around with a pair of eyes. Next to him, Kingtu glanced around with vigilant eyes, but he protected Tomioka Jiu by his side. These evil spirits don't seem to be very strong. CHFJ, Kingtu looked at the evil ghost killed by Makomo and frowned slightly. Yes, Makomo also nodded, with a hint of doubt in his heart. Although these demons are almost immortal, they are not very strong and can be killed by just cutting their necks with Nichiren blades. Such evil spirits can deal with some ordinary people, but they are obviously not good at dealing with swordsmen like them who have practiced the breathing method. This also made Makomo feel a little doubtful in her heart. If these evil ghosts were so weak, why did her senior brothers and sisters fail to pass the test of Tengzishin? Maybe there are other extremely powerful evil spirits hiding. Kingtu glanced around, vaguely feeling the prying eyes of evil spirits around. Feeling this, King Tu couldn't help but chuckle, no matter how the evil ghost hides. We only need to kill all the evil ghosts here to avenge our senior brothers and sisters. Su Mu also quietly followed the Kachu sisters Quo too. Makomo and others when they entered the top of Tengsi Mountain. Seeing Makomo kill the evil ghost easily, he nodded slightly. Obviously these girls are not bad. He just glanced at Makomo and began to observe the surroundings. Previously, because he knew that Tioni was hiding on the top of Tengsi Mountain, he also came to search. But unfortunately, no trace of Rengui was found. Obviously this Tioni is very good at hiding otherwise. He would have been found by other swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, evil spirits like Tioni that are far beyond the capabilities of ordinary swordsmen are not allowed to appear here. Because if for the disciples who come for the trial, it is no longer a trial. Su Mu didn't believe that Urokodaki Sakonji had not come to Tengsi Mountain for inspection. After all, his disciples died one after another in the assessment trials of Tengsi Mountain. It was impossible for this pillar not to be suspicious in his heart. I'm afraid I've come to check, but maybe. No trace of Tioni was found. So he could only finally conclude that his disciple failed to pass the trial test. After all, when fighting ghosts, anything is possible. People are not like evil ghosts who can get tired thirsty, injured and have various possibilities of being killed. Although Urokodaki Sakonji believes that his disciples are strong enough, it is not impossible that powerful swordsmen die at the hands of weak demons every year. Where's that Tioni going to be? Su Mu stood at the end of a tree scanning the surroundings, her eyes flashing slightly. Although the Tioni is extremely hidden, the annual test of Tengsi Mountain is the only chance for it to become human-hungry. And with the evil ghost's instinctive desire for human flesh and blood, this Tioni will definitely do it. Appeared in this trial and assessment so. For Su Mu, it's just a matter of waiting. With black hair and purple Isa one-sided ponytail, wearing a demon slayer uniform, a knee-length black pleated skirt and white boots, the woman with a pink bow tie appeared in front of an evil demon. Before Moses, the woman stretched out her hand and greeted the evil ghost in front of her. Seeing the human being appearing in front of him, and the smell of human flesh and blood on his body, the evil ghost's scarlet eyes immediately flashed with blazing heat. He almost roared and rushed towards the girl in front of him. "It's really rude," the girl murmured. And the petite and cute figure ducked out of the way in an instant, allowing the evil spirit to escape at the moment of dodging. The Nichiren blades in the girl's hand turned into little bits of light and pierced the evil spirit's body. The evil ghost lowered his head and looked at the few tiny wounds on his body. He didn't care too much for the evil ghost. As long as his head is not cut off, is an immortal existence. For the evil ghost, just like this small injury, hardly an injury. Just when the evil ghost turned around and continued to pounce on the infinitely delicious food, he felt bursts of pain coming from his body. There seemed to be an extremely unpleasant smell of wisteria lingering in my mouth. At the same moment, the evil ghost felt that the flesh and blood in his body seemed to be disintegrating. He just staggered 2 steps again, and the evil ghost's body began to shake, and finally fell to the ground suddenly. Kachu Shinobu sheathed his sword, looked at the evil ghost who fell to the ground and lost his breath, with a touch of joy in his eyes, and murmured, "It seems that the poison I made that can deal with evil ghosts is still effective. Sister, you are very powerful." A breeze blew, and a figure that looked like Kachu jumped down from the tree, looking at the body of the evil ghost that had lost its life and began to dissipate. He couldn't help but admire it. "It's not even close." Looking at his sister, Kachu Shinobu shook his head. Although he was modest, the girl's head was raised high. Obviously, she was very satisfied with the current result. In terms of strength, she has always been very small, and she was even unable to cut off the neck of evil spirits. This situation has always left her with huge flaws in dealing with evil spirits. Now, with the ability, she has studied the wisteria flower toxin that poisons the evil spirit can make up for his lack of strength. and he no longer needs to use Nichiren blades to cut off the evil spirit's neck. She only needs to be able to pierce the sword into the evil ghost's body and inject the poison of the wisteria flower into the evil ghost's body to kill the evil ghost. Kachukani stretched out his hand and rubbed his sister's head, looked at the dead evil ghost, and frowned slightly. The evil ghost here is much weaker than imagined. They had followed their husband in fighting evil ghosts before, and they were much more powerful than the evil ghosts they had just killed. Most of the evil spirits here are even unconscious and seem to have only the instinctive desire to devour human flesh and blood. Yes, this Tengsi Mountain assessment trial is far simpler than imagined. Kachu Shinobu also nodded in agreement at the same time. I sighed slightly in my heart, still remembering the fear when I saw the evil ghost for the first time. The fear in my heart when I witnessed the evil ghost devouring my parents with my own eyes. At that time, I felt that evil spirits were almost invincible. But since they started practicing with their husband, they unconsciously found that these ordinary evil ghosts were no longer their opponents. Unknowingly, they began to slowly become stronger. Perhaps compared to Mr. They were still insignificant, but compared to other swordsmen they had already stood out. Please give me flowers 0. Sister, let's continue to kill the evil ghosts. It's best to kill all the evil ghosts here. Kachu Shinobu looked around and clenched his fists slightly unconsciously. The hatred for evil spirits is almost integrated into Kachu Shinobu's bones, and she is very enthusiastic about anything that can kill evil spirits. Hearing his sister's words, Kachukani shook his head. I still don't want it. The evil ghosts here are used to test the disciples. If you kill all the evil ghosts here, you still need to catch them, and this time the person in charge of the trial and assessment is Mr. We'd better protect the other trial disciples. After all, it is Mr. who is presiding over this Tengzishan assessment. If more disciples can pass the assessment, it will be very good for Mr. All right. Hearing what his sister said, Kachu Shinobu was reluctant, but he still chose to listen to his sister's opinion. Generally speaking, Kachu Shinobu listens to her sister very much. I don't know what your husband is doing now. Is he spending time with the sisters? Kachu Shinobu muttered, and then couldn't help but raise his head and look at his sister. Sister, you have to hurry up. I see that there are more and more foxes around, Mister. If you don't hurry up, other foxes will steal it. Gone. What are you talking about, sister? Kachukani slapped his sister on the head angrily. Tade couldn't help but recall the 10 twin sisters holding lanterns who surrounded him when he presided over the assessment trial. There was a feeling of panic in my heart for no reason. Dark night. In a dark cave, the ground suddenly began to shake. A huge evil ghost crawled out from the ground, smelling the human scent in the air. There was a trace of excitement in the ghost's scarlet eyes. It's that time of year again for people loving people. A voice mixed with excitement came from the evil ghost's mouth. With inexplicable excitement, for some reason, those boys and girls wearing masks suddenly sounded. These are all the disciples called Kinzasa Kanji who imprisoned him here. I wonder if the man named Yurikodaki Sakanji will send disciples here. Every time he was a disciple of that person, he would not let 273 go. During the decades of being imprisoned here, he had eaten more than 10 of that person's disciples, sending his disciples up the mountain year after year, and receiving news of his disciples' death again and again. The other party must be in a very bad mood thinking of this. The evil spirit couldn't help but feel excited. The huge body crawled out of the cave, sniffing the extra human breath on the top of the mountain. At this moment, the evil ghost felt that the cells in his body were active. It's called Tioni, an evil spirit that was once imprisoned here by Yurikodaki Sakanji. Unlike other evil spirits who don't live long, he has been living on the top of Tengsi Mountain for decades. Over the years, no disciple who participated in the trial was able to kill it, but many people were devoured by it. Not only people but also many evil spirits. If I devour some more this year, my strength should be even stronger, right? Tioni murmured, raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. His eyes filled with excitement. It has been imprisoned on the top of Tengsi Mountain for decades. And it has stayed here alone for decades. It wants to get out all the time. But this place is like a cage and it can't escape at all. The longer he stays here, the more he hates the swordsman of Urokodaki Sakanji who imprisoned him here. This time, no one of the opponent's disciples will be allowed to survive. Thinking that the man once again waited for his disciple to return but failed. Tioni felt excited in his heart. Roar. With a loud roar, Tioni climbed out of the cave. A nearby trial disciple saw the evil ghost coming out of the cave and couldn't help but lick his tongue in fear. The size of the evil ghost that appeared made this disciple feel scared, almost instinctively making him feel that he was no match for this evil ghost. Run almost instantly. This idea emerged in this disciple's mind. And then he immediately turned around and ran away. Can you run away? Tioni looked at the hurriedly escaping humans with a sneer on his lips. At the same time, a tentacle extended out of the ground and caught the escaping humans in one fell swoop. Spare my life, the disciple screamed in fear. But Tioni just sneered, rolled up the human with his tentacles and stuffed it into his mouth. Very delicious. After chewing a few times, Tioni let out a wonderful sigh. Compared with the taste of evil spirits, human flesh and blood is so wonderful. Run, what a powerful evil spirit. This is simply not something we can handle. With the appearance of Tioni, not only the nearby trial disciples began to flee, but also the nearby evil spirits began to flee. Tioni is not only addicted to humans, but also eats evil spirits even if they are the same kind. Makomo Please Rabbit was already nearby. When he noticed the movement nearby, his expression changed, however. With only a slight hesitation, the three of them immediately rushed over with Nikarin blades. When Makomo and Kinta saw the huge size of Tioni, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This ghost doesn't look easy to deal with. Don't hesitate to hold on to the Nikarin blades in your hands. Makomo said nothing, but his beautiful eyes could not help but narrow slightly, narrowing into a small gap. When Tioni saw the three masked Makomo Kingtu and Tomioka Jiu appearing in front of him, he also stopped chasing nearby prey. Scarlet eyes stared at the three people in front of him, with excitement in their eyes. It's that person's disciple. I didn't expect that three people would be sent here this time. However, when you think that the three disciples can't go back, the other person will be in a bad mood, right? What that person's disciple? Makomo gritted his white teeth and vaguely guessed what was coming from the evil ghost's mouth. Those disciples like you wearing fox masks. Tioni smiled playfully. Aren't you all disciples of that person? After all, everyone who is eaten by me is wearing a unique mask like you. 2.1 said. Tioni said Jai's laughter. As for Makomo, when Kingtu heard this sentence, his wrists were already pinched tightly. As a disciple of Urokodaki Sakanji Makomo, Kingtu naturally understands who those disciples are. Those are their senior brothers and senior sisters. Every year during the Tengsi Mountain trial, the senior brothers and sisters who were sent away by the master never came back. They looked at the master who was gradually hunched over, and felt sad in their hearts. It turns out that you are the culprit that caused all this. Makomo gritted his teeth. Today, I will cut off your head to avenge my senior brothers and sisters. Please. Usagi also holds the Nikarin blades in his hand. Makomo and Wrong Rabbit are very strong, and they killed a lot of evil spirits along the way. But there is still a gap in strength between them and Tioni. In the original course of history, both Wrong Rabbit and Makomo died in the hands of Tioni. But that's what you get from fighting Tioni alone. But it's different now this time. Kingtu and Makomo participated in the Tang Zishin assessment trial together. Makomo and Wrong Rabbit may not be as good as Tioni in one-on-one, but together they are no weaker than Tioni, and can even overpower Tioni in just a short moment of fighting. With their tacit cooperation, Makomo and Kingtu used Nikarin blades to cause a lot of injuries to Tioni. However, even so, neither Makomo nor Kingtu showed any joy on their faces, but instead became more solemn. As for Tomioka Jiu, his strength cannot yet be involved. so he can only avoid it from a distance. Kingtu once again cut off one of Tioni's tentacles and stepped back, panting slightly while holding Nichiren blades in his hand. In this short moment, he and Makomo cooperated with each other, and they had already developed more than 1,000 tentacles. But obviously, cutting these off did not have much effect on the role of Tioni. Instead, a lot of his own physical strength was consumed. You must cut off the opponent's head. Makomo held Nichiren blades and panted slightly. This was the first time she faced such a powerful evil spirit. Kingtu next to him frowned slightly after hearing this. Just now, when he was supporting Makomo and struggling with Tioni, he quietly approached and slashed Tioni's neck with his Yua sword. But when the Nichiren blades slashed at the opponent's neck, it seemed as if they were slashing on a rock and could not be cut open at all. The opponent's neck is too hard and it can't be cut. Please Rabbit gritted his teeth and said. Makomo next to her heard this, and her expression turned ugly. Kingtu was stronger than her, so she couldn't cut off the opponent's neck. With her strength, she couldn't cut off the evil spirit's neck, although she and Jingtu were pressing down on Tioni and fighting now. For the evil ghost, no matter how many injuries he received, it was useless after all. The evil ghost's recovery ability is so strong that even if his hands or feet are broken, he can recover quickly, moreover compared to them. The evil ghost has almost inexhaustible physical strength. Continuing to fight would be very detrimental to them. This evil spirit is simply not something that the trial disciples can handle. Makomo gritted his teeth and said angrily. With such a powerful evil ghost, it is no wonder that his senior brothers and sisters died under this evil ghost. Looking at Makomo and Kingtu, who were slowly starting to lose their strength, the scarlet color in Tioni's eyes became even deeper. Stop struggling. Human beings with their weak bodies cannot be compared with evil ghosts after all. Human beings get tired and need rest. They cannot have almost inexhaustible physical strength like evil ghosts. Now it only needs to wait for Makomo and Wrong Rabbit's breathing method time to pass before it can kill them all. I'm really looking forward to the delicious taste of your flesh and blood. Tioni smiled, although its condition is not good now. It originally had nearly 50 tentacles, but now more than 30 of them have been cut off. It can be said that the body has been severely damaged. But these don't have much to do with it. With the evil ghost's powerful recovery ability, it can recover quickly. But the two human beings in front of them will only slowly weaken. And in the end, thigh can only be swallowed by themselves. Just like the dozen of senior brothers and sisters they swallowed before. The ending will not change in any way, after all. Tioni was extremely clear about what would happen if the swordsman failed to cut off the evil spirit's neck. Hateful. Feeling the increasing fatigue coming from his body, Kingtu gritted his teeth. Please Rabbit. You 210 take Tomioka Jiu and go first, I will hold it back. Makomo narrowed his eyes at this time. If this continues, both she and Wrong Rabbit will die in the hands of this evil spirit. This is what Makomo understands after the battle. Although she and Kingtu combined their strength to be stronger than this evil spirit, the hardness of the other's neck prevented them from cutting off the other's neck. As for the swordsman who is unable to cut off the demon's neck, Makomo knows very well what is waiting for him. Not only will he die, but the people he wants to protect will also die in the hands of evil spirits. But no matter wants to hurt something she holds dear, then step over her body first. Hearing that Makomo asked him to take Tomioka Jiu away, Jiu would not be willing to do so anyway. As an orphan who was also adopted by Yurikodaki Sakanji, he has already regarded Makomo as his sister. Even if he dies, he is not willing to see Makomo die for him. Therefore, facing Makomo's request, Kingtu decisively chose to refuse. Please Rabbit will never take a step back. Jiu, please leave alone. Please speak to Tomioka Jiu. Am I Tomioka Jiu? So greedy for life and afraid of death in the eyes of senior brothers and sisters. Tomioka Jiu shook his head when the evil spirits came. He had witnessed his sister, who had been taking care of him, being devoured by the evil spirits. To this day, he still hates himself for being trembling and incompetent while hiding in the corner. No facing the danger of evil spirits again. How could Tomioka Jiwoo choose to escape? Now for Tomioka Jiwoo. He only hates himself for being incompetent and unable to give Makomo and Jingtu too much help. But it is absolutely impossible for him to escape alone. Makomo wanted to say something more. But looking at the firm eyes of Haruto and Tomioka Jiwoo, he finally sighed slightly. No matter whether it is Kingtu or Tomioka Jiwoo, their eyes are firm but not flinching at all. Even if you know that if you continue you may die. But he didn't intend to retreat. It's such a touching emotion. Seeing the scene in front of him, Tioni couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. Human flesh and blood with such beautiful emotions must be more delicious, tilde. Jie, as he said that, Tioni couldn't help but laugh. After saying that, Tioni launched another attack on Makomo and Kingshuan. In the past, although Makomo and Jingtu could not use Nichiren blades to cut off the hard neck of Tioni, they could easily dodge non-ghost attacks. But as time goes by and with the loss of physical strength, it becomes increasingly difficult to dodge the Tioni's offensive. Moreover, it is certain that as time goes by, this disadvantage will become more and more obvious. Block Tioni's attack again. Both Usagi and Makomo began to pant violently. The battle has come to this point. The two of them have almost reached their limit. In the distance, Tomioka Jiwoo clenched his fists, but was unable to take a step forward. Because if he stepped forward, he would not be able to give Makomo and Jingtu much help. Instead, he would make Makomo and Jingtu pay attention to take care of him. Seeing Makomo and Kaiman fighting, and he could only stand aside helplessly, this made Tomioka Jiwoo hate himself for being weak now. Just like he hated that he could only watch his cherished sister being devoured by evil spirits. This pain almost overwhelmed Tomioka Jiwoo's heart, making Tomioka Jiwoo deeply understand at this moment that a weak person like him has no right to choose at all. Let Tomioka Jiwoo understand deeply at this moment that the weak who cannot control the power of life and death can only be cut off by others. A weakling like him, there is no right to choose at all. There is only one destination, and that is to be stepped on by the strong. If I can survive this time, I will never hand over the right of life and death to others. Tomioka Jiwoo gritted his teeth and looked at Makomo and Sabito, who were struggling to resist Tioni in the distance. Hating himself for being weak now. Human beings after all. Knocking Kingshu to the ground again. Tioni couldn't help but sneered as he looked at Kingtu struggling to get up after vomiting blood and Makomo standing next to him. Tioni couldn't help but sneer. Humans like you are destined to be devoured by evil spirits. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't change the ending of being reduced to food. With that said, Tioni is ready to end the two of them completely. The battle should have a complete ending now, this time. The man named Yurikodaki Sakanji will continue to wait for the disciple who is unlikely to return. I'm sorry, master, to disappoint you. Feeling the weakness of their bodies, Makomo and Kwadu lowered their heads slightly. When they came to the Tengsi Mountain trial, they had vowed to do so. But they did not expect that it would end like this. Like the senior brothers and sisters before them, they disappointed the master. No matter how unwilling you are, but now, already unable to resist, nothing can be done, Shua. Just when Tioni stretched out its tentacles, preparing to deliver the final fatal blow to Makomo and Jingtu, a sword light flashed in the darkness, a fleeting cold light. The extended tentacle of Tioni was cut in half. At the same moment, a tall and slender girl wearing a tight-fitting black uniform, black hair, and a kachu hairpin appeared in front of Makomo and Nohao Zhao Kingtu. A breeze blew by in next to the tall and slender girl. A girl in the same dress appeared, but her figure looked petite and exquisite. It's Kani and Shinobu. Makomo recognized the two of them almost at first sight. Kachukani turned around and looked at Makomo, who was almost unsteady when standing. With a gentle smile on his face, next there's us. This evil spirit is very strong. The person on the side said, please don't remind me. Kachukani was about to say something, but suddenly he raised his head and looked at the treetops. At some point a figure appeared on the treetops, sir. Make Seeing that figure, Kachukani couldn't help but murmur. The silver moon hung high with it as the background. A tall figure stood quietly on the treetops. The black hair was flying, covering most of the man's face. Despite this, Kachukani recognized the owner of this figure at first sight. Gentleman Kachukani couldn't help but speak. As Kachukani spoke, Makomo and Kingtu also followed Kachukani's gaze and saw the figure standing on the treetops. They also recognized that this person was the person who presided over the trial of Tang Zishan this time. And he was a Zhu as powerful as their master. A powerful swordsman who could kill the evil ghost of Shangxian. I've met Senior, although they had no strength left. Makomo and Jingtu still forced themselves to salute. Sumiu also nodded to Makomo and Sabito and glanced at them. It has to be said that the two of them were seriously injured. But it's no big deal. It only takes a little rest to recover later. So Sumiu just glanced at the two of them and then set her sights on Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu. Can you deal with this evil spirit? He whispered. Tioni is not weak in strength. Especially its neck is extremely hard. And a normal sword cannot cut off the ghost's neck. The inability to cut off the evil ghost's neck means that it is difficult to kill the evil ghost to a certain extent. Therefore, even if Makomo and Jingtu combined their strength to be stronger than this Tioni, they would still lose to Tioni in the end. That's why he asked the Kachu sisters. If the two of them were no match for this Tioni, he would also kill Tioni. But evil spirits like Tioni are good test subjects for Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu. If the Kachu sisters can solve it, then it will naturally be left to the two of them good. My sister and I can handle it. Kachukani glanced at Kachu Shinobu next to him, patted the Nichiren blades hanging on his waist, and said softly, My sister and I killed this evil spirit to show our husband. Kachu Shinobu said immediately, looking at Tioni with strong murderous intent. Be careful, this evil spirit is very strong. And its neck is very hard. So it is difficult to cut off the opponent's head. Makomo was also reminding him. They were ultimately defeated because they couldn't cut off the neck of Tioni. And they were somewhat unwilling to do so. Regarding the strength of the Kachu sisters, Makomo also felt that they were very strong. But they were not much stronger than when he and Jingtu teamed up. To kill an evil spirit, you don't necessarily have to cut off the evil spirit's neck. Kachu Shinobu said with a smile. However, the girl's smile seemed a bit fake. Although Kachu Shinobu liked to imitate his sister's gentle smile, it was obviously difficult for Kachu Shinobu to be as gentle as his sister. CHFG Makomo was surprised from Makomo's knowledge. There are very few ways to kill evil spirits. One is to cut off the neck with Nichiren blades, and the other is to let evil spirits bathe in the sun. Apart from this, Makomo really can't imagine any other way. A way to kill evil spirits, however. Kachu Shinobu did not explain to Makomo that she and her sister Kachukani had blocked Tioni one after another. The moment Tioni saw Sumiu appear, it wanted to run away because it felt an aura of extreme fear from this human being. Obviously, it was a powerful swordsman that it could not defeat. Just like the swordsman named Yurikodaki Sakonji, who easily captured it back then. However, before it could escape, Kachu Shinobu and Kachukani had already attacked Sheilai. Kachukani and Kachu Shinobu have been training hard all along. In addition, accompanied by Sumiu, they have experienced many actual battles with evil spirits, and their strength is not weak. Almost the moment the two of them took action, Jeep-Ghost felt strong pressure. This pressure is greater than the pressure brought about by Makomo and Kingtu joining forces. Although feeling the pressure, Tioni was not afraid of the Kachu sisters, and even had the idea of killing the sisters. The only thing that really scares Tioni is the swordsman standing on the treetops, with his arms folded, quietly watching everything in front of him. Standing on the treetops, Sumiu also saw Kachukani take action. The blade is sharp and the figure is nimble. When the sword is drawn out, the aura is hidden. The sword cuts out in an instant, and a terrifying majesty breaks out. The sword moves are very beautiful, and every time the sword is drawn, it seems to be dancing an extremely gorgeous dance. But this gorgeous dance hides an extremely dangerous killing move. Beautiful sword move certainly. Even more beautiful are the people, in the past. Su Mu would still provide guidance when fighting against evil spirits. But now Su Mu can no longer provide much guidance. It's not that the Kachu sisters' strength has caught up with him, but that the Kachu sisters have been able to maximize their combat power. Tioni is very strong, but still at a disadvantage under the combined efforts of the Kachu sisters. Almost immediately after the fight, Tioni suffered multiple injuries. If he were a human being, he would probably be dead by now. But Tioni has long been inhuman, and fatal injuries to humans are not that serious to evil spirits. Even if a leg or foot is broken, these injuries can be recovered quickly as long as given a certain amount of time. This is also the biggest advantage of evil spirits when fighting humans. Therefore, although he is at a disadvantage, Tioni is not worried that he will die at the hands of the Kachu sisters. What it is most worried about right now is the powerful swordsman who has been holding back. In Tioni's opinion, these two sisters cannot cut off their necks, which are harder than stone, but the sword standing on the treetop can definitely do it. However, even though he has been vigilant until now, the other party still seems to have no intention of taking action. He just stands on the treetops and watches quietly. This puts a lot of pressure on Tioni. Moses. Don't be distracted when fighting against us. Otherwise you will die. Just as Tioni was thinking about it, the girl's clear voice reached her ears. Tioni looked up. And at some point, the petite figure of Kachu Shinobu appeared beside him, holding a sword and stabbing several wounds on his body. A slight pain came from these wounds, which was far more painful than the previous injuries. And it also made Tioni couldn't help but lower his head. It was indeed a few wounds stabbed by swords, but in the eyes of Tioni it was nothing more than that. After all, to evil spirits, even having their hands and feet cut off was nothing. But at this moment, Tioni felt a strong uneasiness in her heart. It was obviously just a few tiny wounds, Even if a hand was cut off by King Tu before, he didn't pay much attention to it, but at this moment, Yingxin felt an extremely strong sense of uneasiness. Soon, Tioni discovered that these punctured wounds could not be recovered at all. As if the evil ghost's powerful recovery ability disappeared at this moment. How is this going? Tioni looked in disbelief at the tiny wounds that had not healed. This is the potion I specially used to kill you. Kachu Shinobu smiled and said to the evil spirit in front of him. His petite figure was graceful. Kachu, like Tioni, was flying around and occasionally. The sword light passed through the sharp sword blade and pierced the body. As the number of wounds on his body increased, Tioni felt that his body seemed to be getting heavier and heavier. Crack! A sharp sword light flashed across. But it was the sword struck by Kachu Kani, directly cutting off Tioni. If it were before, even if its limbs were severed, Tioni wouldn't care. It only needed to pick up the severed limbs and rub them on the wounds, and all the injuries would be restored. But at this moment, those severed limbs seemed to have completely lost their life. At this moment, Tioni looked at the Kachu sisters with fear in its eyes, and discovered that the immortality that the evil spirits relied on was disappearing. Oh, please give me flowers. Moxie, the toxin is almost gone. Kachu Shinobu stabbed him with another sword, and his petite figure retreated, looking at Tioni in the distance with a smile. But this smile in the eyes of Tioni is as scary as a devil. Roar! The fear surging in his heart caused Tioni to let out a huge roar, as if this could vent that fear at the same time. Tioni moved forward and rushed towards Kachu Shinobu, wanting to kill the woman who made him feel uneasy. At this time, Rengui is not even thinking about whether the powerful Kenda who has been standing in the treetops will leave the town. Only Tioni's huge body only ran forward for a few steps and then began to shake. Finally, its legs seemed to have lost their support and fell to the ground suddenly. The scarlet eyes were wide open, but at this moment, they were slowly losing the color of life in the distance. Makomo and Kingtu looked at each other somewhat in shock when they saw this scene. In their opinion, this evil spirit is so powerful that it is difficult to cut off its neck. That's all died easily. And they didn't use Nichiren blades to cut off the evil spirit's neck. Sir, the evil spirit is dead, the moment Tioni fell. Kachu Shinobu turned around and looked at the man standing on the treetop with a bit of credit. So low, waiting for the man's compliment, well done. Sumiu nodded with a smile, looking at the girl's slightly raised smile. I don't know when. This girl seemed to care more and more about herself. Following the death of Tioni, a strong stench filled the entire space. And together with the strong stench, there was an aura of sadness. These sad breaths are the memories of Tioni, recalling the past as a human being before his death. Those memories of humans that have long been forgotten. At the moment of death, this ghost recalled everything he had once been as a human being. And even thought of the scene when he couldn't control his instinct as an evil ghost and ate and protected his brother. So he began to feel sad. But everything in the past is irreversible. Whether it is as a 240 human or as a ghost. It has completely ended. Sumiu fell from the treetops, landed next to Kachu Shinobu, and gently patted the girl with her head raised. As he stroked the girl's head with his palm, he could clearly feel the girl's head pushing upward. I didn't expect Ninja and Kanny to be so powerful. Looking at the body of Tioni that fell and gradually dissipated, Sumiu couldn't help but murmured before. He thought he needed to take action. But now it seems that there is no need at all. This is all taught by the teacher. Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but pat his chest. And with his movements, the clothes on his chest swayed slightly. Unconsciously attracted Sumiu's eyes. Following Sumiu's gaze, Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but turn his head. Sumiu could even see that the other party's pretty fair face had a slight blush like sunset, giving people a very alluring aura. The main reason is that Nin and Kanny train seriously and hard. And Nin is able to develop this kind of toxin that is specially designed to deal with evil spirits. Sumiu disagrees with Kachu Shinobu's praise. He doesn't really spend much time teaching the Kachu sisters. Most of the time, he still relies on the Kachu sisters. After saying this, Sumiu once again looked at the body of Tioni that was about to dissipate. The appearance of Tioni has exceeded the upper limit of trial disciples. Know if you can solve Tioni. It is enough to prove that you are strong enough to become an official demon slayer swordsman. Sumiu also announced that several people had passed the trial assessment. Of course, in fact, the strength of the Kachu sisters Macomb and Sabito has already reached the level that they can become demon slayer swordsmen. However, some processes still need to be completed. Of course, he can also force a few people to pass. After all, as a pillar, he still has some authority. However, these are not necessary. Moreover, these will also leave a certain stain in the future. Senior as Sumiu fell Macomb, Kingtu and Tomioka Jiu also came over and said hello respectfully. Except for Tomioka Jiu, Kingtu and Makomo are not in good condition at the moment. Even standing seems to be a little difficult, obviously. It was not easy for the two of them to team up to deal with Tioni before. Sumiu turned around and glanced at the three of them. She could vaguely feel that as her eyes fell. The three of them seemed slightly nervous. It can even be clearly felt that the eyes of the three people looking at him are more respectful and have some kind of admiration. Probably, it was the emotion generated by seeing the Kachu sisters being able to kill Tioni. After all, it was an evil spirit that none of them could defeat. Moreover, Kachu Shinobu also used a method that he had never heard of to kill the evil spirit. This made Makomo and Misato admire him very much. And even more so for the person who could teach them. There is a feeling of admiration from the seniors. Sumiu turned back and glanced at Kachu Shinobu. Kachu Shinobu immediately understood, stepped forward, and began to check the injuries of Makomo and Jingtu. Kachu Shinobu's medical skills are very good. Even if he doesn't have much medical equipment, he can quickly treat the two people's injuries. Sister Nin has very powerful medical skills. Did our seniors teach her too? Feeling that the pain in the wound was no longer so obvious under Kachu Shinobu's simple treatment, Shinzo couldn't help but speak. Kachu Shinobu couldn't help but look up at Sumiu. How could I be so good? I'm not very good at any medical skills. It's Ren who is very talented in medicine. And Ren comes from a medical family, after learning song. Su-mu hurriedly explained it and at the same time. After looking at the situation of the two of them, she also expressed concern. The two of them were seriously injured this time. But they need to take good care of themselves for a while. I will, senior. Makomo lowered his head slightly and whispered. Under the fox mask, it was impossible to see what the girl's expression was at this moment. But the girl's voice was very soft, with a friendly girl next door feel. Although it was announced that several people had passed the examination, the Kachu sisters Makomo and King Tu all insisted on staying at the top of Tengsi Mountain for 7 days. Su-mu thought about it for a moment and then agreed. The content of Tengsi Mountain to test disciples is that the disciples participating in the trial can stay on the top of Tengsi Mountain for 7 days. No matter what means. As long as they can stay in this ghostly Tengsi Mountain after 7 days. You can become a ghost hunter. Several people obviously did not want to break this rule. Even if Su-mu announced that they did not have to go through such a test. I will pick you up in 7 days, Su-mu nodded. Because Tioni had been killed. And there were no evil spirits in the entire Tengsi Mountain that could threaten a few people. And there was no need for him to worry about their safety. Okay sir, okay senior. Several people bent down and respectfully watched Su-mu leave. On the mountainside of Tengsi Mountain, in a courtyard surrounded by wisteria trees, a petite girl was lying on the railing boredly, looking at the pairs of wild ducks wandering in the pond not far away. The girl is slightly petite, with a white skirt covering her slender and soft body. Her black hair is hanging down, and her eyes are as dark as ink with slight ripples. The girl's skin is very fair and tender. The girl is none other than Yubayashiki Rika's younger sister, Yubayashiki Hanai, who is also following her sister to preside over this assessment trial of 10 Raid Mountain. Now, all the disciples in the trial have entered 10 Raid Mountain on the top of the mountain. She didn't have much to do. After all, we just need to wait for the trial results. I wonder how many trial disciples will be able to pass the assessment this time. Yubayashiki Hangnai's beautiful brows were slightly wrinkled and she fell into thinking. For the girl, she is looking forward to having more members who pass the assessment. Which also means that more and more fresh blood will flow into the Demon Slayer Corps. As a member of the Yubayashiki family, Yubayashiki Hana naturally hopes that the Demon Slayer squad will get better and better. However, I couldn't help but think of my sister's husband. It was a tall swordsman. Standing in front of him would give people a great pressure, making her even a little afraid of him. But such a fierce-looking swordsman treats his sister very gently. I don't know what my future husband will be like. Yubayashiki Hanai thought silently, always feeling that her future husband should not be inferior to her sister. However, as a daughter of the Yubayashiki family like her marriage is not decided by herself in the future. Her marriage will probably be arranged by her parents. What kind of person she will marry will probably only be known after it is arranged. Thinking of this, the girl felt somewhat disappointed. It would be great if I could be like my sister and choose the person I like. Yubayashiki Hangnai murmured in a low voice. Her beautiful eyebrows drooped slightly, and her pretty face showed a hint of disappointment. Just when Yubayashiki Kana was feeling depressed, she suddenly felt her waist tighten slightly. And then a burst of hot air came from her ears. Rixiang, it seems that she is in a bad mood. The deep man's voice echoed in his earsand at the same time. The man's hot breath blew against Yubayashiki Hana's ears, feeling that she was being hugged by a man from behind. Yubayashiki Hangnai's body suddenly fell into a tense state at this moment. Just by listening to the voice, Yubayashiki Hangnai knew who the man hugging him was. When listening to the other person's words, he probably regards himself as his elder sister. I like you so much, Rixiang, 1. The low voice echoed in her ears, making Yubayashiki Kana's breathing 397 slightly quickened. She wanted to turn around and tell the man behind her that she was not her sister Yubayashiki Rika, but her younger sister Yubayashiki Kanta. However, when he turned around and was about to speak, his mouth was immediately blocked. The girl's beautiful eyes widened at this moment, Obviously, she did not expect such a change. After all, this is my first kiss. It is dedicated to my future husband but it was thrown away like this. It made Yubayashiki Hanai feel in a trance at the same time. As time passed, a feeling of suffocation came to my mind. And I couldn't breathe for a long time, which made Yubayashiki Hana feel like I could hardly breathe. Sumyu just kissed her and then backed away sharply. At this moment, he also knew that he might have mistakenly recognized the wrong person, mistaking his sister Yubayashiki Hangnai for his sister Yubayashiki Rika. Sumyu stepped back and looked at the girl in front of her with surprise in her eyes. You are not Rixiang. After all, the other person gives me a completely different feeling. The other person was too young and unfamiliar, as if he had never kissed before. This awkward feeling was just like the first time he kissed Yubayashiki. But obviously, Yubayashiki Rixiang has been following him for many days and has already passed the initial youthfulness and ignorance. I'm Hane. Yubayashiki Hangnai lowered her head and whispered. At this moment, she didn't know how to deal with this matter. After all, this was her first kiss, and it should have been dedicated to her future husband. But now, it has been taken away by the man in front of me. More importantly, this man is still my sister's husband. This made Yubayashiki Rika a little confused about what to do. She had never been exposed to this matter before, and she just felt that her brain was at a loss. She should have blamed the other party. But looking at the other party's performance, he only did this because he regarded himself as his sister Yubayashiki Rika. After all, his face and his sister's face were almost the same. People outside could hardly tell the difference between their sisters. Even their parents, sometimes they will be mistaken. Let alone Sumyu, an outsider, therefore. Yubayashiki Kana feels that it is understandable that his brother-in-law mistakenly thinks that he and his sister are mistaken. But this was his first kiss after all. For a girl, this is a very important thing. Sorry, I made a mistake between you and my sister. I thought you were Rixiang. Sumyu also apologized hurriedly. Yubayashiki Hangnai lowered his head and did not speak, feeling only aggrieved in his heart. Sorry. Sumyu continued to apologize. The girl lowered her head and pinched the hem of her clothes with her fingers. After a while, she raised her head and said with a forced smile, Mr. Mew mistakenly thought of me as her sister. I don't blame Mr. Mew for this, although the girl said this. She could clearly feel the grievance in her heart, after all. In this, Irathas is a very important matter for a girl. If her future husband knows about this, I am afraid. Sumyu also understood this very well. So he also stepped forward and held the little hand of Yubayashiki Hangnai. The little hand was held, and the girl wanted to break away as if she was electrocuted. But Sumyu's hand holding Yubayashiki Hangnai was like an iron pliers. No matter how hard Yubayashiki Hangnai struggled, she could not break free. Mr. Mew, what are you doing? Yubayashiki Hangnai spoke in a panic. I will be responsible for you. Sumyu looked at Yubayashiki Hangnai and spoke seriously. After hearing this, Yubayashiki Hangnai couldn't help but tremble slightly, and shook his head hastily. How is this possible? Does Hanai hate me? Sumyu couldn't help but speak. How could Hangnai hate MRMU? Yubayashiki Hangnai shook her head hurriedly. It's just that Mujun is my sister. Hangnai shouldn't, ya xxi, Sumyu quickly said. Here for a girl, thighs is a very important thing. And it is a right that only someone as close as her husband can exercise. But at this time, Sumyu had already stepped forward and hugged Yubayashiki Hangnai again. Yubayashiki Hangnai struggled slightly, but could not break free and could only let Mujun hold him. Feeling that the girl in her arms was no longer struggling, Sumyu continued to speak softly. I will be responsible for you, it's okay, Mujun. Mujun, don't worry about it. After all, Mujun didn't mean it. I can just pretend that nothing happened. The girl lowered her head and just said that she felt aggrieved as if nothing had happened. That was my most precious first kiss. Can I really pretend that nothing happened? How can you act like nothing happened? Sumyu shook her head. Hangnai can be treated as if it never happened. But I can't forget it. Actually, I also heard that people like Hangzhou Tao When I saw Hangnai for the first time, I thought Hangnai was very cute as your sister. Mujin, are you okay? What are you talking about? Yubayashiki Hangnai's face turned red. Su Mu's words were like a heavy hammer hitting her heart, causing her heart to throb slightly. Actually, I think I've also fallen in love with the lovely Hanai. Su Mu spoke again, lowering her head and staring at Xiao Anshin in front of her with dark eyes. Feeling Su Mu's gaze, especially the eyes that seemed to make people get trapped, Yubayashiki Hangnai felt a little confused at the moment. She had never encountered such a thing before, and she didn't know how to deal with it at this time. Su Mu had already leaned forward, and before the girl could react, she found her lips again. Yubayashiki Hangnai was probably a little confused at the moment, but his eyes were wide open blankly for Yubayashiki Hanai. This is probably an experience she has never had before. As a member of the Yubayashiki family, everyone who saw her was very respectful in the past, and she had never behaved so rudely. But now, he was kissed directly. Yubayashiki Hangnai didn't know how to describe the feeling at this moment. All he felt was that he was completely confused. When he came to his senses, Yubayashiki Kana felt that his breathing had begun to quicken. The oxygen supply to his brain had begun to fail, and he could no longer breathe. So he struggled to push Su Mu away. This time, Yubayashiki Hangnai easily pushed Su Mu away. Of course, this was also the reason why Su Mu allowed Yubayashiki Hangnai to push. If he had exerted a little force, how could Yubayashiki Hangnai's strength break away from his embrace? Mujin, don't do this. Yubayashiki Hangnai lowered her head and spoke in a panic. At this moment, the girl's heart was very confused. She didn't know how to deal with such a thing in front of her. After all, is the sister of Yubayashiki Rika, Yubayashiki Hangnai knows that the man in front of her belongs to her sister. And my sister knew about my previous behavior with Mujin. Just thinking about this, Yubayashiki Hanai felt a very strong sense of guilt in her heart. I like Hanai very much, so I can't control it. Su Mu lowered her head with a bit of self-blame. Yubayashiki Hangnai originally wanted to say something, but looking at Su Mu, who lowered her head and looked blaming herself, she didn't know what to say. Do you want to accuse the other person of kissing you without your consent? Of course, it's definitely wrong to kiss yourself without your consent. But the other person can't help it and doesn't do it on purpose. You belong to my sister. Yubayashiki Hangnai lowered his head and bit his lip. Please don't do this. Mu-kun. The girl's words already contained a hint of pleading. Su Mu didn't care about this. She just stepped forward and grabbed the girl's hand. I don't belong to your sister. He said softly, I like Rixium very much. But I also found that unknowingly, I seem to also like Hanai. Mr. Mu is talking nonsense. Yubayashiki Kana had a touch of shame and anger on her face. How could such a thing be possible? According to her parents' wishes, her sister was about to be engaged to Mujin. Now Mujin said this to her sister. How is this possible? I'm not talking nonsense, I'm just speaking from my heart. When I saw Hangnai for the first time, I thought Hangnai was particularly cute. And there was a touch in my heart, he whispered softly. Yubayashiki Hangnai didn't dare to listen anymore. She always felt that the other party's words had a strong magic power, which made her feel like she was about to fall. Mr. Mu, I will ignore you, you are a bad person. The girl tried her best to break free of Su Mu's hand, covered her face, and ran away in panic like a rabbit being chased by a tiger. Looking at the back of Yubayashiki Hangnai, who left in a panic, Su Mu looked at her hands and touched her lips with her hands. The slightly moist feeling seems to still linger between the lips, and there seems to be a faint fragrance of a girl. Thinking of everything just now, the corners of Su Mu's mouth couldn't help but curl up, and a smile appeared on her face, especially when she looked at the leaving back of Yubayashiki Hangnai. It was as if she was looking at a prey that was about to enter the bowl, waiting for her to catch it at any time. Although Yubayashiki Hangnai escaped in fact, he also expressed his attitude in a certain way after all. She should have been angry, but he didn't feel any more anger from the girl. On the contrary, I am worried. It seems that rather than being angry, Yubayashiki Hanai is more worried that her sister knows this. Thinking of this, the smile on Su-Mu's lips became stronger. After all, after the first time there will be a next time. This time, Yubayashiki Kana was worried about being discovered by her sister. So she didn't dare to speak out next time. She will be just as worried about being discovered by her sister. Saria Shikirika knows this so. Next time the same result. It's probably the same, just let yourself take it or take it. But next time, it won't necessarily be so simple to let Yubayashiki Hana escape. Certainly. I also let Yubayashiki Hengnai go on purpose just now. After all, if it is too strong, it may cause bad results. It still needs to be cooked slowly, and the taste may be more delicious. When I found Yubayashiki again, Yubayashiki was squatting in a clay pot, concentrating on cooking something. The girl has a slender figure, and her perfect curves are revealed when she bends over. Gives people a feeling of temptation. Su-Mu walked over and sniffed slightly. What are you cooking? It tastes delicious. Hearing the sound, Yubayashiki Rika turned around quickly. And when she saw it was Su-Mu, her pretty face immediately showed a bright smile. Maki-kun is back. The girl's pleasant voice was obviously full of surprise. Su-Mu nodded. Because he was worried about the tragedy that might be caused by the Tioni on the Tengsi mountain. So he basically stayed at the top of the Tengsi mountain during the past 2 nights. However, know that Tioni has been solved. Tang Zishin no longer threatens the existence of the Kachu sisters. As for other evil spirits, Su-Mu does not think that it will cause too much harm to the Kachu sisters or Makomo. Threatened, so I came down the mountain. I've been learning some cooking skills these past 2 days. I'm making duck soup now. I don't know if it tastes good. Yubayashiki Rixiang also said hurriedly. As a member of the Yubayashiki family, Yubayashiki has rarely cooked since she was a child. After all, there are chefs who specialize in cooking. However, after the girl from the Yubayashiki family became a woman, Yubayashiki Rika began to learn cooking skills subconsciously. After Al is a wife, she cannot let her husband starve when he is tired from work and hungry and thirsty. It smells delicious. I think it must be delicious. Su-Mu's eyes fell on the small pot, and the steaming heat came out, exuding a very fragrant smell. I just hope it's not too bad and can make MRMU like it. Yubayashiki Rixiang lowered his head, with a shy smile on his pretty face. Looking at this pretty face that was exactly the same as Yubayashiki Hangnai, Su-Mu was slightly touched and said seemingly unintentionally, just now. When I saw Hangnai when I came over, I almost thought Hang Hui was Rika. Yubayashiki Rika didn't take Mujun's words to heart, but laughed. In the past, my father and mother would also confuse us sisters. Su-Mu touched her nose and smiled bitterly. You sisters really look so similar. It's hard to tell them apart. Rixiang asked me to tell you apart by the smell on your body. But you also know that my nose is not very good. Spirit, sometimes it's easy to get it wrong. This is not Mujun's fault. Yubayashiki Rika covered her mouth and smiled. She didn't pay much attention to these, because the sisters looked too similar. So it was easy for them to be mistaken. Yubayashiki Rika herself was used to it. I'm just a little worried. Su-Mu touched her nose. What are you worried about? Yubayashiki Rixiang tilted her little head and looked at Su-Mu with some confusion. Thinking about it, Yubayashiki Rixiang just recognized the wrong person. It was nothing. Even her parents often recognized them by mistake. So they didn't feel anything. Su-Mu touched her nose and her eyes fell directly on the petite and exquisite curves of Yubayashiki. The girl has just become a woman, and she already exudes a slightly mature charm, you know. What if I mistake your sister for you and do something rude? He said quietly, it doesn't matter to me. But because of my actions it had a bad impact on your sisters. Yen Tai Ti, hearing Su-Mu's words. Yubayashiki's face turned red at first. But then she became worried. In the past few days with Mujun, I have gradually become accustomed to some of Su-Mu's actions. She always likes to hug herself when she is not paying attention. Every time I am hugged by the person I like, there will always be a little bit of surprise in my heart. I didn't think there was anything wrong with Mujun's behavior before. But no, after hearing Mujun say this, I started to worry. Then Mukun don't, 0. Yubayashiki Rika said softly. It's just that I can't help it. After all, Rixiang is so cute and I like Rixiang so much. When I see Rixiang, my brain will always be out of control and I want to hug Rixiang. Su Mu said quietly with a bit of complaint. It's all because I like Rixiang so much. The man's complaining words fell in the woman's ears. But they were like a warm current flowing into the woman's heart, causing ripples in the beautiful eyes of Yubayashiki Rika. If there is any misunderstanding, I will explain it to my sister. The girl lowered her head and said softly. Su Mu seemed to feel relieved after hearing this, with the words Rixiang. I also relieved a lot of my worries. I was afraid that I would misidentify you sisters and make Rixiang angry. Rixiang is not a jealous person, so she will not always be angry with Mujun. Moreover, this is not Mujun's fault. Whose fault is it then? Su Mu showed a hint of doubt. It's okay as long as it's not Mukun's fault anyway. Yubayashiki Rika raised her head and said softly, looking at the man in front of her who was full of gentle corpses. The warm sunshine shone on the earth. Su Mu and Yubayashiki Rixiang came to the courtyard. And the cooked duck soup was also placed on the stone table in the courtyard. Su Mu sat down on the stone bench. And Yubayashiki Rixiang had already filled a bowl of duck soup. Su Mu originally wanted to take the bowl, but stopped when she saw the girl picking up the spoon. Just open your mouth and the delicious duck soup will be handed to your mouth. Compared with the cooking skills of Kamado AI, Yubayashiki's cooking skills are obviously far behind. At least it is not as delicious as the duck soup cooked by Kamado AI. But it represents the girl's feelings at this moment. Tastes good. 193. He licked his lips and praised. Hearing Su Mu's praise, Yubayashiki Rixiang also had a happy smile on her face. And she picked up the spoon and fed him cheerfully again. Su Mu was enjoying herself with peace of mind, just moving her mouth and accepting the food from Yubayashiki Rika. Of course, his hands are not idle either. I don't know when I touched the hair of Yubayashiki. Playing with the smooth hair of Yubayashiki. When the hairpin that fixed the hair of Yubayashiki was taken off, the black and smooth hair fell off at once. Yubayashiki Rixiang raised her head, rolled her eyes at Su Mu, then lowered her head again, silently feeding her, letting Su Mu play with her hair. Su Mu liked the leisurely days of basking in the sun, eating delicious food, and enjoying being fed by beautiful women. Such peaceful days, Su Mu felt, would be pretty good if they continued forever. However, he thought of Yubayashiki Amin. That beautiful and noble woman, obviously. Just the company of Yubayashiki Rika could not satisfy him. Thinking of the plump figure of Yubayashiki Amin, and then looking at Yubayashiki Rixiang, Su Mu felt a little hot in her heart. Almost without hesitation, he hugged Yubayashiki Rika. Hey! Yubayashiki Rixiang couldn't help but exclaimed, I haven't finished the duck soup yet. You have to drink duck soup and people also have to eat it. Su Mu gritted her teeth and spoke. Then he walked towards the house with Yubayashiki Rika in his arms. A courtyard of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yubayashiki Kaguya is checking the information compiled by Yubayashiki Amin on various aspects. It took a while before I put down the paper. And my brows wrinkled unconsciously. Something is wrong. Yubayashiki Kaguya spoke with some worry. What's wrong? Yubayashiki Amin expressed doubts. These days, the number of haunted places has decreased a lot. And even some swordsmen no longer have the task of hunting evil spirits. As Yubayashiki Amin, who organizes information, she naturally knows what information she is sorting out. That's why I'm a little worried. Yubayashiki Kaguya shook his head. The decrease in haunting incidents in various places did not make Yubayashiki Kaguya relax, but made him more worried. You must know that evil spirits are extremely eager for human flesh and blood. Under normal circumstances, they cannot restrain themselves from attacking humans. But now, although there are still haunting incidents in various places, the frequency of hauntings has been greatly reduced. This is obviously inconsistent with common sense. Evil ghosts cannot suppress their desire for human flesh and blood. If something like this happens, It can only be because a more powerful evil ghost has restrained the evil ghosts. And the only one who can restrain all the evil spirits is. There is only the ancestor of ghosts, Kibutsuji Musen. Yubayashiki Kaguya and Yubayashiki Amin said almost coincidentally. For the Demon Slayer squad, the most ultimate goal is to kill Kibutsuji Musen. Only by killing Kibutsuji Musen can this world of ghosts be completely ended. But unfortunately in the past 100 years, it has been difficult for the Demon Slayer squad to even find traces of Kibutsuji Musen, let alone kill Kibutsuji Musen. So, what is the purpose of Kibutsuji Musen to restrain the ghosts? Yubayashiki Kaguya frowned involuntarily. The two of them thought of the Shanxian evil ghosts who had been killed one after another recently, including Dauma from Shanxian Roman II. In other words, the appearance of the swordsman made Kibutsuji Musen feel fearful. So he started to lurk, Yubayashiki Amin whispered. Probably. Yubayashiki Kaguya said with a somewhat complicated emotion. Pursue Mu, a young swordsman who covets his wife. He has a complicated heart. And he even doesn't want to mention her name at this moment. He also roughly guessed the reason why Kibutsuji Musen did this. It was nothing more than that he wanted to avoid the edge temporarily. After all, humans are different from evil spirits. Evil ghosts have an almost immortal life. And just like humans, no matter how powerful the swordsman is, he will turn into a piece of less after 100 years. In other words, Kibutsuji Musen is waiting for the swordsman to die. Yubayashiki Kaguya said faintly. The appearance of a powerful swordsman who made Kibutsuji Musen feel afraid should have made Yubayashiki Kaguya happy and excited. But thinking about that swordsman, Yubayashiki Kaguya couldn't be happy. Even though Yubayashiki Kaguya thinks he is tolerant and has seen swordsmen with all kinds of strange personalities over the years, he cannot tolerate a swordsman who covets his wife. After all, this is intolerable to any man. What we are thinking about now is how to respond. Yubayashiki Amin couldn't help but say. If Kibutsuji Musen chooses to stay dormant, it will be difficult to find the other party. Hearing his wife's words, Yubayashiki Kaguya frowned even more tightly. Kibutsuji Musen was good at evading. Over the past 100 years, the Demon Slayer squad has been searching for its traces without finding much. If it is really dormant, Out 27 really doesn't have much to do with the opponent. It would be great if there was some way to force Kibutsuji Musen to show up. Yubayashiki Amin said with a wry smile hearing this. Yubayashiki Kaguya's eyes couldn't help but light up. What solution did your husband come up with? Looking at Yubayashiki Kaguya's expression, Yubayashiki Amin asked. What could make Kibutsuji Musen show up? Yubayashiki Kaguya did not answer, but asked rhetorically. Yubayashiki Amin couldn't help but frown slightly. For so many years, Kibutsuji Musen has been hiding himself. Even if the Demon Slayer squad has been struggling to find his traces, it has been difficult to find him for so many years. As long as Kibutsuji Musen doesn't show up, it's basically hard to find him. But as an organization that has been fighting against Kibutsuji Musen for thousands of years, the Demon Slayer Corps knows Kibutsuji Musen very well. There is probably only one thing that can make Kibutsuji Musen appear. And that is the blue higgan flower that he has been looking for. It's just that we don't have blue hibiscus flowers either. Yubayashiki Amin frowned. That was something Kibutsuji Musen had been searching for thousands of years but had never gotten. How could it be so easy to get? We don't need to find it. We just need to let Kibutsuji Musen understand that we have mastered the blue higganbana. Yubayashiki Kaguya said with a smile at the same time. He came to the window and looked at the scenery outside the window. Actually, in addition to the blue higgan flower, there are also things that can make Kibutsuji Musen appear for it. What? Yubayashiki Amin asked in confusion. Apart from the blue higgan flower, Yubayashiki Amin really can't think of anything else that can make Kibutsuji Musen appear. It's me. Yubayashiki Kaguya turned around and spoke calmly. As the voice fell, the whole room fell silent. As an organization that has been fighting against Kibutsuji Musen for thousands of years, Kibutsuji Musen naturally hates the Demon Slayer Corps very much. If possible, he will naturally find a way to destroy the Demon Slayer core. However, the location of the Demon Slayer headquarters has not been fixed for a long time. In addition, the relationship between the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps is usually the Japanese crow. This has also resulted in Kibutsuji Musen being unable to find the location of the Demon Slayer headquarters. If Kibutsuji Musen were to know my whereabouts, do you think Kibutsuji Musen would be tempted to take action against me? Tij. Before Yubayashiki Kaguya could finish speaking, Yubayashiki Amin had hurriedly interrupted. This is too dangerous for the husband. If you are not careful, your husband's life will be in danger. As the Demon Slayer team, as the master, if something happens to my husband, it will be a very fatal blow to the Demon Slayer squad. The Demon Slayer squad cannot live without my husband. If you can kill Kibutsuji Musen, so what if you sacrifice me alone? Yubayashiki Kaguya shook his head. If 43 could kill Kibutsuji Musen, he would not mind his own life or death. In order to kill Kibutsuji Musen, the Yubayashiki family has made too many sacrifices. If they can end Kibutsuji Musen in his era, even if they sacrifice their own lives, Yubayashiki Zai will not hesitate at all. However, this matter needs to be carefully considered. It is best to get the cooperation of the swordsmen, after all. Even if you can lure Kibutsuji Musen to show up. If you don't have the ability to kill the opponent. That swordsman. Hearing her husband mention the swordsman again, Yubayashiki Amin's beautiful brows also frowned slightly. And the greedy look that the other party looked at her couldn't help but come to mind. And she always felt like a ray of light on her back. On the mountainside of Tengsi Mountain, Sumiu sat quietly on one side, accompanied by Yubayashiki Rixiang. There is brewed tea on the stone table next to it, and the lingering hot air rises slightly, carrying the scent of tea. Sumiu was chatting with Yubayashiki Rixiang while waiting. He is waiting for the arrival of Yubayashiki Hana, the sister of Yubayashiki Rika, because of mistaking Yubayashiki Hangnai for Yubayashiki Rika. In the past 2 days, Yubayashiki Hangnai has been avoiding him, and even unwilling to see him. But today Yubayashiki Hangnai has to come. After all, today is the end of the trial of Teng Zishin. Members who pass the assessment trial will come down from Teng Zishin. These people will become the ghost hunters of the Demon Slayer Corps, adding fresh blood to the Demon Slayer Corps. Yubayashiki Kana has been in a very complicated mood these days. She doesn't know how to deal with it. Being regarded as a sister by her sister's husband and being confessed by her husband makes Yubayashiki Kana feel a little at a loss for a while. For Sumiu, Yubayashiki Hangnai has complicated emotions. After all, she is her sister's person, and she has never had any thoughts about that. But the other party's confession disrupted Yubayashiki Kana's calm mood and made her heart flutter slightly. But at the same time, Yubayashiki Hangnai was telling herself in her heart that this was impossible. For Sumathe's powerful swordsman, Yubayashiki Hangnai still has a good feeling in his heart. After all, the other party is excellent. If the other party is not her sister's husband, she may be very happy, but if the other party is not, she cannot snatch her sister's husband. Therefore, in the past 2 days she has been very entangled, not knowing how to face all this, and not knowing how to deal with all this. Therefore, in the past 2 days, she has been trying hard to avoid Sumiu and avoid meeting with Sumiu. But Tadashi has to meet him again, after all. Today is the end of the Teng Zishin assessment trial. Those who pass the trial disciples for the assessment will come down from the top of Tengsi Mountain. And she and her sister will go there with a bumpy mood. Yubayashiki Hangna walked towards the mountainside of Tengsi Mountain with tangled steps, and soon came to the platform on the mountainside. The morning sun is very warm. On the stone table on the platform, hot tea has been brewed and is steaming slightly. Beside the stone table, a man is holding a teacup and gently sipping it on his lips. Yubayashiki Hanai, who just walked in, happened to see the scene in front of her. The man's face seemed a little hazy under the steaming heat. Seemingly hearing the movement, Sumiu raised her head and saw Yubayashiki Hangnai, and couldn't help but smile at her. The sudden eye contact made Yubayashiki Kana's heart beat slightly uncontrollably. And her head lowered involuntarily. Hana is here tilde. Sumiu looked at the girl who came over with her head lowered and smiled. Yubayashiki Hangnai lowered his head, slightly clenched his sleeves with his little hands, and walked over nervously step by step. Sister is here. Next to her, Yubayashiki Rika also showed a smile. She has been accompanying Mujun for the past 2 days. But she seems to rarely see her sister, Zhao Kaiyanhao. Yubayashiki Hangnai made a slight sound from the tip of his nose and walked to his sister's side. Yubayashiki Rika grabbed her sister's hand and looked at her sister, who lowered her head slightly, feeling somewhat strange in her heart. I always feel that my sister is a little weird today. But I can't tell what is weird, as for Yubayashiki Kana. Especially when she felt her sister's gaze on her. Her teeth clenched subconsciously, and she was a little afraid to face her sister. The wind blew gently, blowing on people's faces, bringing with it wisps of freshness. Sumiu was sitting on a stone bench, drinking tea silently. On his left and right, the sisters Yubayashiki Rika and Yubayashiki Hangna sat respectively. The elder sister Yubayashiki Rika was fine, but the younger sister Yubayashiki Kana was obviously a little nervous. Sumiu took another sip of tea and glanced at the top of Tengxi Mountain. The trial should be over soon. It's time for someone to come down. I'll go over and take a look. Yubayashiki Rika stood up. Sorry for the trouble, Rixiang, Sumiu smiled. When her sister Yubayashiki Rika left, Sumiu's eyes suddenly turned to Yubayashiki Hangnai. Being stared at by Sumiu, Yubayashiki Hangnai looked obviously nervous, and her little head lowered unconsciously. Just when Yubayashiki Hangnai was a little nervous, she suddenly felt a burning breath coming from 577's face. This made Yubayashiki Hangnai subconsciously look up, only to realize that Sumiu was already very close to him. Even the other party's face was pressed against his own face, which frightened Yubayashiki Hangnai, and he subconsciously stood up and left. However, before Yubayashiki Hangnai could stand up and leave, Sumiu had already approached and hugged Yubayashiki Hangnai. Yu being hugged. Yubayashiki Hangnai was also in a panic, and she was so nervous that she was speechless. You want to do something. Sumiu looked at Yubayashiki Hangnai quietly. He could tell that the girl was extremely nervous at this moment. He even vaguely felt the girl's extremely tight skin. Rixiang has already left, he spoke softly. When Yubayashiki Hangnai heard this, her delicate body couldn't help but trembled, and her eyes looked a little flustered. Mu Kunyu. Don't mess around, looking at the nervous girl. Sumiu just looked at her quietly without taking any further action. Such behavior made Yubayashiki Hangnai feel more and more panicked, as if there was a little rabbit beating in his heart. At this moment, Yubayashiki Hangnai was very panicked. She was afraid that her sister would come back and see all this. At that time, how should she explain to her sister? She tried hard to push Sumiu away, but found that Sumiu held her so tightly that she couldn't push him away at all. Let me hug you quietly for a while. At this moment, quiet words suddenly reached the earlobe of Yubayashiki Hangnai. Hearing the sound, Yubayashiki Hangnai couldn't help but stop struggling. After Sumiu finished speaking, she put her head on Yubayashiki Hangnai's shoulder. Just let me hug you quietly for a while. Okay. He leaned his head on the girl's shoulder and whispered softly. The girl's delicate body trembled slightly. Her heart seemed to be in a mess, and she didn't know how to deal with it. Zhang Neng allowed Sumiu to rest his head on her shoulder, instead of doing anything as Yubayashiki Kana expected. Mujun just rested his head on her shoulder and did nothing. This made Yubayashiki Hangnai, who was nervous at first, relax a little. I feel so tired these days, but now, leaning on Hangnai's shoulder, I feel a lot better. Sumiu whispered softly. Such words fell into the ears of Yubayashiki Hancha, and also made Yubayashiki Hancha's heart ripple slightly. MRMU has been with my sister these past few days. How can I be tired? Yubayashiki Hangnai couldn't help but say. She knew that her sister felt very sorry for Mujun. These days when she was with her sister, she was well taken care of, so she wouldn't feel tired. It will definitely be tiring. Su-Mu raised her head from the girl's shoulder and looked at the face of Yubayashiki Hangnai. Confronting the dark eyes of the man in front of her, Yubayashiki Hangnai hurriedly lowered her head. She always felt that the other person's eyes were inexplicably attractive, which made her dare not look at him. "It will definitely be very tiring," Su-Mu whispered again. And then said softly, "I always think of Hangnai from time to time. And sometimes I think of Rixiang as Hangnai. You guys really make me a little bit, it's hard to tell. What are you thinking about Hanai when you are with your sister?" Yeah. Yubayashiki Hangnai lowered his head and muttered quietly. "Because..." Su-Mu raised the chin of the girl in front of her with her hand, making the other person's eyes meet her own. His eyes became focused in the eyes of Yubayashiki Kana. The man's gaze suddenly seemed to become extremely deep and focused. "Because I like Hanai." The gentle whisper made Yubayashiki Hana's delicate body tremble. "And her heart beat abnormally because I like Hanai." Su-Mu stared at the eyes of Yubayashiki Hangnai and spoke seriously. Facing Su-Mu's confession, Yubayashiki Hangnai was very flustered and didn't even know how to deal with it. If the person in front of her is not her sister, Yubayashiki Hangnai thinks she might accept it. But the other party belongs to her sister. As a sister, how can she take away what her sister likes? Freeze said. Yubayashiki Hangnai hurriedly blocked Su-Mu's mouth with her hand to stop Su-Mu from continuing to speak. Yubayashiki Hangnai was a little afraid to continue listening. Because Yubayashiki Hangnai felt that if she continued to listen, "I'm afraid that I will be tempted, and even cannot help but compete with my sister for what belongs to her." Su-Mu wanted to continue to say something, but looking at the girl's almost pleading eyes, she finally closed her mouth. Then he just gently grabbed the hand of Yubayashiki Hangnai, rubbed his fingers on the other's soft palm, and then said in a hoarse and infinitely serious voice, "I'll give Hangnai some time. But no matter what, Hanai belongs to me." Hearing such domineering words, Yubayashiki Hanai couldn't help but trembled in his heart. But he did not dare to refute. He just lowered his head and pressed his lips tightly. Su-Mu did not continue to pester Yubayashiki Hangnai, because if she continued to pester it would have bad results. Because acting too violently at once might scare this timid girl. You must have enough patience when hunting prey. Soon Yubayashiki Rixiang came back, of course. It was not just Yubayashiki Rixiang. There were other people such as the Kachu sisters Makome, Kingtu Tomioka Jiwu, and many other disciples. As soon as he came back, Beiwu hurriedly came to Su-Mu's side. "Within a few days, Mr. Mu. The results of this Tangzishan assessment are very good. Many people who pass the assessment can become official members of the Demon Slayer Corps." Yubayashiki Rixiang said happily. She was indeed very happy after all. This was the first time she had accompanied Mujin to preside over the test of Tangzishan, and it went so smoothly. How could it not make people happy, you know? Every Tangzishan test in the past years, it is already very good to have 5 or 6 people. But this time, more than 10 swordsmen passed the assessment. This result is definitely very good, yes, not bad. Su-Mu's eyes also fell on the members who followed Yubayashiki Rika. This time in addition to the Kachu sisters Makomo Kingtu and Tomioka Jiwu, there were more than 10 members who passed the assessment. At this moment, these people were looking at him with burning eyes. "Very good. You managed to survive 7 days in Tengxi Mountain. According to the rules, you all became the ghost hunters of the Demon Slayer squad. Congratulations, you have become a ghost hunter." After hearing Su-Mu's words, the faces of those who passed the examination showed joy and happiness. However, becoming a ghost hunter is just the beginning. From now on, you will embark on the path of ghost hunting. Ghost hunting is not an easy path. I hope that you will have good luck in martial arts in the future. Alright. He simply said some words of encouragement to these disciples who had successfully passed the trial. And then let them go. Then someone will make special arrangements for these people. And each of them will be equipped with a special sending crow for contacting and receiving mission messages. And will also build their own Nichiren blades for them. Congratulations, you successfully became a ghost hunter. 0. When the others had retreated and only Sister Kachu was left, he stood in front of Sister Kachu and congratulated her. Kachu Shinobu showed an extremely happy expression on his face. But perhaps because he was too happy, his eyes were slightly red. In order to embark on the path of ghost hunting, it was not easy for her. From being rejected at the beginning to finally being agreed to teach by her husband. She suffered a lot along the way but fortunately come over. Now finally become a ghost hunter. All this is thanks to Sir. Kachu Shinobu raised his head and looked at Sumyu with gratitude. From now on, Shin and Sistery must always follow Mr. Sumyu nodded. What he wanted was not just such a sentence. Both Kachu Shinobu and Kachu Kani will be able to become pillars in the future. There is no doubt that in the future, they will have the support of at least 2 pillars. And when the leader Yubayashiki Kaguya dies, he will have no control over the Demon Slayer squad is undoubtedly very beneficial.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.